very warm welcome to everyone watching. We're here, JJ Kuhn as well as Permasneeze, bringing you the action for the remaining qualifiers for the WCS. Of course, if you're here, you're watching the East APAC region. Amidst the other regions that are happening right now.
Yeah, I mean, we have West is currently happening as well, right? Like we have the East and the West, APAC, but at the same time, we also have Japan, Korea, and at the same time, you know, we're going to have more tournaments as well very soon with the NAIC as well.
Absolutely. And for those of you who don't know what you're watching, well, you're watching Pokémon UNITE, the home of competitive Pokémon UNITE, that is. So many teams across the world over the past few weeks have competed to try and secure their slots for Honolulu, happening just in a couple of months' time. I mean, every Pokémon UNITE competitive player's dream is just to make it there and prove themselves on the world stage. We already have a majority of the 30 teams that are qualifying for the event locked in. What remains? APAC East, APAC West, Japan. Three teams from Japan, from the PJCS. We have Korean team, which is playing right now, and of course, one last chance. Final stretch qualifier from NAIC. Yeah.
But with that being said, though, we need to find out how many teams are going to be coming in. Right? We know that it's 30, but what is the breakout?
What's the breakout?
Yeah, what's the breakout? It is going to be for at least the West. It is going to be the WCS 2024 teams left for the West. 2 from Brazil, 3 from Europe, 3 from Latin America North, 2 from Latin America South, 3 from North America, 2 from Oceania, 1 from EUIC, and the 1 from the upcoming NAIC.
Absolutely. NAIC has yet to be played yet, and final stretch actually has open registration. So it's still a toss-up, right? I think some of these other regions that have concluded, we didn't. Some of the teams maybe people were expecting to see didn't really make it, especially in some regions that are so stacked. So of course, this is more for the, I believe, the Western block of things. Let's have a look at the team slots for the Eastern block, which is where we're at. I think, so a full breakdown of so many different regions. And I think, honestly, very happy with how this pans out, because I think when you park it under East and West, there are so many teams that don't really get a chance to show their shine. We have 3 teams from Japan, like we mentioned. Korea is currently about to crown one. If you just search Pokemon UNITE Korea, I'm sure you'll find it. India has 1 team. Taiwan, Hong Kong. I mean, India has so many teams coming in. So hopefully we see a bit more of them and maybe get them more slots
in the future.
But Taiwan, Hong Kong, that's already qualified. Philippines as well. Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, Thailand, all 1. Philippines at 2. And now, as you can see, highlighted by the beautiful graphic, we have LCQ East. That's us, baby. If you're looking for LCQ West team, well, you're looking for Dan Lee, Flava, and Yolo Lee. They're on the other stream here. Now, of course, JJ, we've been through the ringer, right? We know how this works. And if you've joined us for many other tournaments, you know how this works as well. But perhaps for the newer viewers, how about you run us through how it goes down?
So we first have started off with a single elimination, right? And then for the top 8, at least for the broadcast, what we're going to be doing right now is going to have a double elimination format where it is going to be a best of 3, meaning you need to win twice against your opponent. But it doesn't mean that if you lose one, it doesn't mean that you're already out of the tournament. You still have one more chance to get back up and try to get that crown. Of course, it's only going to be the top 8 from that of the day 1. And the winning team for today is going to be flying to the Honolulu, Hawaii World Championships.
That's crazy. Who doesn't want to go to Honolulu? It just sounds like a dream destination.
I know I do.
Can you imagine? Because I think just Honolulu itself is already S tier, right? Hawaii, thinking of vacation there, S tier. And then you think about, okay, going anywhere in the world to play Pokemon, kind of S tier as well. And you combine the both of these things, it's a match made in heaven. Now, of course, let's go through the game rules in particular. This is more of the tournament organization side of things. Of course, general rules is that, you know, you've all played Pokemon UNITE, you know how it goes. It's custom battle, but of course, draft pick. Ever since that's gained so much more complexity, you can look forward to that. We'll be playing on Thea Skyruin. So remote stadium enjoyers, 2022 call, they want their stadium back. Held items, no restrictions, no level limits, but you know all these players, they grind the game, so they got them all maxed out. EX licenses and phalanx will not be in this tournament, and boost emblems are disallowed. So we don't want to get any sort of color, you know, different color combination shenanigans going on here. That ain't how we're playing. This is how these matches are going to be run, at least, just for your own context.
And at the same time, I just want to point out that in this time's draft, because the last official tournament that we have, the last major tournament that we've had was the ACL, before the World Championship Series. Then we only had 1 ban. But this time we have 2 per team.
And I think it's really unlocked a whole different sort of metric to the game. And of course, let's walk our viewers through how the draft pick works, right? Some people might not be too familiar with it because if you only play ranked Pokemon Unite and
you
you're
might
sort of
not get it.
You're not at Masters like 1.6. You might not sort of have experience with this. But of course, first both teams will go through a ban phase, the order of which is denotated by the number. So follow along now, 1 on
Team
first
one.
pick side, and then the second pick, it's an alternating thing. You can follow the arrows. Of course, both teams get to select unique Pokemon. The bans will be revealed, as in contrast to the past where you might ban the same Pokemon. So there's a lot more of the pool that gets wiped out. From there, first pick gets their Pokemon, and it's picked in order.
By twos immediately after.
Exactly, in twos. So, of course, from there, it doesn't necessarily matter what orientation the players on the teams are in, right? They can always switch in and just...
On the preparation phase.
Exactly. Like, for example, right now in the meta, you'll see a lot of this. Defenders are very high priority. So, it might be the defender player who snatches that first pick. And then, of course, there's a whole preparation phase. So, even if a player that you think is going to play Pokemon A doesn't have their hands on it yet, they still have that time to switch things around and try and be flexible, maybe throw a bit of a curveball to their opponents. But that is all the housekeeping in terms of how we're going to play things out. I'm sure a lot of you watching already know what's up. But how what you might not know is how the brackets look right now. We have our top 8. JJ, run us through it.
Wow, this is really going to be amazing just because of the fact that, we've already started the games before the broadcast, right? We already started it, so we already have the results for round 1. So we have East and Momento at, moving on. We have Last Hope versus East and Momento. We have GOW2 or God of Warriors 2 going against Taiwan top 8. It's not top 8 now.
Yeah, we got to change their name.
It's top 4 now.
Now they're top 4. Now Taiwan top 4 has a better ring to it, in my opinion.
Which is, by the way, is actually the first team for God of Warriors.
Exactly.
So that was more of a team. What do you call it? Like a team.
A civil rivalry.
Civil rivalry. There we go. Then we have Isen Vincere.
Wow.
And Mayo Wonlu. Well, that is not a team.
So
it is a bye.
Okay, for context, the team name isn't bye. This is a match that didn't happen because we're running with 7 teams for this tournament. So Fibonacci, they get to move
forward.
This is kind of surprising to me. Mayo Wanlu, I think this is a team full of names that we're not too familiar with. Let's take a quick look at the lower bracket, though, which is where we'll be starting our day. The first match that we'll be covering, Last Hope. Funny that that's their name and this is the current situation that we're in. Up against God of Warriors 2, who also are on their last legs. I think it's always a bit of a... I won't say sad, but it's just like a harrowing feeling to feel like, okay, first round we need to go up against our pals here, where we've scrimmed time and time again. There's a reason why they're God of Warriors 2 and not the original God of Warriors. So they want to prove themselves here. And isn't Vincia with a very early exit out of the upper bracket, which is quite surprising. We'll talk a bit more about them later on when we go into the team profiles and stuff. But I think this is one of the teams that were on the up and up, especially recently. So we'll have to see how it ends in terms of Last Hope versus God of Warriors 2 to see how that lower bracket matchup plays out. But is there any surprises for you, or just taking a look at the brackets overall, what are you expecting here?
No, I think we've already seen how and what Isen Momento was able to do, especially in the previous tournaments, right? They're really strong, especially I think they are one of those top teams in the Philippines as well. And Taiwan top 8. Top 4. Top 4. No, top 8. Top 8.
Okay.
Taiwan top 8 is not a what do you like? They're actually good. They're one of those top teams as well, along with ASR. It's just that ASR is already qualified, but then there's still Taiwan top 16. There's still God of Warriors 2, right? But the one that I'm looking most forward to is Mayo Wonlu.
That's what
we don't have any info.
What are they doing? How did they do that? They just 2-0 Isen Vincia. I want to know. Tell me the secrets. Okay, we'll get to that later, but of course we got to start out on the losers bracket to move on with our tournament. But in terms of what is at stake, we already talked about the slot. That is what everybody is playing for. But also, there's a good chunk of change. First prize, you walk away with 7.5K. That's good money in the pocket, baby. That's a lot of Pokemon Center loot when you get there.
That's true.
You got to pick up some of that new Pokemon Concierge stuff that I saw just come out. That was nice.
I mean, you're planning to.
Yeah, I'm planning to.
And there's gonna be a lot that you can get out of that.
Yeah, for sure. Can you imagine how cute it'll be when they put Pikachu in a little luau dress? Oh my goodness. Okay, but anyway, enough fantasizing about Pokemon potential merch here. Second place, 3,750. Third place with 3K. And fourth place, 1,500.
Right.
Fifth to seventh, 750. So all these teams that still remain, at the very minimum, have secured themselves a small amount of money. They want to grow that. And of course, I think every team won't be satisfied unless they're the ones taking the slot. So I think we already talked briefly about a bit of our expectations, but let's just zoom back into our current match, right? Last Hope versus God of Warriors 2. I think God of Warriors 2, the names maybe not so familiar with,
much,
right? But we do know that the SAR, of course, the top dogs of the Hong Kong, Taiwan, Macau region, it's an interesting place that we're at now for this tournament because this is, true to its name, the last chance qualifier for all of these East regions, where previously it was split up, right? So the previous, not the previous ones, but like the ones that have already passed, it was Philippines, Hong Kong, Taiwan, right? So you had your own separate qualifiers, but now in this last shot, you need to beat everybody. That's a huge task, JJ.
It is definitely a huge task, and it's quite interesting to know that I've been talking to some of the players coming from that of Taiwan, and they said that GOW2 is one of the teams that they are actually quite scared of to face up against, just because of the fact that it doesn't matter kind of against them if you are winning the early game.
Yeah.
Because they are always ready at the Rayquaza. Always ready at the Rayquaza.
Nah, that's one of the skills that you can't teach. You just can't. They're just built different. They're ready to rip it right from under your nose. But of course, we have the head-to-head ready, so maybe we can get a bit more insight about who's on these teams. What we can kind of expect here. Let's do a quick run through, JJ. For Last Hope, we have Yelia, Sabo, Nyx, Kohi, and Urtred. What about for God of Warriors 2?
For God of Warriors 2 is going to be Pancake. It's going to be also the captain and shot caller here.
Right.
We have Cute Sausage, Sasuke, Little Ace, and Miru Neko.
I appreciate the grammatical, nod here. They've made it a point to put little full stops behind each of their names here. So at least that's something, you're showing a nod there. But of course, like we mentioned, a lot of these names not really familiar to us. I believe I've seen Yelia around, but that's about it. And that is the captain and the shot caller as well. Everybody else are pretty, kind of not familiar. It's funny that if you're a One Piece fan, you're the Sabo and Little Ace on two opposite sides. But okay, not to get too into other matters. But God of Warriors 2, I think the biggest thing for me is that if you take a look at Taiwan, Hong Kong, Macau qualifier, it was SAR on top. And everyone knows SAR. Everyone loves these guys, right? But who was it right there at second? It was God of Warriors, or rather Taiwan top 8 at this point. Right, and if you're consistently screaming with the Taiwan number 2, you gotta get some juice. But I think, okay, let's take a look at some of the team stats, JJ.
Yeah, it is going to be Last Hope's stats here that we're going to be looking for at, after this, right?
Yeah.
We're going to be seeing that in quite a bit. But this is quite interesting for me to, look at as well, because Last Hope is coming from the Philippines and GOW2 is going to be coming in from that of Taiwan. So, immediately at the first match of the broadcast, we immediately see that, okay, this is what we're here for. This is the LCQ East. It is going to be the Philippines versus Taiwan. And it's a bit of a, say, a bit of a sneak peek of what might happen in the grand finals as well.
Yeah, and I think we're taking a look at Last Hope stats here. No real surprises. I think the only one that's making me raise a bit of an eyebrow is the Buzzwole and Blastoise. The main problem now is that I think right before this recent patch drop, Blastoise was basically up there with Trevenant and Umbreon, but he's definitely fallen in terms of stocks. I remember the day of the patch, my investment banker called me. He's like, "Hey, you need to get your, you need to quickly sell the Blastoise stocks we've got because it's starting to dry up." Right, and I think he still very much does the similar job. Hydro Typhoon is just such a powerful Unite move, but it's interesting that Last Hope are still opting for this Pokemon because we don't even see Umbreon here. Maybe it's just too banned.
Maybe it is just too banned, but going back into the statistics as well, into that of the PH qualifier, I believe Umbreon is one of those that is what do you call that? PH is like one of Umbreon is one of the most picked Pokemon as well.
Not surprised.
That of PH, but at the same time, we don't see them using Umbreon as much. Or maybe they're just not as comfortable as using it. But at the same time, it might be something that they already have. Is maybe giving it away to the other team and already have like a counter, towards that, and making sure that if they're going to be using it, then at least we are prepared.
Yeah, it's kind of a double-edged sword, right? Because some teams really enjoy trying to come up with solutions to meta picks, right? So they'll kind of bait you with it a little bit, let you have it, and then they're just like, haha, we know exactly what to pick. We have to see how it all shakes out here as we get into the first ban phase of today, JJ.
Yeah.
I'm so excited. I feel like you mentioned it perfectly. This is exactly what we come to LCQ East for, right? There's that whole melting pot of styles in teams that likely have not scrimmed with each other, or maybe not even encountered each other in general. I can't imagine that they've had much experience in the competitive arena just because of that region difference. But we'll see. Tyranitar being banned out now. Okay, look, I have many words about Tyranitar.
Okay, go ahead.
You go first because I'm gonna take forever. You please.
Okay, so like Tyranitar right now is not a Pokemon that is being used a lot or being banned a lot before the patch, because the patch dropped midweek before the LCQ, right? And then, but at the very least, right, Elevate, one of the teams that were actually qualified, was using it on the PH qualifier. So, we already see a bit of a potential. And then we saw the patch that actually buffed up the Tyranitar. And now we're seeing almost everyone using Tyranitar. So it really makes sense that they're going to be banning into Tyranitar because it's really strong right now.
Absolutely. But JJ, I did a bit of research and I found out the actual spelling of Tyranitar. You ready to hear it? Go ahead. Placebo. Placebo. It's a classic. You get a nice little few buffs in the patch, then you're thinking, oh, I'm the new king of the jungle. I'm ready to crack. Look, no disrespect. I'm sure Tyranitar, he does a good job against opponents with high defenses and shields. That's what all the piercing damage is for. But against the current meta game of very early focus picks that we're already seeing, snatching up the Leafeon, the ban out of the Zeraora, and grabbing that newly buffed Cramorant. These guys come online way too early for Tyranitar to be useful, and that's kind of the strategy that we're seeing from Last Hope right now.
Right, no, and I guess they're just being prepared here as well, just in case there is a Tyranitar. As you have mentioned, and we've been talking about this before the broadcast as well, that yes, Tyranitar might be, buffed in right now, but there's still the evolutions that can easily counter them, especially in the early game, that make it, make Tyranitar basically just not have any XP at all.
Yeah, I love this choice from God of Warriors 2 though, going for that Clefable, right? Because I think this is a Pokemon that has fallen out of favor a little bit because of the nerfs slightly, but gravity is insane into this Last Hope lineup. I think right now we're seeing a lot of Eldegoss, we're seeing a lot of Hooper, we're seeing a lot of Blissey. Clefable taking a little bit of a seat on the bench right now, but this will be a very good return to glory if they're able to show up. This is the game for it. Rounding things up with a Scissor. We've seen a mix, right? Sometimes we see some... Oh, your jaw's dropping. You okay?
Yeah, no, sorry. I just noticed that the Cramorant, right? Like, Cramorant is one of the bigger Pokemon right now. Right?
I mean,
but I saw the Cursed Incense. As a counter to that of healing prowess into that of the side of GOW2.
Yeah, okay. Look, here's my concern. And this, I don't know if you'll agree with me.
Okay.
I don't know if Cramorant is enough damage. That's what I'm worried about. Because, look, you can proc the Cursed Incense with the boosted, right? You bounce to different... It's cool. It's cute, right? It's a cute mechanic. But Cramorant... For me, at least, it's a consistent damage dealer over the course of the game. It isn't something like an Espeon that can just pump up endless amounts of burst over and over and over. You really need to rely on your positioning. You're trying to kind of get the tag onto backliners. It's going to be a bit of a tricky game for the side of Last Hope, I feel. I'm definitely favoring God of Warriors.
No, yeah, I can totally see the draft here as well. We have the Blaziken. And the Slowbro as well is a really huge counter, especially into the very mobile Pokemon such as like, the Trevenant. We have, it's not mobile, but it has that kind of like tankiness in it that is like one of their biggest win con here that I can see, right? Like if the Trevenant won't be able to line it up, then they would be scattered around and would have a huge chance to be taken out by GOW2.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on the Trevenant's back, but I feel like that's been the entire story of a lot of these Trevenant picks. We've seen time and time again, this Pokemon, whether you're playing it in the top path as a more sort of core-focused Pokemon, or whether you're running EXP Share and running it as a support in the bot path as a tank, it's just so much utility between the Horn Leech, Woodhammer, being able to get up in there and set up for the team. Already getting some very nice early dunks off. That's that early power spiking Leafeon that we mentioned. Turn around, drive-by, slap down the Torchic. That's a great start.
That is definitely a great start, just making sure that you're pressuring up your opponents, not really giving any care against them, just putting in your points, getting your level 4, and Slower Blade just riles them up all day, all long.
Yeah, and I think the beautiful part that we're seeing here is that Gossifleur has that initial red buff, right?
Yeah.
So it's allowing it to do just that much more harass. Doesn't really influence the Mimikyu because of that EXP share. Huge swathe of just the birds being swiped away by the Solar Blade. And here comes the Cramorant for a clean rotation. Oh, beautiful! That last little claw snips him on the back of the wing. And this is starting to become a bit of a problem up here for God of Warriors. Slowbro joining the fray here with the surf, but it's not going to be enough, JJ.
Yeah, it is definitely not going to be enough. Not quite yet. It's still an early game, so GOW2 here might still be able to catch up. But at the very least, Last Hope here knows that this is not their last game, that they know when to disengage and know when to proc in. And here we go. We're going to be seeing another clash here into that of the central area.
Yeah, actually going for the air slash, trying to find an avenue over the wall. Maybe didn't press the eject button in time. Not really sure what that was about. Doesn't manage to successfully fake out their opponents and unfortunately goes down there. So over-aggression gone wrong. That's going to allow the central area, Swablu's and Altaria to largely go over to God of Warriors 2. Much needed recovery EXP.
And here we have it as well. You know, like bust out my IGN here, just really trying to get in as much XP as possible to be able to help down even more into the other team fight. But as we can see on the score as well, it's 106 to 9. Yeah, that's a huge gap in the early game.
Absolutely. I think they've done a very good job in terms of pressuring the top half. The real only shining light for me at this moment is the Sylveon. We haven't really seen them involved. Gone for the Hyper Voice build. We've seen a bit of a mix-up, right? Sometimes Sylveons in that top half go for the Mystical Fire instead. And the curious thing is that throughout this patch, none of the evolutions were touched. So they're still as strong as ever, JJ.
I mean, aside from the Glaceon, but even then, it's not as much.
That's all right. You know what I mean? I think especially if you're up against some tanky Pokemon, you'll still go back for that evolution. It's just the premier damage dealer on that front. But objective spawning in just about 5 seconds here, JJ. We're going to see a bit of a clash.
Yes, sir. And it looks like Last Hope here has the positional advantage instead of the Reggie bottom here with the Regirock. And look at them. They're trying to proc this in, using it as a bait for GO2 to come in. But I think they're going to be able to take it. Yes, they will going to be able to take it. And they're trying to get in. Here comes the Emerald Dance, though. But it's not going to be enough, though. But the Solar Blade going to be able to take down that amazing Scyther. There you go.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, that was just crazy stuff. It looked for a moment like Last Hope had the advantage in terms of position because the Trevenant was in just such a good spot. One Wood Hammer lands on the 3. I was just waiting for the follow-up, but it never came. God of Warriors were able to sneak through, take both Reggies, which is a huge spike for them considering how bad the early game went.
Yeah, but at the very least, right, like GOW2 doesn't really, minded that. It's more of a, they needed to get another objective here, which is why they are going to be getting in that of the Reggie. Like, they're going to have another fight here.
Yeah, absolutely. Right in the middle of it all, popping that Unite move. Was that a close combat from the Clefable? Throws out the hands. It doesn't mind that they're always up in the air. She's ready to deliver a backhand when she needs to. Slaps him back, pack in, and that's what, like 3-4 Pokemon taken out in one fell swoop. Things are starting to heat up for Last Hope, and they just can't keep up.
No, this is what I'm talking about earlier, right? If the Trevenant is not there with them to help them out, line them up and make sure that they just have free hits into that of GOW2, they wouldn't have anything at all. And we just saw it right there. The Trevenant was down at the bottom path. There was nothing to tank out the damage, and GO2 was able to sweep them up.
Yeah, it's starting to become apparent that the lack of control is biting Last Hope in the bum a bit. Sure, they have some damage, but especially when you have such solid frontliners like the Clefable and the Slowbro that you just can't push away, it prevents you from even getting on this Sylveon, who's just able to pump out damage from a very, very safe distance. Now, the Blaziken, perhaps overextending up here a bit. Overheat, a clean dodge thanks to that dive. Now, it's going to be God of Warriors 2 trying to reverse the pressure down here in this bot path, though.
But here you go, like Last Hope is really trying to do their best, try to defend this versus Squirtle, but unfortunately they don't have much of a damage, especially getting outnumbered here by GOW2. But here comes Basame IGN, going to be able to take down 2, maybe 3. Play with me is going to be popped up. It's going to be 2, 3 down right now. And here comes the follow-up. That's going to be 4 into the side of GOW2. 4 KO for Bastama IGN.
Call in the chopper. You gotta pick up them bodies. The Pokemon faking left and right. God of Warriors just getting clapped. I mean, that was a clean rotation coming up from Buster May. And now he's gonna be able to try and pressure up this Regirock. They do have to be careful because Unite moves available for that Sylveon. Still trying to find an opening. The Hyper Voice is just a bit too much of a shred tool. But still huge Wood Hammers coming through. It's not gonna be enough to help them out though. Trading 1 for 1. The Scyther goes down in response. They get the Mimikyu and are pushing forward.
Yes, sir. And this is what they wanted as well. I think there was a bit of a overextension into the side of Last Hope, and to be fair as well, like they were trying to defend the first score goal as much as they can to wait up for the Mimikyu, to answer back to GOW2. But after that, a bit of an overextension that GOW2 was able to just come back and eat them up.
Yeah, this is such an even game right now, JJ. The early game went so nicely for Last Hope. They were able to make optimal rotations, grabbing the advantages. But the first objectives, falling the way of God of Warriors 2, has evened up the score. Now both teams butting heads. It's really going to come down to the execution in the fight.
Yeah.
I think my eyes are going to be on this Slowbro, right? Who does he choose to Unite move? Can he get his arms on the Mimikyu or the Leafeon before the Play With Me comes through and completely singles out the Scyther?
I mean, honestly, though, like any one of those getting caught in by the slow beam is going to be detrimental into that of Last Hope because you wouldn't have enough damage to actually put up against GOW2. And look at that, Emerald 2 going to be taking down 2 Pokemon into the side of GOW2, trying to still push in, but no, they're not going to be stopping here, and only the Scyther is going to be able to get away.
That was disgusting. Look, we talked about the Trevenant being the only setup, but we're seeing why it's such a highly valued pick. Again and again, 3 to 4 man wood hammers. I don't know how he's allowed to get this off. I mean, at some point, God of Warriors 2, I know you want to stick together for that sweet, sweet moonlight healing, but you know who benefits from light? Plants. They love that. They're attracted to it. They'll send the hammer swinging your way and knock you out if you're not careful.
Right, and again, if you're lined up there, Last Hope, everyone from there, especially the Sword Blade coming in, everyone's just going to be taking in all the damage from that with, of course, with the help of that Cramorant and the Mimikyu as well. But with that being said, in just 10 seconds, we're going to be seeing that of the Rayquaza. Yeah,
absolutely. A big problem for them is that the Play With Me and the Emerald 2-step don't appear to be up now. That's why you see Leafeon and Mimikyu scrambling for some wild Pokemon.
Oh, there we go. They were able to get the Emerald 2-step Unite move.
Yeah,
it's ready.
It's the Play With Me. It's the Play With Me that is so important, especially...
But Slowbro doesn't have any Unite, though.
Yeah, he has to find it. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of why he's just kind of playing on the outskirts instead of being at the front. Both teams are very tense. 50 points is what separates them. Oh, kind of on their last leg, starting with initiation. Both tanks just butting heads, nothing too committal. Just playing around, trying to force some sort of a reaction, JJ. It's actually, we didn't mention this just yet, but it's a Surf Telekinesis build, so even more catch for this Slowbro.
Or card control.
Absolutely.
There we go, and it looks like GOW2, I think they think that they are in the lead and just, trying to, use the Rayquaza as the bait for Last Hope to get in.
Yeah, I mean, Last Hope, they're going to get a notice in just about 15 seconds that they are in a very comfortable position. The question is whether God of Warriors can act on it. We already talked about the Sylveon objective ripping potential along with the Blazing Venom.
Oh, the telekinesis!
The Trevenant. In comes the drive and they set him off. Trevenant down. It's a big problem. No more wood hammers and no more Last Hope. Stranded now. Here comes the Mimikyu trying to play with somebody. Gets at least the KO on the Scyther. Takes out the Blaziken as well. Starting to turn things around, but the Sylveon, big bad Sylveon, shouts at them, tells them, get out of here. You don't belong in this game anymore.
Oh, wow.
Two members coming through might be a bit of a mistake though. They're trying to hold him up, trying to get the dunks, but here come the jump pad through, JJ.
Yeah, but here's the thing though, like they don't have enough of a time or even the damage to take down the Rayquaza. But that's why they are opting in for a split push. You're going to be able to take down 100 points here, and GOW2, just like that, is now leading into the points.
Last Hope, they need to go for a dunk. They can't afford to go for the Ray. It's a bit too late. They just don't have the comp that can shred this up. They even use the Phantom Forest to try and make it work. All the Unite moves, everything in the kitchen sink thrown at this legendary Pokemon. But you do not have the time. Look at your watches, ladies and gentlemen. 5 more seconds, and its hope is gone. Last Hope, they don't even get the Ray. The Clefable snatches it, and God of Warriors 2, this is why this organization is so feared. It doesn't matter what you do. The Ray is where they thrive. And in the last few moments of chaos, we thought it was a bit of a misplay. We thought those two support tanks dunking in the bot path, but giving them a bit of a red herring and dunking in that 100 points with the Sylveon. So risky.
No,
it pays off.
But it worked. It's a huge risk, huge reward kind of a play. And at the same time, this is what we mentioned as well, right? Like that's why, the Taiwanese teams are really scared of playing against GOW2 because it doesn't matter, as we have mentioned, it doesn't matter what you do in the early game, into the mid game, they're always prepared into that of the Ray Pit. And I like what they did with the Ray Pit. It doesn't matter if they were on the leading end or on the deficit end because they had the complete control of the Rayquaza, the Ray Pit.
Yeah, and I think the main thing in that final fight that we noticed is, again, what you've been mentioning this entire game. A large reason why Kafkaesque was even able to land so many killer setups is because the lineup of God of Warriors thrives from running into you. They need to ball up and they need to charge at you. But in those final moments, God of Warriors took a little bit of chill pill, took a moment to breathe. And suddenly you're seeing Kafka just kind of, hey, where's my targets? Where do I set up? Where do I even plant this Phantom Forest? It didn't end up happening that way. And even though we didn't call it out during the game, I'm sure that gravity selection from Sasuke really tempered with what Ramsey, Bustermate, and Yell Yell were trying to do throughout the entire game.
And at the same time, like, the Trevenant was trying to, as I mentioned, it was trying to like find where they're at, and then immediately use what it goes like Orange Leash, right? Use Orange Leash just to try and poke some, some damages into towards that of GOW2. But the thing is, because of that, he got seen. He got seen, and then immediately afterwards, they knew after that very small opening, went for the telekinesis and went rep it up.
Yeah, we'll see that back and forth early to mid-game happen. This was a very, very cool steal. I mean, and I call it a steal because it was very much advantageous position for the purple side here. But of course, in this top half, this is where the heat starts to ramp up. For God of Warriors 2, they just put on so much pressure thanks to the help of that Regieleki. And we're seeing one of the problems of the Cramoran, and a reason why, despite this Pokemon's strength in the early game, it's not really picked that often. It just doesn't do enough damage.
That is true. And as going back here, a bit of a replay, we are seeing this is the revenge of a last hope against that of a GOW2, but then they overextended a bit and got eaten up here by GOW2, which allowed them to get in that Reggie Rock as well.
Yeah, the biggest problem is that as much as this is a very cool draft from I think purple side, they just again, it's crazy to say this about a composition with a Leafeon because we see the immense burst potential, but it only really works out when you line it up perfectly.
That's true.
Right? So as long as you have the Phantom Forest amplifying all the damage, you get a huge Solar Blade in.
There we go. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, exactly. He tries to jump forward, doesn't respect the telekinesis, gets caught, and you take a look at that Cramoran trying to use that Gatling Gulp missile, just gets obliterated. Nice little final sidestep from the Blaziken as well, just to dodge that Solar Blade, which would likely KO him. And he's able to just kind of weave back in, finish off that Mimikyu, and even though he does end up going down, it sets up the fight perfectly. It was just great play coming out altogether from God of Warriors 2.
No, yeah, I mean, like, Last Hope here has been really heavily relying into that of the Trevenant, and for good reason as well, right? Like, it was really good that Trevenant was just there to line them all up and make sure put them a bit of a burst damage here into that of GOW. I'll just say God of Warriors 2 because I'm really having a hard time. God of Warriors 2. And it actually worked, but the problem is God of Warriors 2 was able to, acknowledge this, especially during the Rape Flight, right? And they were looking for that Trevenant because they know for a fact that if they take down the Trevenant, they know they can take down, they can take down everyone else. It doesn't matter if they have like huge damage to Cramoran, the Leafeon, right, the Mimikyu. That's fine. That's all and fine. But as long as they cannot line them up, they can just basically, like rip them up.
Yeah, exactly. And while we take a bit of an intermission before we get into game number 2, we actually sent out a few questions to all these teams so everyone can get to know them a bit better. Let's take a dive into what they answered to some of these questions we posed. We asked Last Hope, which team or player are you keeping your eyes on and why? And this is no surprise. JJ, why don't you share with us?
Right, so this is what they answered. Talon and Elevate coming from the Philippines because they are both from PH. Mabuhay is what they said. Mabuhay indeed.
For people who aren't familiar, would you mind sharing what that means?
Well, it's basically greetings in Filipino. There's no actual like literal translation.
They're just saying hello.
Well, it's not really hello. Hello is more like kumusta. Kumusta is like how are you? Hello, greetings. But Mabuhay is more like greetings.
Yeah. Well, they're greeting everybody, and they might be saying goodbye very soon if they don't shape things up. It's not really looking too good for Last Hope at this present moment. I think the cool thing about them is that just from the draft alone, you can tell this team has character, right? Because they saw what was patched, they saw what was changed, and they are experimenting. They're trying to kind of make it work. But we're seeing why this draft is just not something that is very commonplace in current state of Unite right now.
But at the same time, really, we definitely see the effects as well of what a tournament series patch can do to a team, right? Like it really affects not only Last Hope but everyone.
Yeah. Let's move on to the next question here that we asked here. Let's have a little look-see about what they... It's always interesting to hear from them, right? God of Warriors 2, of course, on the other side of the coin. We previously already mentioned that right before this just completely compact version of LCQ East, these teams had their own separate qualifier. So, of course, it was, I think, God of Warriors playing in Taiwan, Hong Kong, and Macau, and Last Hope were playing in the Philippines. God of Warriors 2 were asked who they were keeping their eyes on, and Team Taiwan top 16. Because they are not only from the same region, they did not mention that they literally are the same kind of
team.
I don't know
umbrella.
Yeah, umbrella.
There
you know, it's a union of sorts, right? And I think Team Taiwan top 16 or top 8 or top 4 or wherever.
If they win,
exactly. I think they're definitely the team that I don't know about you, but I'm keeping my eye out for as well. I would dare say...
I am.
Yeah, I would dare say, along with Issa or Momento, they might just be the favorites here. Pinky, Cute Sausage, Sasuke, Little Ace, and Miru Neko, of course, kind of falling under that shadow right now. But in that game number 1, pretty solid stuff.
That's true. I mean, it's going back to Last Hope, right? If they don't shake things up, this might be, very well be their last hope going against, GOW2.
Yeah, and I think not just... Actually, JJ, I'm going to be real with you. You say if they don't shake things up. If Last Hope don't shake things up, they're going to be out. Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm saying.
You know what I'm saying?
What am I saying?
I'm saying they need to stop shaking. Stop shaking it up. Stop getting too crazy with it.
That is true.
Why are you doing all this?
Yeah.
Why are you doing all this? I mean, last game, they had 2 Pokemon that felt like they kind of do the same thing.
Yeah.
Right? And I think you want to kind of remove that component in the draft because it just puts on so much pressure for your poor little Cramoran to do everything. And he can't. He's in there like, clock, please. That's help. Give me a normal attacker, please. I mean, dude, the thing is, so many of the evolutions were still available.
Yes.
Right? We had Espeon. Where's Espeon?
It wasn't even bad.
Yeah. It was there. Like, you had Leafeon. Sure, okay. Leafeon, premier pick. Mimikyu, also very strong. But Mimikyu and Leafeon kind of have the same function.
Kind of, yeah.
Time and time again, they just run into the great pink wall of Slowbro. He's there like, bam, try and get past this, baby. It don't work.
No, yeah, I mean, it's quite interesting to see that, we might be able to see a bit of a change here as well until that Last Hope maybe have a more standardized, because as you have mentioned, right, I can really see what they're trying to do. I can see that they're trying to, like, take advantage of what was buffed or was changed in the patch, right? But the thing is, right, I think this is about the time that they have to go back to what they are like used to before the patch. It's like not a lot of Pokemon were actually touched. It was more of a buff to the Pokemon that weren't really that picked much in the competitive scene.
Exactly, and just because it's patched doesn't mean you need to go for it. You know what I mean? Like, if there were strategies that worked for you in the past, now's the time to bring that out, because your last ropes here, backs against the wall, you try and figure out what's gonna change things around.
Right.
Now, the Leafeon is still getting quite a bit of respect because I think Last Hope in that previous game,
it was good.
Ramsey was looking nice.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. This is the early Solar Blades. I think if they were timed, not that they were timed badly, but there were a couple of moments where opponent Pokemon got away with a very, very low sliver of HP. And if that difference was made through maybe a few more auto attacks or just a bit more damage, this entire trajectory for God of Warriors 2 looks very different.
Right, and I like the bans here as well coming from Last Hope, because they're going to be banning Zoroark, because let's be honest though, like Taiwan is a region.
It's
right?
a Zoroark region.
It's a Zoroark region, right?
Region.
Exactly. So they really need to ban it out, but at the same time, I do like the fact that they are respect banning that of the Blaziken. And same case, GOW2 cannot have the Charizard and the Leafeon respect ban against that of Ramsey. But starting off, we're going to have the Blissey and the Umbreon going to be picked out here by GOW2.
This is pretty interesting stuff, because we've seen a bit of a mix-up in terms of builds that Umbreons go for. You can either go for that more initiator disruption build with the foul play, or we've seen a lot of Umbreons also go for the Wish, which does so much, and you can kind of function as a pseudo-healer. It's interesting to me that Last Hope decide to grab that Blissey first. I think that's what's raising my eyebrows the most, because they could have gone for the Trevenant. Maybe they're confident that, okay, you already have the Umbreon on the God of Warrior side, you're not going to pick a secondary support, secondary tank, and we have more sort of leverage there. But going for that Delphos to deny the healing.
It's actually quite interesting as well because we know for a fact that, basing on game number 1, right? Like God of War 2 here already knows and acknowledges this Trevenant, what it can do and what it's definitely going to be doing for that of Last Hope. So it's really quite interesting to see that they are still running in that. I mean, not to say that Trevenant is not good.
Yeah.
But the way that they played it is something that is already read here by GOW2.
Wow, we talked about switching things up, and this is definitely a switch out if I've ever seen one. Ramsey going for that Venusaur and Buster May for that Dodrio. I think I like this a lot, but they're going to round things up with the big muscles on Machamp. How are you feeling about JJ? You let out a bit of a groan. What was that about?
It is more of a, the way that I see Last Hope's composition here, right?
Yeah.
Is well, they're actually going back with the Blissey Venusaur, right?
Yeah.
But after that, right? It's I don't think they have enough of a potential prowess instead of a team fight. Sure, there is a Venusaur. Sure, there is that of Delphox. But other than that, it's I think they're heavily relying more into that of the crowd control, which is good as well.
Yeah.
But with the composition of God of War 2 here, I think this is more balanced than that of Last Hope because I think it's leaning more towards that of a what do you call this? Like it's forcing the issue, right?
Sure.
But the thing is, GOW2 already recognizes even 4. Yeah, on game number 1.
Look, I like what you mentioned about forcing the issue because we already know both God of Warriors 2 as well as the original God of Warriors team, Taiwan Top 16.
Yeah.
They are excellent at pressuring their opponents.
And baiting.
And exactly, and pushing things forward. However, I think that if there's a game for Last Hope to win, it's going to be this one. I love the way the draft is conducted because they recognize the Ray Pit is a problem. So what do? They put an impenetrable front object in the Venusaur. If things go wrong, you have Blissey backing him up, and he kind of acts as a bit of a magnet, right? Because everyone's going to cluster all over this Venusaur on the opposing team. Easy wood hammer setups. Not to mention, if you're not finding anyone yet and you're dangling this giant piece of Venusaur bait in front of your opponents and they're not biting, you have the Dodrio to poke from the side and try attack. And you have Fire Spin to scout. Can you imagine if the entire team from God of Warriors who is hiding in one brush and a Fire Spin just rips them all up? Suddenly you put the fireworks. I'll tell you, God of Warriors will not be celebrating. I know the Taiwanese love their fireworks, but that's not going to be one that they enjoy.
Oh no, yeah, I definitely agree with that. Again, like Last Hope here definitely has a huge, very huge crowd control potential here. But God of Warriors 2 here is, I think they already noticed and already acknowledged this as well, that they need to, as you have mentioned, not shake things up anymore.
Yeah, for sure. I think they have, they kind of put all their ideas into the blender in that game number 1, and then they took it out, and now it's a nicely formatted smoothie. Now it's time to sip. Now it's time to run it back the way that you did a couple seasons ago, right? This is a strategy that goes back ever since the start of Pokemon Unite. As soon as Blissey was released, this was everywhere. I mean, hell, even before the Blissey release, it was Eldegoss with Leaf Tornado.
Yes.
You run in forward. Oh, I mean, nothing that a Venusaur likes more than leaves, but gonna throw some of them out here. Some of the early EXP going the way of God of Warriors 2. Again, good early rotations. They seem to kind of follow a bit of a timer on when they want to come up here with their attacker.
Which is really good as well. Like Last Hope earlier in game number 1, they were mostly pressuring up that top path, but GOW2 immediately, recognizes that, okay, they're going to go into the top path, try to control it immediately, but now it is seemingly like, at least like on an equilibrium, if not, right now, the Machamp here trying to be a champion, trying to get that one score.
Yeah, I'm not too sure how they're going to try and make this Machamp work. It's definitely an interesting pick that feels more like a specialty player thing than something that is necessarily worked into this draft. It's cool to see because it just means that this top path player on God of Warriors probably has a lot of confidence in himself.
That is true. But here you go. I mean, we have to acknowledge as well that the Machamp here has a lot of crowd control prowess, and at the same time, it's not a lot of I think it's more of a counter towards that of a crowd control, because especially with submission, right? It is unstoppable. So there might be a lot of crowd controls, but they're not going to be catching a lot into the side of GOW2.
Yeah, I mean, it all comes down to how this Machamp positions, because if you're running in and your team isn't ready to follow up on your submission, you're just submitting yourself to Petal Dance, which isn't going to work out for you. We see a bit of a switch up in the Umbreon sort of priorities here, going for the mean look instead this time round. For the setup for the Hyper Voice, really, it's an ability that just feels so cruel, because you keep someone there, they can't do anything about it. Even eject button is not going to bail you out of that situation.
No, yeah, but mean look here is definitely going to be providing a lot of problem here to the side of the last one, especially the trio as well.
Yeah, starting to rip up this early Regice already. That is one of the power points of the God of Warriors lineup. Gonna keep things going. A lot of space being created by this Umbreon, and it's just so easy. I mean, they've done this last game already. We saw it happen, and a bit of deja vu starting to set in from EJJ as they break open that tier 1 goal zone.
And it's really going to be more interesting as well, right? It is, as I mentioned, what happened earlier, but at the same time, GO2 is making sure that, yeah, we still have someone up top here to make sure that we defend our top path, but at the same time, here they go. Another team fight here. Blitz they popped up here. They're going to be able to take down 2 into the side of GO2. It might be the revenge that Last Hope is hoping for, and that's going to be 3 down now, and finally going to be able to destroy the first score goal up top by GO2.
That was a very flubby attempt. God of Warriors 2, they see this Venusaur and they're like, yeah, okay, we'll take him down, but they half commit to it. They don't fully focus him down, and it's a huge problem when the Blitz assistance comes in. You're seeing exactly how this combination works. If this is your first time, well, welcome to what was the entirety of Season 1 and Season 2. Because it's been disgusting before, it's still disgusting here,
now.
And it's in the middle of things. Burden Anger coming through, but can't survive. Finally, the full commitment is enough for God of Warriors 2. They're still trying to hang on to this goal zone and prevent Regieleki from coming through. Here comes the Machamp cross-chopping in, but just gets horn-leached up. They're starting to run out of HP and resources. Mystical Fire coming through from the sidelines. The Delphox just raining away the damage. And the last member remaining, the Scyther, caught by a Fire Spin, chopped down by the Wood Hammer, and nowhere else to run the shields, keeping him intact though. The Regieleki still can't get into the goal zone. And finally, Last Hope, they need to back up.
Oh man, the Scyther was just amazing, making sure that they can defend the second tier score goal and survive themselves, buying a lot of time for their teammates to actually respond back so that they can move a bit.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, more than anything, Last Hope, you can't really blame them for sticking around for so long. They want to push the issue. But I think much respect to them as well, because I think that's sometimes where teams falter, where they feel like, oh, we should really try and get the most out of this Regieleki, and then you step too far forward, you give over a couple of key KOs. They still kept things relatively even. Kafka tried to come through for a steal, unfortunately couldn't find it. And this is going to be a problem again, because God of Warriors once again have a lineup that excels at ripping up.
Oh, look at that! The mean look, and this is what I'm talking about earlier, it is very mobile, the dodge Rio, but with one mean look, it won't be able to get away anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, this mean look is just excellent this particular game, right? I think it does so much. We'll have to see how it plays out in the later stages of the fights. We mentioned that Last Hope already has a lineup that looks a lot more promising at the Ray Pit, but this mean look can just turn things around. I mean, this single-handedly, this ability.
Yeah. I mean, there's only 2 ways for you to be able to get out of mean look. Number 1 is to predict it and use a full heal, or be as a reward. Yeah, which none of the Pokemon are for Last Hope.
That's not even an option. Well, here comes Venusaur trying to get that objective. There's a huge dunk, but they've already taken down the Venusaur. A bit of split priorities, causing them to just get wiped out. God of Warriors pounce on that slight bit of hubris. Last Hope, what are you doing there without your Trevenant?
Yes, sirree, and it is not going to stop there, not right now, as they're going to be able to take down the Trevenant once again. It's not going to help them, coming back up, responding, because God of War 2 is just eating them up, but not right there. They're going to be able to answer back, going to be able to take down one. The Machamp's going to be going down, and that off the mean look is not going to help them at all, as the Umbreon is going to be taken out as well.
This is the mistake that Last Hope avoided making in that Tier 2 top path, but God of Warriors fall for the bait. They don't respect the slow respawn timers, and when the Blissey and the Venusaur come back, it's just the easiest Bliss assistance of their life there. Cleans them up, they don't have the damage, not on the goal pad, to take this Pokemon down, and they need to be so much more careful. They need to make sure that this Venusaur is in a compromising position before jumping, because if the entire team is there to back them up, you're not getting it.
Oh yeah, but we see here as well that Regice is now down bottom. It seems as if like Last Hope has the positional advantage, might be able to take this, the first objective that they're going to have in the entire set. You know, game number 1, they didn't have any primary objectives, but this time this is going to be the first one, Regice.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy that this is their first objective, but all things considered, EXP-wise, it's not like they're so far behind.
Yeah.
I really like this sort of new adaptation because it feels like for the entire time in last meta where we saw Delphox, it was always that Fire Blast, Fire Spin. But now, with that recent nerf to Fire Blast and Fire Blast Plus, Mystical Fire just means that you have way more uptime on your Fire Spin. Because Fire Spin was also nerfed, had a bit of a cooldown increase. But if you're just consistently reducing the cooldown with the Mystical Fire, it's the same thing.
It is definitely the same thing. And speaking of same thing, here we have it. The same thing that GUOW is hoping for, the Rayquaza, and now trying to scout Last Hope for where they are at the tall grasses.
Kafka, he needs to try and learn from his previous mistakes there.
Oh, the mean look!
Nah, it's way too deep. I mean, you can't really afford to run into this choke. That is just firework heaven. And that's what Kafka's trying to bait them into, which is why you see Fun on that Umbreon just hiding off to the side. He knows that he can't breach anywhere past. That is just the no-fly zone. You can't.
That's true.
It has to be a full commitment, and you know you're running in there. It's going to be an easy Verdant Anger. No one on your team can survive that. So just poking away for now. Again, the 1 minute mark notice is so important because it informs the teams about their current standing. If they weren't keeping track of the score then, they'll know. But
here
the
we
fight's
go.
breaking out. Woodhammer in, and oh no, it's the Umbreon that goes down this time round. Charging forward on that Venusaur. They can't stop the tank. In comes Ramsey, mopping them up. The Machamp trying to stand toe to toe, but Verdant Anger. Someone's unhappy with this situation, and it's gonna be the Venusaur coming out on top with the help of the Trevenant. Here comes the backhand though, the Scyther, ready to try and flip the tides. This is what God of Warriors are so good at, and they get themselves the advantage. Now it's the Venusaur and company that need to make a move. If not, they're going to be the ones that are behind, and they are going to be out of the tournament, JJ.
And look at this as well. The spawn timer is going to be coming up as well. Everyone from God of Warriors 2 is now up as well. Going into the raid fight, only 30 seconds left. They need, Last Hope needs to rip this up right now if they want to win. But the problem is, God of Warriors 2 is complete as well. Now here we have it, another clash coming in.
Full focus in, very frolic, triple trample.
There we go! God of Warriors 2!
Snatches it away again. You just can't beat them at the Ray. It's too clean. You're walking into their territory. And Last Hope, you might be saying Mabuhay in your questionnaire, but now you're going to be saying goodbye to this tournament. The lower bracket round ends as soon as it started. A bit of a heartbreak for the Filipino fans watching to try and cheer for their fellow team members and their friends. But unfortunately, it was too clean. It's too clean. God of Warriors 2 was seeing a level of play and decision-making at that Ray pit that's just so precise. They are so nonchalant about it.
It is so precise coming from GOW2, and this is the reputation that they earned as well. And even SAR, even Shin and Rode, you know, the big dogs of Taiwan, aren't even scared of going against a GOW2 because of this. And we've seen it for 2 games in a row.
Bro, the second that little boilerplate at the top that tells you the time turns yellow, lock in. It's like Super Saiyan. They just turn on. You ever see Pikachu when Ash just kind of tells him to lock in and then he just starts glowing yellow? That's exactly what happens
when the enemy team comes in.
Yeah, what just happened? Can you imagine in that moment when so much chaos is happening, you're unclear whether you can win the fight. Yeah. Macham's like, man, I can't work this Venusaur down. Scyther's like, I got it, homie. So they just find little openings to slip through and be so annoying. You just can't cover all your bases. And all respect to Last Hope, because I think this draft
was actually pretty okay.
It was actually pretty okay. My main kind of, the part that disappointed me a bit, to be honest, not to point fingers, but I think Buster May, for the insane game 1 that he had on BBQ, this Dodrio performance wasn't really hitting for me. That's kind of where I'm coming, right? Like, I think whenever you think about Dodrio, you're thinking about this Pokemon that just kind of runs circles around your opponent.
Hit and run, basically.
Yeah, but you called it out. The mean look. What you gonna do?
Exactly, dude. Like, it's the moment that you get mean look, I mean, you're gonna get scared. If I use a mean look on you, I mean, you're gonna get.
I mean, you're looking at me meanly right now, and I'm terrified. I'm about to, my legs are quivering.
Exactly. And if your main gig is just run away, you won't be able to, because like your legs are weak.
Yeah, even your passive ain't gonna help you there.
Exactly.
Have you seen Dojo's leg? You know, I feel like
it's very thin.
Very thin.
Yeah, it's very skinny.
If he shakes, it's over.
Yeah.
We've got to see a bit of a replay of that game. I mean, everything just comes down to the Ray again. I mean, with this team, it might just be a trend that we see in this particular tournament today. It'll be very exciting to watch. I think very good play coming out from the side of Last Hope. I really respect what they were trying to go for, this old school Blissey Venu comp. Love to see it. It worked out perfectly. And I think in the last moments, it's just too difficult for the dojo to be involved. I mean, all this time, I'm looking at the dojo and the replay.
Yeah.
I'm just, not really inspired. Yeah, I think I remember this moment from the triple trampo as well, trying to keep things up.
And that was when the Trevenant wasn't really there. That's why they were able to like take in that Reggie Lucky and the first score goal. But at the same time, to be fair though, like Last Hope, I think they played pretty well. I think they played pretty well, even until the Rayquaza. But it's just that Rayquaza, I think they weren't really really able to like see or at least acknowledge the fact that hey, we can actually go against them. The Venusaur especially, the disengage of the Venusaur when they are winning against that of the Machamp, I think that was quite a waste into that team fight. And here you have, this is the part that I was talking about. I think they actually had a chance into taking that up, but they did not commit in that side, which allowed God of Warriors 2 to just, spawn back up and take the Rayquaza away.
Yeah, it was honestly kind of crazy because in that last moment, you take a look again, the dojo at triple trample, but it feels like the second you triple trample into this team, you're toast. I think dojo didn't really have enough backup because you think about what the supporting components are, all you really are relying on is a fire spin. The Blissey just has her full attention on the Venusaur. Venusaur's big Chad, you just get all the love and attention from the Blissey, and it's just,
I mean,
who
I
cares
wish I
about
was the Venusaur.
yeah, who cares about the wimpy little Dodrio who can't even run away properly?
I mean, if you were that, if you were like the Venusaur and maybe someone else is like the Blissey, I think that would be like a very great feeling.
Yeah.
I wish I was that.
Should close my eyes. I mean, that's the only feeling that they're going to hang on to because unfortunately they're out of the tournament and that is going to be their last chance, last hope out. So very unfortunate stuff, but that is how it goes. We only have one slot and look, all I'm saying is that it's Worlds we're talking about. We've seen so many different regions already bring out their best, and I think as much as
they played good.
As much as they played good, you gotta have a sort of thing for narrative timing, and you need you have one look at this team, and you know that maybe next year or maybe somewhere down the line, they have the potential for greatness. But now it's not them. It's not them.
Not yet.
It's like they ain't the main characters. You need to wait for the sequel or the spin-off arc or like a little sort of abridged version. They aren't. That's not them.
I know. Not yet. Maybe next time.
Yeah.
But speaking of which, though, let's find out about the bracket. Let's see the change of the bracket.
We'll have that for you in a little bit. Right? That's what I'm hearing. But of course, let's talk a bit more about many topics that we haven't really gotten to discuss because we just stepped in here, stepped straight into game number one. That's lower bracket, right? And I think in terms of the overall expectations, I was already riffing a bit about this earlier, but I think we saw this exact factor come in and bite Last Hope. It's the patch placebo effect. Call it the PP effect, okay? So patch placebo, every single time you take a look, let's say this is, like PP.
Yeah.
So every single time you take a look at the patch, you have the full list of notes here, okay?
It actually is.
You literally bring up the notes on your page and then you're like, oh, Tyranitar buff. And even though you haven't tried it yet, or even though you don't practice it in that kind of structured environment, in the back of your mind, you already sort of form a sort of positive connotation. And I think that's what kind of gets, unfortunately,
especially with the game one, most especially with the Cramorant, right?
Cramorant, yeah, and I mean it ends them out with a 2-0, and we're gonna take a look at the brackets now, which are ready. So let's pop on over to that. Unfortunately, we're gonna have to say goodbye. But how else have things shaken? I mean, wait, what are you oh-wowing about? What are we oh-wowing about? Okay, so let me talk us through it now. Look, we were very impressed with Mayo Wanlu being able to take down Issam Vincia. We didn't get to talk through it entirely, but what JJ would say if he was here is he would say, look, Issam Vincia in recent ACL Open qualifiers and stuff, they've taken down some of the Titans in Elevate, but Code Unknown Fibonacci were able to take them down. Now, Code Unknown Fibonacci, a couple of familiar faces. We'll get to them when we do the team breakdown, when we actually cover their match. But, of course, it's going to be Mei Wanlu dropping to the lower bracket up against God of Warriors 2. And we're going to be watching the Eason Masterclass. Eason Momento and Eason Vincier. It's unfortunately going to be a self-wipe here, Mason.
Yeah, so I mean, Eason Civil War, right? We've seen the Civil War for GOW going up against Taiwan top 16. We haven't watched that yet. But this isn't Civil War. What are we going to expect coming in? Vincere, one of the up-and-coming baby team that we call them, right?
Yeah.
Against Momento.
Momento's like, look, this is like the big boy versus little boy.
Yeah.
Like literally Eason Vincier in the whole Eason lineup. Now, if you're not in the PH scene, you wouldn't know this. But of course, we have JJ who's in the PH scene. He's very well tapped in. So he was telling us like, look, Eason has so many teams, and Vincier is the new little baby boy on the block.
Yep.
Right? This baby is not to be trifled with though, right? Because this baby managed to take off a couple of very significant games in the ACL Opens, but still haven't really proven themselves yet. They went on a magical Cinderella run throughout the lower bracket after being knocked down by Talon in the sort of first round. And they was even able to take out Elevate. So that's kind of crazy. We're talking about the two PH teams that have already qualified. So Eason Vincier, as much as they might be the newer team as compared to Momento, who have more familiar faces. So Momento, for those of you who've been following PH for a long time, members of the old Reach Pokemon,
right?
The previous Talon lineup, actually, right? So these guys know their stuff. So just because you don't recognize the name of the stack, maybe even some of them have changed their in-game names. They are forced to be reckoned with. In the first few seasons, they were up there in terms of the PH players. And yeah, it was crazy stuff.
Yeah, and we can't forget the fact that Momento actually placed top 3 in the PH qualifiers for Worlds as well.
Yeah.
So, you know, they are so close to getting the slot into Honolulu. But, you know, they're here to fight again and now once again into the Civil War. Top 3 from the Filipino region going up against a great strong team right now that almost took down Elevate in the ACL qualifiers as well.
Yeah.
I think both teams is not going to be easy. This game is not going to be easy. I predict maybe 2-1.
Yeah, look, respectfully, either way it's going to go. I think it's going to be a 2-1 because as much as generally speaking, you're thinking about, okay, this is the superior team. That's why they're like sort of the OG fellas. They've been around the block. But I think Vincier have something special and they're going to be dressed up nicely for this occasion. Speaking of dressing up nicely, we have a little bit of a video to show you about some very swanky holoware. Let's roll the tape. Gorgeous. Gorgeous. Just brings a tear to my eye.
It's so pretty skin, holoware, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jeez, I think every single time I see what comes out of the Battle Pass, I'm so excited because it feels like so much value packed into one sort of,
definitely.
You know, you pay a small little fee and then you just get like, look, we're all Unite grinders, right? We go crazy.
Yeah.
We go crazy in the ranked solo queue. That's me. And I'm crazy ranked solo queue. I'm just in there getting all my little tickets, getting all my little bonuses. It's nice.
Yeah.
I think, dude, look, you know, they always say that they sort of release holoware along with the popularity. I mean, I don't mind. If it's gonna look so nice. Did you see that Moonlight Prance?
Joe. With the crescent moon down, with the effects and everything.
It's crazy.
Yeah, and not forgetting, right? Like, Umbreon is probably one of the most picked Pokemon right now.
Umbreon and Trevenant, right?
Yeah. And
yeah.
But with Umbreon,
we're gonna see it a lot. That's
gonna be the whole day thing, right?
Yeah.
But with that new, holoware with the whole Japanese look into it as well. I want it. I want it.
Yeah.
But I'm just not at level 50 on the battle pass yet.
Yeah,
you
it's
know?
tough,
But I got a Mew, right?
You,
I got the Mew.
you need to put the work in.
Yeah.
You know, like, come on, you didn't hit the say. Come on, man. I mean, I know that. Like, look at this. I can still hit him. Even though it's okay.
But there's no hand in between.
Yeah. No, it's not me. It's from where I am right now. I'm summoning a psychic force to. You know Hoopa?
Okay. Okay.
Portal?
Yeah. Rings
That's my
of Bound.
Hoopa. That's everyone rate my Hoopa cosplay. That was crazy. Okay, enough waffling around.
Okay,
Let's talk a little bit about the match that we have ahead of us, right?
Mhm.
And I think this is a kind of a scary situation.
Definitely.
Mostly because JJ already mentioned it. This is a team that we are expecting in the grand finals.
Yeah.
If you had to tell me to pick a grand finals, I'd say Isen Momento and Taiwan top 16.
Yeah.
Because these are the guys who
Yeah,
are
two favorites, right?
statistically,
Yeah.
they're the ones who didn't qualify in their individual regions. And we have the head-to-head ready for you, so let's see exactly how this is going to pan out between these two.
Yep, so there we have, ladies and gentlemen, it's Isen Momento going against Isen Vincier. On the Momento lineup, we got JT, Sent, Dreamt, and Ryu. But what about the Vincier side?
Vincier, Jamiru, Faye, User, Dawn, and Jackatal. Now, look, Isen Vincier, got a level with you.
Yeah.
Don't know none of these guys.
Yeah.
What I do know is that they're beasts, okay? You don't just join Isen if you're some no name kind of you don't even know how to play Pokemon. These guys got the skills to pay the bills, that's for sure. Up against Isen Momento, again, it's a very similar, I think, situation that we find ourselves in where there is no doubt these teams scrim religiously.
Yeah,
right. Like it's got to be like every day. Right before lunch, you hit a little scream before.
Yeah.
Right before dinner, you hit a little scream before Mento. Right before you go to sleep, you give a Mento a kiss goodnight. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, both teams are from Isen as well. Like you said,
Yes,
they scream. They probably scream. There are more sessions within Isen itself.
Yeah.
And both teams might know each other's trick.
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
so I mean, it's not gonna be an easy task. It's got a lot of counterplay and knowing or pulling tricks out of your bag that your sister team might not be knowing of as well.
Okay, so let me throw you a little bit of a caveat, right?
Okay.
Because I think anyone coming into this match who knows a bit about the teams and how we're hyping them up, statistically speaking, you're thinking Isen or Momento. Even in the past, you're thinking, okay, this is the old Reach Pokemon. Sure, some of their names look different. So Sent and Ryu have changed their IGNs, but they're still very much largely intact with the same names. I mean, you'll recognize JT, you'll recognize Dreamt. The thing with this team is that, look, I'm about to say something.
Okay, say it.
That's a little harsh.
Okay.
They used to be talent. There's a reason why they used to be talent.
So what's the reason?
The reason, if you can't infer, boy, is that when they had their opportunity to represent talent,
Okay.
they didn't do a good enough job.
Mm.
Look, I'm not an armchair psychiatrist.
Okay.
Okay? But I sit here, I watch these games, and I watch these players throughout multiple different tournaments. And one thing that's become very apparent to me is when teams are not on the same page. Now, this can come from a variety of reasons, right? Either you haven't prepared well enough.
Yep.
Either you're just not communicating well.
Okay.
And both of those reasons are horrible. These are like the baseline requirements for being able to function successfully
As a team.
in the Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, you would know this as well. Like, if we're sitting in a voice call and we ain't saying anything, how are you supposed to sort of play the game or know what's the priority?
I mean, that's basically our every ranked game, right?
Yeah, which is why we don't. Which is why we have a sub 40% win rate.
Exactly.
Boy.
Yeah. so I mean, as functioning together as a team, we saw in the previous game as well, right?
Yeah.
How well all this precision actually paid dividend.
Yeah.
And when you work together, you time every timing right. Everyone is at the right spot together.
Yeah.
It always pays dividend. And if today, Momento can't keep this up, we might have the same story as the previous years as well.
Exactly.
Right? Talent always fall short last year. And this year, they fell short in the PH Opens one again and the top in third place. And if they can't work this out within the next few hours, they might even, or the next few minutes, they might even fall short to their sister team right here.
And also, look, I know that we're watching the APAC East qualifiers right now, but just because you qualify for APAC East, there's a whole bit of evolution and leveling up you need to do before you're ready to play at worlds, man. Worlds.
Yes, that's where
like
the big boys are
30
at, right?
best teams in the world. You pop up there just to get smacked back home. That's gonna be a sad sight.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Like I think what I'm worried the most about, and the reason why I think Vincere actually stand a good chance, is because in the past we've seen this mental hurdle be a factor. When they were talent, when they were reach, they would find themselves in these situations that honestly, I think if I was playing that game in the solo queue, I'd be tilted as well. But you can't let it get to you. You're a professional e-gamer. Okay, you need to keep things tight, be an unshakable mountain, and lead your team to victory. That's the only way you become the very best. And of course, we'll see whether Momento have... we know they have the skills, right? So let's take a look at some of their stats to see how they've been doing so far throughout the competitive circuit. We have that ready for you popping up in just a bit. But I think I'm expecting a lot of things. I mean, this is a team that is highly aggressive, prioritizes a lot of their attackers, as we can see here.
Yep, average damage dealt on a 190,000 damage, and at damage received 212,000, and the average recovery 85,000. That's what you mentioned, right? Previously, like they are a really attack-heavy, focused kind of team, and 190 is not a small number to be dealing with as well.
Yeah, and I think one thing that we saw most notably from last season was a very high priority on these Comfeys, on these single target healing supports, right? Just in a way, I think sometimes people like to refer to them as pocket healers because you just kind of keep them in your pocket and they follow you around. It's kind of similar to what we saw with the Venusaur last game, right? And this is, no surprises, a style that Issa Momento is very comfortable playing because they played in those previous seasons. They picked up Blissey and the Comfey 50%. Of course, when one's banned out, probably they opt for the other. But what's interesting to see as well is the Mimikyu, Sylveon, and Trevenant 100% pick rate. So they've basically played every single game so far with these three Pokemon, but there are only 2 bans, right? So either way, one of them is going to slip through. It'll be interesting to see what Vincere, like you mentioned, knowing a bit of their secrets, prioritizes in terms of taking out for them.
Yeah, like what are they going to be pulling out of the bag? But something that interests me is that 100% pick on Trevenant.
Yeah.
Right? It's not an easy feat to actually pick Trevenant every single game.
Yeah, I'm surprised because that implies that there are things that their opponents are more scared of than the Trevenant, which we've already seen time and time again is a huge problem. Now, the Tyranitar effect is still coming into play. It just seems like all the teams don't want to deal with that sandy beast of a man.
I mean, slowing down, he gets to slow you down. There's some piercing damage through those Sandstorm as well. Dark Pulse is a pretty heavy damaging attack. And not forgetting its Unite move could execute every single one that is within of range as well. So they have to be really careful and therefore, maybe not wanting to deal with the Tyranitar, but a Masquerada ban for Momento side. Is that a target ban?
Yeah, I would assume so. I mean, when have we ever even seen Masquerada recently, right? It just kind of feels like, I think Luminosity were the ones who brought it out on Overlord a few times with some flower trick double team shenanigans, but apart from that, it's like
that's it.
Yeah, I mean, it just feels like a Pokemon that, relies on quite a bit of trickery and acrobatics to get the most out of the map, and, you already have Mimikyu for that. For now, this is a good start, though, for Vincere, and it's very promising because JT snags up that Mimikyu, and immediately those other 2 picks that Issa and Momento have run with every single game so far snatched away.
Yep, I mean, we know that, the Trevenant is really strong on Mental side, but, something interesting is Mew being picked up by Dreamt. Right?
Yeah.
Like, Mew being a really, not the easiest Pokemon to pilot, I would say. So many options, so many micro decisions to be made as well. Could Dreamt pull this off?
Yeah, the thing about Mew is that it got nerfed, and that doesn't mean that it's bad.
Yeah.
The thing with Mew is that it exponentially increases in effectiveness with skill.
Yep. Definitely.
It's just a Pokemon with such a high skill ceiling, which is why we saw these Mews at the world stage pumping out 100k damage casually, just casually.
It's easy,
like
right?
no big deal. But for you, if you try and pull out a Mew in your game, I'd be surprised if you even did 20.
No, I mean I'm at the
somehow you find a way.
Count, right?
Yeah, you somehow find a way to be locked on coaching the entire game and not be around a single ally.
That's just how things is if you pick Mew, I guess.
Yeah, that's true. It's unfortunate. But the thing with Mew, so Issa Momento opting for some Pokemon that recently have taken nerfs. Sure, smaller nerfs. I think in the professional community, people still value Mew, but it's not that just kind of very straightforward,
pick
no
and go
thoughts
kind
empty.
of Pokemon.
Yeah, you can't just get away with blind picking it. But Sableye, baby, what are we doing? What are we doing? What's cooking, Vincere?
Looking at what is happening, right? You got the Crustle, you got the Dodrio, you got that Sableye. Is this the try? Are they trying out for a dunk composition right here. They are really strong Kadunkers, they are really fast, more information gathering with the Sableye as well. But this looks like our typical kind of like Duncom lineup.
I think, look, if there's any way to tilt, if there's any way you're gonna tilt Momento at the very start of this competition, it's gonna be something like this. I mean, what is every time you try to score Sableye, it's just right there. You just get a Crustle. I wonder what kind of build the Crustle is gonna go for as well, because most of the time, whenever we see Crustle, it's X is a rock too.
Yep,
no real question about it. But the Shell Smash and maybe even the Stealth Rock can kind of be very annoying, because if you're trying to score or pressure an area, or you try and take an objective, just toss a little Stealth Rock there.
Yeah.
Suddenly they can't traverse. It's very hard, especially for these sort of more squishy attackers on the side of Momento, to make it happen. Now, they have the Glaceon coming out in the central area, and Glaceon, despite the nerfs, is still very effective at shredding high HP targets. Here comes Sableye for the first steal though. Gonna try and nab this buff. Won't be successful in doing so. So already first thing on the checkbox, not really going his way.
I mean, that's just Sableye doing Sableye things, right? Like just invading your opponent's central area, just doing a little bit of disruption towards your opponent. Hopefully, you know, just hopefully manage to just steal the buff away from them, just slowing down their levels. But even though it didn't, you know, work out, it still does its thing, right? It's just slow them down a little bit on the whole process of it.
Yeah, for now, just having the X speed back out to safety, which is not really the best though. With Sableye, you're always trying to find single targets that just kind of are susceptible to being picked off.
Yep.
Maybe this information is going to net them a pick off onto But he swiftly gets out
away, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's so much information gathering as well. Yes, they know that the Sableye is around them, but they're unable to do anything about it.
Early eject button from the Glaceon just has to get out of dodge there. And again, the information coming into play. We've seen some Hoopas throughout today and even in Korea go for the Trick Phantom Force build, making use of that recent buff. But it's going to be the all-reliable Hyperspace Hole.
Yeah, I mean, with the Hyperspace Hole, they could do quick rotations up and down bottom as well. You know, those quick objective, right? After getting one Reggie, you could just immediately portal back up to top and then just get the other Reggie as well. So there's so much flexibility in terms of mobility for the rest of the team. They have quick setup, they have early scaling as well. So with this Hoopa, they can get advantage and play the numbers game as fast as possible against their opponent.
Yeah, Issan or Momento kind of need to strike hard and fast with their lineup, it feels like, because a lot of their Pokemon are spiking a bit earlier, especially I'm looking at the Sylveon and the Dodrio. These are Pokemon that later on in the game might fall off. Right? You just don't have the same amount of damage output that a Glaceon or Mew can have. And that's why it's especially important to hang on to these Tier 1 goal zones, because when you don't really have a dedicated frontliner other than the Umbreon, you want a nice little barrier between yourself and them. You can just poke from afar, stop the downs from coming through. Now they're trying to pressure the bot path.
Yeah, but there we have, you know, a big fight right there for 4v3 as the Sableyes come into play. Unable to do much though for a Mental. They have no choice but to back off this one as well. But as the rest of the team just fall and just gather right there in the central area, immediately Hyperspace Portal bringing two Pokemon up top.
That's the big problem with the Sylveon, right? Every single time you see this Pokemon use the Hyper Voice, it's just, okay, do we really have enough to run into that? Beautiful body blocks from Jakatao are going to get taken down as a result. So sacrificing himself there, essentially, to save the Crustle. Not really sure whether it's worth it, because, again, there's just so much being gathered from Issan or Momento at the moment.
Wow, down goes the Tier 1 for Vincier, unable to stop that Mew from scoring in time. As the Regis spawn right here, immediately Momento knows that no Tier 1, they're focusing onto the Regieleki as well. And, you know, nothing that the Sableye could do.
Yeah, still trying to come through for the steal is that Umbreon, but equally unsuccessful. It'll just be an easy trade-off. But like you mentioned from those Hyperspace holes, it's just simple rotations, quick and painless. This is the most effective mode of transport you've seen in your life.
Yeah, I mean, that's the best form taxi, I would say. Right, and there, you know, Crustle trying to push off the Regieleki with those, you know, those attacks, and Crustle able to, you know, push so much crowd control, X-Scissors, and, you know, able to do this to the Regieleki. What could he do in a team fight situation as well? He could control them and just clump them up together so much easier.
Yeah, I think the only thing that I'm worried about here is that we see a bit of a fight. Glacial stage committed, trying to get those ice crystals pumping through. Trevenant in big trouble, still able to turn around and Woodhammer though, keeping this goal zone intact. And the Hyper Voice just being so annoying. Here comes the reinforcements in the Sableye, but the question is it enough? The Sylveon still needs to back up, and now the ice crystals coming through, Sableye is just going to go down. So again, Isam Vincia are starting to run out of firepower into the resets. And you're talking about the Crustle, okay, sure, you can trap them, but if you just put a Hyperspace hole where they're trapped, they're still going to be able to get themselves out.
Yep, definitely. And knowing that this is a dunk composition, right? Team fight is not their specialty, right? They're not exactly down and get the one-on-one or the 5v5 right there. They are all down into dunking. And looking at the scoreline right now, right? 169 into 11. Have they even started dunking?
The thing is they can't, right? Because anywhere you try and make a move, the Hoopa portal's right there to bring in defenders. And that's the whole game plan at the moment for Momento. It's very straightforward.
Yep.
Whenever you see presence in the top half, oh, hyperspace all up to the top. You can immediately see that probably coming through now. Glaceon coming to back up the Mimikyu. They will go down though. Glacial stage committed. And there's the portal. Here comes the reinforcement. So is going to come through, wipe down that poor Sableye. And just like that, again, Vincia just have to run.
Yeah, and we were saying like, right, how much damage that Mew could do to the rest of the team. Those Solar Blade literally shred most of Vincia Pokemon down to about one quarter of the health. And you know, that kind of damage you really have to dodge and don't want to walk straight right into his Solar Beam.
Yeah, absolutely. And these are two Pokemon that traditionally we would consider tanky, right? The Crustle as well as the Trevenant, but they are looking like minced meat. Popping the Hoopa Unite move down here, Swisswar might just go down, but you gotta imagine that the reinforcements are coming through, or just the best bluff of his life. Okay, Rings Unbound just for no one to come through, but it does buy him a little bit of time. He's still gonna try and Hyperspace Fury, but the whole time, Carnage in the top half as Momento taking a huge advantage.
Yeah, but here's the question, right? Is that Rings Unbound worth it? Right? It is a buff. It is a bluff. It kept that Hoopa alive, but right, not the rest of Vincia actually came and engaged or tried to do a little bit more, you know, or try to prepare for a fight, and there's no objective involved, and now, you know, that Hoopa have to start gathering all his Unite percentage back as well. Is it even worth it?
I would say yeah, because, you know, still 2 KOs in the top half. They managed to take down the tier 2 goal zone. I mean, I can go on, Moonboy, but I think, you know, it balances out, at least in my books. I'm not an accountant, but I'm sure Momento very happy with that situation. Now clinging on to this tier 1 goal zone are Vincia. Clean reset, can't Horn Leech in time. The Hoopa able to extract themselves. Can't imagine that they're coming back. Wow, very, very daring. Bring himself back into the fray. Probably going to go down on Swisswar, not able to catch the reset this time. But the entire time, do you hear that sweet music? It's ice crystals freezing Vincia. This is a refrigerator or something. These guys are getting toasted.
Yeah, I mean, we mentioned that Glaceon is a late stage kind of like Pokemon, right? It is at level 13 already at a 3-minute mark. And, you know, knowing that the opponent is not exactly a team fight kind of composition and it's just snowballing at this point in time.
Yeah, I mean, the Sableye looking like every Sableye that I've seen ever. Just completely unsuccessful. Better off not picked. Nobody's happy with him. He's just generally not a very pleasant sight. Level 10, not really impacting the map. Wasn't able to get the early KOs in the central area when the Pokemon were weaker. Now, the Regieleki, at risk of going down to his Vincia, the Secure is a bit too strong with the Hyper Voice, of course. But I don't, like, this is chill. Like, Momento are fine. They're 250 points ahead.
Yeah, I mean, they are ahead in points, they are ahead in levels as well, right? There's so many, they know that they have a stronger firepower going into the final stretch. So all they have to do is just make sure and ensure where all the Vincia players are, right? So that they are not doing anything sneaky, dunking unnecessary points towards them as well. And if they could secure this last fight in the Legendary's pit, they can secure their victory for map number 1.
Yeah, high expectations here for this Sin Momento lineup. Have to try and take down their counterpart in this early stage. It's a bitter but necessary measure to move on. I'm sure they have very high hopes for themselves and they're starting out on the Ray pit. It's only the Trevenant showing. It's gonna have to be a clean initiation, but all the Unite moves ready.
Yeah, definitely. And take a look at the minimap on the top left corner. Dodrio sneakily moving up to the top side, but only holding so little points though.
Nothing.
Yeah, it's 66 points into the basket, but they have to get that raid, they have to start going. If not, it's gonna be too late. Another 28 by the Crustle.
They're starting to head things up here. They just need to keep picking up and finding an angle. For now, they've caught out the Sableye and the Crustle. Rumble Rouser in the middle, Triple Trample coming through, but it's only an Umbreon. Everyone from the side of Instant Momento has escaped, and Glaceon starting to rain in the pain. Where are you going? Play with me, Lil Sylveon. I want you right by my side, and nowhere to run. All the Unite moves pop, and so up in Vincia, they get exploded. And the only member remains is Crustle coming through. There's gonna have to be a Hero X Scissor, but he can't even find the angle. Stopped by the Umbreon. Goodbye and good night. Just a clean execution overall and the surrender.
Wow.
Oh no, that is not a good sign.
Yeah, I mean, it's something crumbling in.
The tier 1 goal zone pops up. You need to commit even deeper to try and backcat. It just doesn't work out. And you're looking at the lineup now. I'd argue to say Vincier got the best initiation they could have already. The Crustle is the target that you want to be swarmed upon. He pops his Rubble Rouser. Okay, here comes the Phantom Forest, but they just couldn't link it up. The team members, they were way too split. I really got to know what the plan for Vincier was there because I wasn't seeing it.
Yeah, I mean, they have good damage, right? From the Dodrio if they ever needed to.
Look,
yeah.
Look at the number. I don't know about good damage.
Yeah.
From who?
But
who is
overall,
doing this good damage? Is the good damage in the room with us right now?
it's the Sylveon, right? But overall, right, they were all scattered all apart, and every Pokemon is really squishy, right? Apart from the defender.
Yeah.
And if they just run into their opponent are usually higher level than them, at least 1 or 2 level above them, and they can't initiate anything. All they say, oh, there's an opponent, I have to back off. Oh, there's an opponent, I have to back off, right?
I think
Hyperspace Hole just covers every single tier 1 goal zone as well, so they can't exactly get close to anything, and their objective can't run for their playbook.
Yeah, I'm not really sure whether you guys saw the battle report there, but it tells a very significant story because you see the very sure. It's not like Vincier didn't get any objectives. We'll see it in some of these replays as well. They got the objectives, but they never converted it into anything. They get an objective, there's no dunks because immediately comes a swift response through the Hyperspace Hole again and again. And the Hyperspace Hole, like we mentioned, not just the transportation across the map, as we'll see here. Look, Rubble Rouser, but perfect dodge from JT to buy some time with the play rough. Sure, he does end up going down, but by the time the Hoopa comes through, so does the rest of the team, just get wiping out. And like you mentioned, the Solar Beam, so much damage from the Mew. In a game where Glaceon and Mew are just allowed to fire from afar, that's the dream come true.
Yeah, I think it boils down to the fact that, you know, maybe Vincier was not as coordinated as Momento this time around. Right? Like, you know, they are supposed to work as a team, and especially for a dunk competition, everyone has to be at the right place at the right moment at the right time to capitalize on all those dunking opportunity, but they did not capitalize on that, and you know, they just fall apart after that.
It's a weird thing because I think when the Japanese first popularized the score comp, right, it felt when you were watching like just 5 individuals making good decisions at every instant.
Yep.
It almost felt like there was no rhyme or rhythm to it. They would just look at the current map state and they would decide whether it was good to go for a backcap. Should I run to this area? Should I occupy this space on the map? And then later on, as that particular strategy developed, we saw it evolve into something a lot more constructed. So it's clear delegations across the map. Which Pokemon is supposed to be which area, who's supposed to score at what time. This was score comp, none of that.
Yeah.
You know, even if you boiled it back down to the basics where each member was making good decisions as an individual unit, we didn't see any of that. Like the Sableye impact in the game, minimal. Dodrio, barely saw him, other than when he was tripling, trampling into his own KO, right? Like look, I would like to ask him a couple of questions. Unfortunately, the questions that we asked them were a bit different. We'll have some answers though. Let's take a look at how they were sort of responding to them here. Of course, we asked Isan or Momento, what do you think are the characteristics of your team? Now, keep in mind, this is the old talent, old reach Pokemon. We rely on our team's chemistry and always strive to improve by embracing mistakes without fear.
Yeah, I mean, knowing that you have mistakes, right? You're knowing that you have to improve and what areas have room for improvement. That is the strongest part of being a team.
Exactly.
And that's how you get to a next level as soon as, you know, you realize how to improve and you achieve that as well. And without fear as well.
Exactly.
Right? They're not afraid of mistakes. They're not afraid of any setbacks. They are here to just face them on and just clear these obstacles ahead.
Exactly. Pokemon Unite is a game that is so condensed in terms of the decisions that you have to make, and it feels like each small mistake that you make amplifies and is so exponentially damaging that you need to be able to work through them. So very cool answer to hear. Of course, we'll hear from the sister team, Vincier as well. I believe we asked them a very similar question. How was your team formed? Our team comprised former champions who aim to make one final run. Wow. Now, look, again, champions. I'm sure I'm sure you know that there were tournaments that they competed in there that they've sort of found themselves in top seeds, but throughout at least the qualifiers and the cast that we've done, we've rarely seen these names. Right? So this feels like it's this final shot of proving themselves, and a bit worried, to be honest, because if that first game was their last hurrah, if that first game was their big like final bullet
run.
loaded in the chamber where they were ready to sort of give it their best shot, I'm not very confident. Like I'll be honest. Look again, feels like what me and JJ saw in the previous match with God of Warriors and Last Hope. Stop getting too crazy. You don't need to do all that. You know what I mean? You just give us the basics, baby.
Just pick good Pokemon.
Yeah,
just fight together.
Teams.
Yeah, like I think the whole game plan fell through in game number 1. It just didn't look great for them as well. So hopefully this last final run is gonna be allowing them to have another chance into the comeback and not let the next map be the final one.
Exactly, and even if we'll take a look at our featured player, because I'm sure that I have one in mind. I don't know whether it's gonna be the one we see on our screen. It's gonna be Scent. Okay. Well, I think Scent had a very, very easy game. Just chilling from the get-go.
Yeah, I mean, he's just farming, getting those.
Yeah, your support comes in, chases away the Sableye. Yeah. Every time they show up, you just have perfect kiting. But I think very well played at the final stretch, especially because there was a somewhat scary initiation that they managed to dodge. Yeah. Right, so always keeping their distance, just in range to do Ice Shot's damage still, and you take a look at the average damage dealt, 50k. So always a very major component in terms of that output for the team.
Yeah, I mean, he's the main damage dealer, right? Like, we
from the central area.
Yeah, from the central area, coming in, getting in those flanks into those zones as well. And we have seen those great Icicle Sphere, Glacier Stage, just catching most of their opponent.
Yeah.
And just stopping those Dodrio from doing his shenanigans as well. And that's where, he just Icicle Spheres and the rest of the team just capitalize off that as well. And hopefully we get to see more of this action. Maybe we get the chance to see Smelskirada as well.
Yeah, exactly. Now, I think Icicle Spheres, they always are a subject of contention because the whole notion of having a move that just does sure damage. The second you lock on, it's
just
you have
firing.
the body block. Yeah, I think this is something that people always found very powerful. And when you're able to use it well and maneuver with such grace, it becomes such a factor. Now, you were mentioning the Icicle Spheres. I was particularly impressed by Scent's use of glacial stages because it always felt like as soon as someone would challenge any goal zone,
he just popped it up.
He just pops it. Right? And sometimes you see Glaceons get a bit too comfortable. It's like ice skating, you slide on the ice and then you fly a bit too far forward, you smack yourself in the wall. Not a pretty sight. But you kind of put the glacial stage down and it almost felt like Scent was inviting them. Scent was saying, you want to skate? You're going to get your teeth.
You're going to get frozen.
You're going to get frozen.
Yeah.
Right. So really cool stuff. So I mean, we're going to have game number 2 here. And again, in a very similar situation to the first series that we saw, Mason. I think give us, it's Vincia. You guys are former champions. Show us a bit of that championship quality.
Definitely.
Show us a bit of that sauce. Give us some juice. Like give us what made you guys former champions.
Yep, and this is like what they said. This might be their final map right here as well. So they have to bring up the big, whatever there's left in the artillery. They have to bring it down. And I want to see more fights coming in for Vincia.
Yeah, that first match didn't really feel very interactive. I mean, Crustle is cool.
Yep. I mean, it's decent, right?
No, Crustle is cool, and people might even consider it a great defender. But I don't know what he was doing. Like, it just felt like
it's not doing much.
I'm looking at every single. I'm sure the observers feeling the same thing. Like, they're looking at every single member of Vincia. Like, okay, who am I even looking at? Because no one's doing anything, right? Like, there was never any concerted play. Oh, okay. Okay, I thought they were gonna leave it to me because we've seen some 4-hit teams decide to empty out a ban intentionally to leave more Pokemon in the pool to force you into that first pick, right? But instead, they go back for the Hoopa. They snatch. Okay, this is actually a snatch. So Hoopa now in the hands of Vincia. No more crazy map rotation potential, no more reset potential. What is the option? Wouldn't be surprised to see a Blissey, but yeah, immediately snapping up 2 of their favorites here in the Trevenant and the Mimikyu.
Yep, I mean, these are 2 great and premium Pokemon, right? Mimikyu, we saw JT have 100% pick rate as well. In the hands, he did really good job doing a lot with the Mimikyu as well. Trevenant being one of the most premium defender Pokemon right here also. But on the side of Vincia, double evolution being locked up immediately.
Ooh.
We're gonna see a earlier, stronger earlier game.
Yeah, my problem is that I'm seeing Mimikyu, Trevenant, and Blissey. We saw the team stats. This is ultimate comfort. Now, they're going for the Cramorant here, and in a previous match, we already saw a Cramorant Mimikyu lineup run into some problems. I'm interested to see what Scent picks up in this final Pokemon selection. User is going to go back for the Crustle despite that kind of rough first game, and they go for the Delphox. So very well-rounded draft. This is the classic kind of double defender. You have the reset of the Hoopa to get them out of trouble if needed, but your attackers are just going to be firing from afar, throwing the fire spins out. You know, if you try and come a bit too close, you're going to get Hyper Voice. If you stand a bit too far, you're fire spin. Yeah.
And Sen immediately picks up the Zoroark, right? That's one Pokemon that we have not seen for a while, or even this is the first appearance of Zoroark for today, the Illusion Pokemon. You know, lots of potential for just sneaking up from behind, 1-2 slash, and you are KO'd immediately. And, you know, if Vincier is not careful of where the positioning of the Zoroark is, you know, that might spell punishment for them.
Yeah, and I think it's so cool that we see a Pokemon like that, because I think that's where the Blissey shines the most, right? If you only have one good Bliss assistance target, things can get very choreographed for you in the fight. Like, people know exactly where you're going to be, and they're going to stop you. Now, I like this Delphox pick because the healing denial is something we always need to talk about. You're up against a Trevenant, you're up against a Blissey. Trevenant, a lot of self-healing, and Blissey, not just the natural cure, but also all the soft pearls, all the Bliss assistances that she puts out. It's very difficult. And look, there is a decent amount of mobility on the core Pokemon of Momento. But in a teamfight situation, they're not the tankiest. That's the problem. You have Dive that can get you out of trouble. You have all these dashes from Zoroark. You have the Mimikyu, even with the invincibility frames, right? But if you're stuck in that just kind of same area because of something like a Meatloaf or Rock Tomb
or a Fire Spin, those are good ways to actually stop this sneaky Pokemon from doing their thing as well.
Yeah. Fortunately for Vincier, this might be their end of the road here. It's up against their sister team, so I can't imagine they'll be too sad, but bitterness on both sides and a bit of heartbreak, for sure.
Yep, definitely. And, you know, this is a good startup, right? You know, getting a little bit more EXP onto the Hoopa as well, trying to get it to level 9 as soon as possible to get those Rings Unbound activated for them to do a little bit more shenanigans. That would be a good way to work it out.
Yeah, and I think it's just become common, right? Especially these range supporters, getting that early red buff just amplifies the harass that you can do. You need all the help that you can get, especially when you're playing top half Crustle.
Yep. I mean, I'm excited to see what kind of Crustle is this going to go for, right? Is it going to be the Rock Tomb build, or is it going to be, you know, what we saw previously as well? And if I want to see a Rock Tomb build coming in from this Crustle as well, to have a little bit more control over their main Pokemon like their Zoroark, or even trapping the Cramorant after it diving away as well.
Yeah, that's the tricky thing, right? Because when you put a Rock Tomb down, and you're up against Pokemon with so many dashes, as we see very brilliantly demonstrated there, it's so difficult to feel good about it. Like, sometimes you feel like you're blocking your own team instead. An early Jack button out, the bricks, and being chased down Ryu. Very aggressive, has enough damage. Hero play from the Trevor. I mean, even if he goes down here, it's completely fine. Almost turns around for a Wood Hammer just to break things up too. Very nice stuff from this defender.
Yeah, but 4 men on the bottom side from Vincier. They really want to put those pressure on in the early part of the game, right? They really want to put those dunks in, maybe try to get a little bit of a KO, a few KOs right there as well. But, you know, they're immediately moving straight out to their central area as well with the Zoroark. Momento is not putting on the break as well.
Oh my goodness, that was disgusting. That's why Zoroark is so scary. Now, we typically see it played a lot in the Taiwan region, but Momento showing that they can do it to Scent. As we saw in the player stats, he's such a big component of his team's damage. And I mean, he's got to be doing at least 80% of the work so far.
Yep, definitely. I mean, he's the main damage dealer right here. Right? He's the one who should get the KO for the rest of the team. Yep. But immediately 4 men rotating straight right to the top side for Vincier as well. With the Hoopa Express, you know, these quick rotations, they can stack more players on each lane as much as possible.
Yeah, but the numbers advantage doesn't even matter because the Zoroark's in there cleaning them up. It doesn't matter if you bring reinforcements, that's just more KOs for us. Sure, you want to defend? No, that proves to be a big mistake. As the Crustle finally comes through. Where was User in this entire situation? Busy chasing a Blissey. Now Scent able to dodge narrowly out of trouble. Beautiful feint attack. It's been acrobatics from this Zoroark so far.
Yeah, I mean those entry are just clean for him as well. It seems like right here, the Umbreon might be a little bit of trouble, but I think he will be getting out of this scope freely as well. But Zoroark already at level 9 at this point in time, and he's just gonna be really devastating. As the rest of this year have to be careful to know where is he coming from? Is he gonna be flanking us from behind?
Yeah, the problem is they don't really have a Pokemon that can deal with him and catch him as well. You're relying on the foul play. Oh, Gatling Gulp Missile standing their ground there. Dreamt not able to secure it though. They still end up losing. I mean, they lose the objective, sure, they get one Sylveon, but it really doesn't feel good unless you can find more. Pressure's heating up though.
It's definitely okay, right? I mean, they're just putting so much pressure on Momento on the bottom side as well. Zoroark with the Unite move, dashing straight right in.
Yeah, howling to the moon there and claiming quite a few. Ryu might go down. Nice 8-ball. Don't tell me that's enough. The fire spin cleans it up, but the down box disappears. Here comes Trem, ready to help him out. Diving left, right, and center. You can't touch me. Dodging these hyper voices. Play with me. Where are you going again? Beautiful target priority. They are juking them left and right. Send that last softball. The bait attack. It's gonna be enough. The fire spin desperately trying to chase, but it's not fast enough. And great play coming up from Su, just standing in the way, being the target and absorbing the fire spin. Sent finds himself right in the hands of a Crustle, and that is a huge KO. They needed that.
They really need to take that Zoroark down, get those Revenge EXP back up as well. But the Zoroark damage has already been done, just putting so much Pokemon back to their Pokemon Center as well. And you know, right here, Momento trying to just control Vincier down the bottom side.
They know the Zoroark is going to take a while to come back, and they're trying to push this advantage as much as possible. Fanciful Fireworks on the go zone allows them to capture it, and a nice reset as well fishes them back to safety. Now the question is, do they want to come back here? There isn't really an objective to fight for, so they'll just come through, pick up some points, and opt for the reset. A very good chain of events for Vincier.
Yeah, Vincier able to catch up a little bit more on the EXP level as well, getting those Revenge KO onto Momento's Pokemon. But, you know, next objective available is definitely going to be the Regieleki on top, right? Is Vincier trying to compete for it as well, but down goes 30 more points towards Vincier.
Very cute play there from Don, going to be able to help themselves get out. But funnily enough, a lot more successful scoring on the Hoopa than the Sableye last game.
Yep.
When, you know, when you consider how it went. But this is what we wanted to see from Vincier, right? Keep in mind, this is a team, the newest in Isen line, that has proven themselves. They went on a crazy lower bracket run in the ACL Opens, even defeating Elevate, and we're starting to see a bit of that caliber come through.
Yeah, and this is what we're talking about. This is what we want to see from Vincier, right? And compared to the previous game as well. This is what they're actually made of. And I would love to see this going, and if this goes on, Vincier actually might have a chance. They just have to control Sand, that's it.
It's a shame that we need to say goodbye to one of these teams this early on, but that's the nature of the competition. So far, the Kremlin hasn't really inspired, right? I think even in that bot path fight with the Gatling Gulp Missile, it just wasn't enough. Like, they just couldn't work through the targets, and I think that's always been a Kremlin problem, and maybe we'll see it develop even as we go later into the game.
Yeah, I mean, Gatling Gulp Missile, the Kremlin is just stuck in the center of the whole radius, right? Yeah. Yeah, so
easy fireworks, easy Hyper Voice, easy X's.
Go straight right to it as well. Hyper Voice just trying to shred you down. Everything could remove that Gatling Gulp Missile, and they have to be really careful where it's positioned.
Oh, they tried for the Unite move, but a bit too late. Sent able to clean them up. Both the Assassins on the side of Momento, forcing them back. And you gotta keep in mind, there was a Hoopa Unite move used as well, so a bit of a wasted one. It's not too bad because you still have time to build it up for the final fight, which is why we see all these Unite moves being used. They're trying to pick up some residual KOs here, and another pickup for this Zoroark. So even though there was a nice chain of events for Vincier in this lead-up, basically even now, it feels like. And another KO of the Silver, and they find another.
Yeah, this Zoroark is just running around, right? Running around, fighting prey, and just hunting for the next target, and just getting KO one after another. Yep. Even though the point difference is maybe about 9-point difference at this point in time. But, you know, Vincier, all they have to do is one job and one job only. Yeah. Stop that Zoroark from going insane.
Exactly. Now, on the flip side, on Momento, everything they're trying to do is set up for Scent to go sicko mode, right? You just want the Mimikyu being a bit of a distraction, Dreamt being that target. Sure, we talked about the Gatling Gulp Missile being a huge target that you paint on your own back, but that's fine. If Scent is able to capitalize on the chaos, you're A-okay. Now, final Ray fight, this is what it comes down to. On Momento, they are the OG team. They're one of the first few in the Isen line. They want to show that they can't be bested by their younger brother, but Vincier, they might just have something to say about about that.
Is this going to be the last run for Vincier, or is this going to be Momento's victory moving to the next stage? It's all down to this. Rayquaza is spawned right now. We're into our final stretch as right here, both teams just squaring off.
Hoopa still doesn't have the Unite move, and already the Delphox going down. How have they caught that? Catching back a reset, Gatling got missile. It's a perfect setup, but the Rubble Rouser on the front lines, acting as a bodyguard. Look at that play of me in the back, taking down the Sylveon Low. The Phantom Forest can't save him, and the Umbreon just has to try and run back to the safety of the goal zone, but it is a disaster. Isn't Vincier, they weren't ready for the fight, and they weren't ready for Sen. Big Brother is here to play, and you can't touch the TV anymore. You just have to try. Have to desperately beg, find an opening in this raid, but there's no hope. The final Unite move seals the deal, and Vincier looks like it's gonna be their last run after all.
Yeah, Vincier was red from cover to cover at that point in time. Gatling got missed out, zoning them into that one choke point, and the rest of the team just jumps on them with the play with me and a follow-up from Sen, and just closing the game once and for all. Ladies and gentlemen, 189602, 15 seconds on the clock, but I don't think there's much that Vincier could do.
We talked about Momento in the past being a team that when the pressure rose, they would falter. But cover to cover, they read the story and they said, ours is not over yet. We want to keep it going. The expectations that we need to fulfill. And what a performance. It's a Momento. This is exactly what we expect from the third placing team in the PH qualifiers.
Yeah, they missed out on the PH qualifiers, and they are here for that last final chance for Hawaii this year. And this is a really good display of skill right here for Momento, and he's one of the that actually tells us that they are one of the team to watch out for today.
Absolutely. I mean, all eyes will be on them. I don't know how much time the other competitors are going to get to watch some of these concurrent games, because everything's happening at the same time, right? Any bit of breathing room that you have, you want to take a short break, you want to recollect with your own team, figure out your own strategy, you don't want to get too distracted. But anyone who happens to be watching this match, scary stuff. Scary stuff. I mean, 900 points to 279. I think those final moments, great execution overall.
Definitely.
It's just so difficult. And, you know, we saw Last Hope function with a very similar draft, but they just weren't able to pick up the tempo in the same way that Scent was. Scent went crazy.
Yeah, it's just Scent, right? Yeah, but Vincier, this time around, they managed to put up a good fight this time, right? They have a better composition, they have a better game plan to go against Momento, and it actually have a really solid, early to mid game. But once Scent was set up, everything just went south for Vincier. And as long as you see the Zoroark inside, next thing you know, you're back to the Pokemon Center. And there's nothing that you could do to stop this guy.
I think just great recognition, because as much as the Delphox has been a very highly prized pick throughout the previous meta just for the control that you can bring, it is so unbelievably weak in the first 5 levels. And the first 5 levels, you usually think about Pokemon that go to the central area, trying to get that EXP up as soon as possible. It might not feel like it, because when she's fire spinning you and when you're getting fanciful fireworks, you're like, damn, there's so much burst damage coming out from this Pokemon. But it takes a long time for her to get there, and we saw in the early stage, take a look at this. This was such a pivotal moment. The fact that the Trevenant gets the KO, slowing down the Braixen, and then you look at the map. Look at where Zoroark and Blissey were. They were already rotating to try and take part in the bot fight. They realized that immediately that Braixen is going to rush back to her own central area to try and get to that level 6, so she's useful. Take her down a second time, and it feels like the story's just done and dusted there. Sure, they're still able to get some objectives and win some pretty decent fights, but most of those felt like it was Scent misstepping or maybe a bit of over-aggression. Other than that, it was clean.
Yeah, I mean, I believe he managed to take away that wild Pokemon, that buff away from them as well, right? And that actually stopped, hit a break on Braixen. But something on Vincier's side I really love about this game is those 4-man rotation from top to bottom, bottom to top. Once again, always having those number advantage into fight, but they can't capitalize enough just because Sen is just so good on Zoro.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, even in these moments where you have the Hoopa portal, it just very clearly was a different taxi provider, right? You weren't using it quite as effectively.
It's not aggressive.
Yeah, you brought... It felt like the assigning of people to different paths was just incorrect. Like, you didn't have the same firepower, and a lot of it, to be honest, comes back down to this top half Crustle that I'm just really not convinced by.
Yep.
They didn't really find a use case for it in that game number 1. And in that game number 2, they very confidently picked it again. And I'm just like, we were thinking, okay.
Maybe something is different.
Yeah, are they going to switch things up?
Yeah.
Is it going to be a different moveset? Are we going to see some Stealth Rock situation?
But it's the same.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of whatever. Like, I get it. The Rock Tomb doesn't feel good. But if the Rock Tomb doesn't feel good, then pick someone other than Crustle.
I mean, there are so many other options right there.
Yeah, I mean, sure. Okay, you can say Gyarados was banned, Tyranitar was banned. I mean,
you got Slow Bro, you got Blastoise. They're all,
okay,
pretty decent.
Blastoise nerfed.
Yeah. But they're pretty decent defenders right there as well.
Exactly.
And if you're not, you know that in game 1 the Crustle did not actually work out.
Yeah, I mean,
maybe a different.
It's a lot easier
Yep.
to make a suggestion if we knew what the perspective was, if we knew what the priority was. Why were they picking that Crustle? The problem is I couldn't tell you. It didn't score. It didn't control anyone in the team fight. It kind of acted as a frontliner, but didn't really do a good enough job. It's like you can't really break through the formation. So unfortunately, we will have to say goodbye to one of the Isen teams, and it's gone quite the way that we expected. That game number 1 really,
it's not that great.
Look, we're here because we want to promote Pokemon Unite, but even I would say, please don't watch that match again. It just kind of gives you like, it just gives you a bad, like you feel bad for them. It's still painful. We'll take a look at the bracket and we'll remember them that way. Okay, we'll remember them that way. Isen, Vincia, an early exit from the tournament, but of course that means that Isen or Momento continue. Now we're not done with the rest of the matches just yet, but of course we know that our upper bracket finals will be between Taiwan Top 16 and Code Unknown Fibonacci. Now Code Unknown Fibonacci had a bye in the first round, so the sample size in terms of what we know about them is very low. All we know is they've beat Mayo Wanlu, who defeated this Isen Vincia team that we've seen already. So of course we still need to wait for God of Warriors 2 to conclude against Mayo Wanlu, but that will be our next match up against Isen or Momento. And again, it's going to be another situation where Isen or Momento have to come up with a crazy lower bracket run and try and stand a chance, because there's only one slot.
Yeah, that's what you mentioned. One slot only for the LCQ. They missed out in Philippines, right? Just one spot away.
Yeah.
Are they going to make it this time around? But there's maybe a Mei Wanlu going up and God of War going up against them the next round as well. How are they going to fare? Are they going to miss out just a little bit short once again?
Yeah, it's been the story of this team, very unfortunately, and I think that's what's beautiful about the sort of competitive state of Unite, because it's so cutthroat. It's so cutthroat. You're thinking, we're not even in the worst sort of situation yet. You think about India, the amount of teams that they have for one slot.
Definitely.
I mean, now, sure, you're combining a few regions into LCQ East, but it's kind of a similar situation for West, where you're trying to see a bit more presence. Now, I think this is still really cool to watch, because just last year, we saw Elevate quite literally rise to the occasion.
To second place.
Second place is crazy. In the world, nobody was respecting them. And out of nowhere, out of the blue, they catch everyone by surprise. And I feel like that's something these teams can do, but it doesn't feel time yet. Right? We've seen in the past, especially in multiple different tournaments, teams growing and evolving through it. This might be the start of Isen.
Evolve.
Yeah, Isen's evolution.
This stage 2.
Yeah. Stage 2.
Stage 2.
They're not at the G-Max evolution.
Yeah, definitely.
They're not at the... they still could terrestrialize.
Yeah, 5... What the 5... The all type kind of like terraform or something?
Yeah, I mean, hopefully they terraform into champions here, but we'll find out whether that's the case. We still have many matches of Pokemon Unite for you, but for now, we're going to take a short break, grab yourself some water, take a little bathroom break, whatever you need to do, but be right back here for more Pokemon Unite action. We'll see you in a bit. Still trying to come through for the steal is that Umbreon, but equally unsuccessful. It'll just be an easy trade. Trying to get those Ice Crystals pumping through. Trevenant in big trouble, still able to turn around and Woodhammer though, keeping this goal zone intact. And the Hyper Voice just being so annoying. Here comes the reinforcements in the Sableye, but the question is it enough? The Sylveon still needs to back up, and now the Ice Crystals coming through, Sableye is going to go down. So Hyperspace all up to the top. You can immediately see that probably coming through now. Glaceon coming to back up the Mimikyu. They will go down though. Glacial stage committed, and there's the portal. Here comes the reinforcement. So is going to come through, wipe down that poor Sableye, and just like that, again, Vincia just Momento very happy with that situation. Now clinging on to this tier 1 goal zone are Vincia. Clean reset, can't Horn Leech in time. The Koopa able to extract themselves. Can't imagine that they're coming back. Wow, very, very daring to bring himself back into the fray. Probably going to go down on Susui, not able to catch the reset this time. But the entire time, do you hear that sweet music?
Knowing that the opponent is not exactly a team fight kind of composition and it's just snowball.
Yeah, they just need to keep picking up and finding an angle. For now, they've caught out the save line in the cross, Rumble Rouser in the middle, triple trample coming through, but it's only an Umbreon. Everyone from the side of Momento has escaped, and Glaceon starting to rain in the pain. Where are you going? Play with me, Lil Sylveon. I want you right by my side, and nowhere to run. All the Unites is Crustle coming through. It's gonna have to be a Hero X Scissor, but he can't even find the angle. Stopped by the Umbreon. Goodbye, and blocking your own team instead. An early eject button out. Oh, the Brixen being chased down. Ryu, very aggressive, has enough damage. Hero play from the Trevor. I mean, even if he goes down here, it's completely fine. Almost turns around.
With the Zoroark, Momento is not putting on the break as well.
Oh, it doesn't matter if you bring reinforcements. That's just more KOs for us. Sure, you want to defend? No.
Flanking us from behind.
Yeah, the problem is they don't really have a Pokemon that can deal with him and catch him as well. You're relying on the foul play. Oh, Gatling Gun Missile standing their ground there. Drenched, not able to secure it though. Might go down. Nice 8-ball. Don't tell me that's enough. The Fire Spin cleans it up, but the Delta Box disappears. Here comes Trem, ready to help him out. Diving left, right, and center. You can't touch me. Dodging these Hyper Voices. Play with me. Where are you going again? Beautiful target priority. They are juking them left and right. Send that last softball. The bait attack.
Got missile, and they have to be really careful where he's positioned.
Oh, they tried for the Unite move, but a bit too late. Sent, able to clean them up. Both down. How have they caught that? Catching back a reset. Gatling got missile. It's a perfect setup, but the Rumble Rouser on the front lines, acting as a bodyguard. Look at that play of me in the back, taking down the Sylveon low. The Phantom Forest can't save him, and the Umbreon just has to try and run back to find an opening in this raid, but there's no hope. The final Unite move.
They missed out on the PH qualifiers, and they are here for that last final chance for Hawaii this year. And this is their good. This is a really good display of skill right here from Momento, and he's one of the that actually. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Pokemon Unite Championship Series APAC East. My name is Moonboy and I'm joined by JJ Kun. And we're down to our next battle right here. It's gonna be Taiwan top 16, or should we rename it later?
Yeah. We'll let them know later.
Yeah, going up against Code Unknown Fibonacci.
Yeah, so Code Unknown Fibonacci, for those who don't know, especially who aren't like really going into that of the PH qualifiers, right? They are actually previously known as Secret Rare.
Okay.
So it is one of like the one of the top teams as well, along with Elevate, along with Talent, along with East and Momento. They're always on the top. They're always on like say the top 8 of maybe even the top 4s of like community tournaments, local tournaments, and even on like official regional tournaments like the ACLs I mentioned. And they are actually one of the highlights as well in terms of like the region.
But you're saying that, you know, Code Unknown Fibonacci is one of the better ones in Philippines. But you can't discount the fact that Taiwan top 16 used to be, you know, God of Warriors. They are one of the top teams in Taiwan as well.
I mean, their name says it.
Yeah,
you know,
they are
top Warriors. No, but here we go. We're going to be seeing a bit of a head-to-head, right, with the kind of like the teams here. Here you go. Ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike, this is going to be the team that we're talking about here. Taiwan, sorry, never mind. We were talking to them, right?
Yeah.
We were talking to them. We were talking to them quite a bit, right? And they told us, don't call us Taiwan top 16.
Then call them what?
APAC top 8. 16. Yeah. But now, since they're a top 4, right? We call them APAC top 8. Top 4.
Top 4.
Top 4.
Okay, so there we have, you know, Taiwan top 16, or should we say APAC top 4. 77 Chin, Kon Sensei, Xiang King, Snake, and Arashi. And on codename Unknown Fibonacci, we got Tolate, Pom Pom, Micros, Steam, and Hua.
Apparently, it's Tolatus. Tolatus is how you say it.
Tolatus.
I don't know why, but like when I asked, like, hey, isn't this like Tolates? No, it's actually Tolatus.
Some you know, Filipino pronunciation.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, but I think, you know, Mike Ross, one of the key players for codename Fibonacci, we mentioned previously. You know, we talked about it backstage as well. Maybe share with us a little bit more. You know, what can we expect from Micros?
Right, for Micros, they actually played one of the carries, basically, one of the carries of this team, and at the same time, it is one of the most, as I mentioned earlier, the highlights, the spotlight. They actually took the spotlight, especially in the APAC, the ACL, ACL PH qualifier, where it's just they're just dominating with the Leafeon, obliterating you know, teams like Elevate, as I mentioned. They won 2-0, by the way, and actually eliminated Elevate on that tournament. And at the same time, during the PH qualifiers, actually named as HP Manansala.
Okay.
I don't know why there's like a name change, but they actually showed out quite a huge prowess as well toward the tournament. Unfortunately, though, they weren't able to win or you know, get into the second place. That's why they're playing here now. But still, that just shows how strong they are. I mean, they are at the, you know, semifinals, you know, winners finals here. So it is really strong. That's what I'm trying to say. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, we're down to our you know, last few teams, right? They are the best of APAC East. So we are going to expect more interesting games coming in as well. And then we go into the draft phase right here. First off, Steam banning, you know, maybe a fighting type Pokemon, Blaziken, or a Buzzwole. Blaziken is the one that they chose. You know,
I just noticed something. They, under IGN, right? They have this, you know, close, like the greater than less than, like signages, right? Maybe that's why it's code unknown, because like, you know, like the coding wise, right?
Yeah, that's possible.
And it's a null. It's a null.
Null, yeah.
Sorry, I just wanted to point it out.
Yeah, I mean, this band, though, really interesting, right? We are not seeing any Leafeon, we're not seeing any Gyarados, or even any Trevenant inside as well. Pom Pom immediately off the first pick with that Gyarados, and that is our first appearance of Gyarados today.
That is true, and at the same time, I have mentioned this earlier, the Leafeon coming in from that of Micros is so open right now, and they might as well be able to take it. But of course, everyone is going to be, you know, priority picking every crowd control and their defenders, and then they pick their, you know, carries. But with that being said, Fibonacci here is going to be going in, as you have mentioned, the Gyarados and the Embryon together. Huge crowd control, huge, what do you call this, tankiness. And we have the ever so buff right now, the Cramrod, who has been, you know, being with us in the tournament for, I don't know, I think like 3 out of 4 games so far.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like, teams are actually favoring a little bit more towards the Trevenant side of the stock market. Yeah, but, on the other hand, a Glaceon and a Eldegoss, no Leafeon inside just yet. What's happening, JJ?
Now, here you go. Mycross here has a lot of like Pokemon as well on the roster. In their like, say, like a pool of Pokemon. But there you go. That's what I'm saying, right? There goes the Leafeon. I mean, if your opponent doesn't ban the Leafeon, doesn't ban the Leafeon, or does not take the Leafeon,
you have to take it.
You have to take it.
Yeah.
And Mycross, I don't think that it's like, say for example, going into the western side of things, right? You don't want to give Mew to Night Mew Foxy. Same case with Mycross. You don't want to give the Leafeon to this guy.
Yeah, definitely, right? I mean, we know that Mycross is one of the strongest player in the team, and you hand him literally the most dangerous Pokemon in the game right now.
But Metagross,
my goodness, Metagross. This guy got a buff recently.
Yes.
Yep.
And needed too. It needed too.
Yeah, and immediately Xiang King, right? Playing it up and picking it up as well. We have not seen Metagross played in a competitive level. Is this
not quite yet?
Yeah, is this the first time this Pokemon could actually show itself?
No, yeah, I mean, I believe it got chosen a few times, at least in the West regions, but in East, I believe this is the first time that we're going to be seeing it in any broadcast at all. But going into the draft, I'm seeing here that a bit of a balance in draft into that of the Fibonacci, because they have the crowd control, they have the sustain, they have the backlane damage, and likewise, Mycross here with the Leafeon, mid-range and back-range, no problem, Solar Blade. And at the same time, going into the side of APAC East top 4.
Okay.
There you go. it seems as if like they want to go for a more tankiness. They want to outlast. Say for example, they want to outlast team code unknown Fibonacci more than on team fights to win those team fights.
Yep. Off we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is our winners bracket finals. It's between Code Unknown Fibonacci against Taiwan Top 16. I mean, both teams having a really interesting composition, and we have seen this is one of the first game with new Pokemon on both sides of the field as well. So this is going to be interesting. This is going to be tight. Who is going to take this one?
Oh, for sure. Thank you for that amazing introduction, making sure that we are all hyped for this match. And as we have seen here, it seems as if Mycross immediately already got like level 4 from that of the central area and is now trying to make sure that this Metang is not going to be able to get away.
Yeah,
Beldum, not a Meta yet. Not a Beldum yet.
That's the thing about Metagross, right? Like, this kind of 3-stage kind of all-rounder, they always take really long time to actually come online. And Mycross immediately doing his thing, taking him down, taking the Beldum down, and just controlling him in terms of level, in terms of the orange and purple buff as well. So this way, this Metang or this Metagross in the future would not do too much.
Which is actually pretty amazing as well. Like, Fibonacci here knows the fact that they only needs level 4 and only wanted to take in that orange buff, right? And made sure that, okay, you can take down the bottom Pokemon so that you can get your levels, but only level 4 and everything's up to you. And I'm just going to be invading now. Look at this. They are invading in right now, and the Evolutions is now meeting up for a family meeting.
Yeah, definitely. And I love how the Clefable, actually sticking so closely to that Leafeon, knowing that Leafeon is a speedster, is not exactly great in the HP department, and with a great healer by his side, just bucketing him at all time with the Moonlight, and that's how he actually could survive, get those level up. Look at it, already at level 6.
Yes, sir. And that's what we're talking about. Like Metagross as a Pokemon is a really tanky Pokemon. It really has a lot of huge shields here, but at the same time, I think this is why the Umbreon here is very important, because the mid-type Prance can just take away all the shield that this Metagross can do.
Yeah, definitely. And yet, take a look at that. Another casualty to Mycross once again. And that Leafeon really needs to be stopped right now. And, Fibonacci not putting it on the
Solar Blade again. Look at the damage. Oh my goodness, the damage into that of the Eldegoss is just amazing. I mean, if it were any lower in terms of HP, that would have been a KO again.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they have to be really careful, right? Just do not engage when you're so low on level. 4 men on top side, 4v4 right here.
That damage! Look at that! And just to end it up, Toladas here is putting the pin to the final pin to the coffin. And look at that, they were going to be able to take down one, but it's still not enough. They are making sure that they are not overextending and want to get that pressure against APAC East top 4.
Yeah, I mean, I love how, you know, that movement of the Gyarados right there.
Yeah.
Well, right? Just pouncing around, just trying to get a little bit more information into those tall grass, make sure no one is sneaking around.
Yes.
Take a look at this. Mike Ross rotating straight right down to the bottom, forcing the meat tank to retreat right there.
See, like, look, like Micros was up there, and after the camera shifted down bottom, like,
he's there again.
He's there again. Like, there's no Hoopa in this game, dude. There's no Hoopa. How did he teleport?
Yeah, I mean, that's what Speedster do. Doing Speedster thing. And Reggie still immediately, you know, off to contentions as well. It's going to be a scramble right here down the bottom side.
Yes, sir. And look at that. Micro's going to be able to take down the first evolution. That is the Glaceon. It's going to get touched here. And just like that, they now have the positional advantage again instead of Red Shield. Unfortunately, gets a bit of a reset here. But it doesn't matter. That was just a bait. Micro's going to be able to take down the other Sylveon, the other evolution as well as they secure this Reggie Steel.
Wow, I mean, that's just, that Reggie Steel just straight down really quickly, you know, with the Gyarados and the Leafeon working on it all together. Everything just goes down and it just lines up right here for Fibonacci. And if this goes on, top 16 might be a little bit of trouble.
Off cam, another KO for Micros. I mean, this is why I'm telling you, like, they, I cannot like dismiss, you know, the other teammates, right? But Micros is just always stealing the spotlight to everyone else.
Yeah, take a look at this. Unite move being used by Umbreon here as well. Just trying to get a lot of space right here. Crustle might be a little bit of a danger, but managed to get there out there alive. But Glaceon managed to get one pick off that Umbreon and just chasing Fibonacci back right to base.
That's going to be 2 down into the side of Fibonacci as well. But it's still not done. They're still not over. It's going to be another KO. The Gyarados is going to be going down. But Micros, finally, this is what APAC East Sub 4 is looking for. They need to take out Micros, and they just did.
All right, that was a great turnaround right there, right? Getting that Umbreon moving straight up, getting the flip that they need, trapping Mike Ross on with the Rock Tomb, unable to get out there alive and just taking him down. And, you know, that's where the rest of the team with the Metagross just diving straight right in, Gyro Ball, and just taking everyone out of there. Great turnaround fight for top 16.
This is actually quite a beautiful, you know, a bit of a step back here. It's quite actually beautiful how, you know, Taiwan APAC East Sub 4 was able to, you know, a bit of a, you know, catch up, I guess, against that of Fibonacci. I mean, they only needed like 1 KO, needed to stop the momentum of Micros, and just like that, you know, they are able to, at the very least, crawl back up against that of Fibonacci going forward.
Yeah, for sure. And I think one thing that Taiwan top 16 have to be a little bit careful of is the Umbreon. Right? The Umbreon Moonlight Prance is definitely going to be taking out all the shield from the Metagross.
And the
Crustle as well.
Yes.
Yeah, so, I mean, if they had managed to take that Umbreon down first, they have the advantage.
Computer Crash is going to be popped up here, but they're not going to be able to get out anyone at all. Meta Prance is going to be popped up, going to be able to take down all those shields, but it looks like the Umbreon was just sandwiched by Taiwan top 16, and now they have the positional advantage. Let's find out that they're going to be able to take this one up as well, but it is going to be Taiwan that gets this, but that's going to be for the cost of 2 Pokemon. No, make that 3, no, maybe 4, because there is still Snake here trying to survive, and the only one left as well, and the Graveran is the, never mind, get Snake. The ambulance, but not for me, is what he said. But Micros, you know what, you're done, I'm here, I've already spawned back.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great timing, right? Stalling the Glaceon, not allowing it to retreat there. You know, it's okay, I'm going to sacrifice my team because that Leafeon is going to be back there in time to take that Glaceon down and just have the advantage. Yes, we stole the Reggie Ice, right? But, you know, we still managed to come up on top, be it, you know, despite us losing the initial fight.
And here's the, you know, the worst part here as well. Like, Fibonacci was able to steal away that Reggie, right, down bottom, which just buffed down, especially Micros, right, with the full HP, and just taking them all out in one go.
Definitely, and there you have yet another steal by the Gyarados once again. Stole the Reggie bottom, steal once again, steal the Reggie top, and just pushing straight right in. You know, they are okay, they are just comfortable right here, and that Gyarados is just really putting all the work for Fibonacci as well.
Wow, that is a huge overdunk here for the side of Fibonacci. Sure, you know, the Metagross was able to get a bit of a split push here, but with that Regieleki just helping down Fibonacci is just, you know, it makes sure that they have the advantage going towards that of the Rayquaza.
Yep, I mean, looking at, you know, preparing for the Rayquaza right here, you know, you have 3 level 13 ready to fire for Fibonacci, but on top 16 side, this is not the time to actually, you know, pick fight or anything. Just get your Unite move ready, get to 13, get your carries ready as they are going in for really the fight of their lifetime, I would say.
Oh, Micros currently at level 14 before the Rayquaza comes up, and this is going to be hurting up. I mean, he already hurts a lot. But now at level 14, it's going to be harder. Now, going into the Rayquaza, let's find out how they're going to be able to do this, because Micros is just right there waiting for someone, marking someone, just in case someone split pushes.
Yeah, definitely, right? Fibonacci already in a really good position. They are getting the pincer formation ready as well. But the Metagross down on the bottom side, is he going to be doing, you know, some sneaky coming in?
Maybe. But here's what's happening, though. Fibonacci has complete control of the Rayquaza.
There you have, you know, Garrett, the Metagross immediately diving straight right in.
Yes, sirree, and there you have it. Another Unite was going to be popping up here, but it's not going to be quite enough, as Gyarados is going to be, you know, a bit of a push back here, but the Emerald 2-7 is going to be popped up as well. That is going to be the Rubble Rush, not going to be doing anything at all. It's going to be 2 down into the side of Taiwan, top 16. I think they are not done it, as they are chasing in the Sylveon. You're not going to go anywhere. You are going home, going back to the Pokemon Center, and the Metagross is going nowhere. It's not yet to be found anywhere in this fight.
Yeah, he's still hiding in the tall grass right there, trying to get a little bit of, you know, a slice of pie on the Rayquaza, moving straight right in.
They're not going to be able to
get that Rayquaza, and there we have Fibonacci getting that secure and just marching straight right in, dunking those hundreds into this go zones.
Wow, that was that was actually quite huge here for Fibonacci, and I really think this Metagross, it was one of the Pokemon that is like missing into that team fight. I think that is a huge factor as well, how they got, you know, shredded in. But at the same time, I do appreciate the fact that they just, you know, diverted their objective to just say, hey, let's whoever's left, let's try not to force ourselves in, because we're just gonna get shredded anyway, and just try, you know, try to steal it away, right? For against that of Fibonacci. But with that being said, though, they were unsuccessful. High risk, high reward, as I say it, and Fibonacci is gonna be game number 1, winning.
Yeah, but I actually like what Taiwan Top 16 did, you know, just before the initiation. They cut off the Gyarados, right?
Yes.
Rock Tomb, and then just separating the Gyarados from the rest of the pack. But they were unable to capitalize on the rest of the team. They got great damage potential from that Metagross, you know, just diving straight right in. But, you know, Fibonacci just held that fight really well all by themselves, despite the Gyarados being cut off.
See, here's the thing, though. Like, the moment that they were able to see Pom Pom, right? Pom Pom with the Gyarados here. The moment they were able to see Pom Pom, it's just like Taiwan Top 16 here focused solely into that Pom Pom, knowing the fact that it was alone. Like everyone, almost everyone, right, just went there, just not just ignoring everyone else from Fibonacci, which allowed Fibonacci to just push in, free damage, and take them out.
Yeah, I mean, they had a decision, right? Should we chase down the Gyarados, or should we chase down the rest of the team in 4v5? But, you know, they took a little bit longer, I would say, to make that decision. And Pom Pom actually joined the fight, and everything just went south from there.
I mean, like, it's on paper, right? On paper, it actually is good. Right? I mean, it's an isolated Pokemon. It's an isolated player. If we outnumber this Pokemon, we're probably gonna win. But the problem is, they were playing on the hands of Fibonacci. That was just a ruse. That was just a bait, and they took it head on.
Yeah, I believe, you know, this is a really close game. Like, it could go either way, you know. At a certain point in time, top 16 was actually leading in terms of the scoreboard as well. But, you know, Micros, I think the biggest problem for top 16 is Micros.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying. They have to stop that Leafeon from doing his shenanigans. If not, you know, it just runs up and down like no one's business. We thought that was a Hoopa in the game.
I mean, just looking back here, right? Exactly, right? Going back into the replay, right? And this is what I'm talking about. Like, it didn't matter. Like, Micros here, sure, is the carry, but he actually are going in for 2 roles, right? One, not as a defender, right? Not as a tank, but rather the one who actually scouts people in, because the moment that they can see that there's someone coming in, at the very least, right? Like, there's a Solar Blade going to welcome them in, but at the same time, everyone else is just ready to respond to Micros.
Yeah, definitely. Like, I think, and I know that, you know, I think top 16 know that Mike Ross is a threat.
Yes.
And they're trying to, focus on him. But, right, they did not. They were putting so much emphasis on Mike Ross, but they did not know that where, exactly the Gyarados is. And Pom Pom, getting 2 sneak KOs on these objectives. And take a look at this, right? He got the Reggie bottom, immediately rotate straight right up, pop the Unite move, steal the Reggie Electly, and just having that advantage for their team, and they just really well, coordinated for Fibonacci.
And here we go again. That's what we were talking about, right? Like Pom Pom here was trying to bait them up, and the others, right? And the others just went in. Hey, they took the bait. Could you please do your thing now? And they did. They did. They were able to take down 2. No, they were able to take down 3. They weren't able to take down the Glaceon, and the Metagross wasn't, isn't there anywhere.
Yeah, but you saw, right? The Metagross actually went towards the Gyarados at that point in time, and not towards the rest of the team. I believe that was a misplay, I would say. Right? Just leave the Gyarados alone and just focus down the rest of the team. And when the Gyarados join the fight, it might be too late.
Right? I just realized as well, right? Obviously, if you are the one playing that, right, there's a lot of things running into your mind, right? There's going to be a lot of things running into your mind, and that you might not be able to recognize that it's actually is a trap. Because I just realized as well, right? Like, think about it now, because we are looking at it in a different perspective, like a third-person perspective, or a bird's eye view, right? That, Gyarados as a Pokemon is a very mobile Pokemon. It has bounce, right? And the mere fact that it was there at the back could have easily jumped back from the what do you call it, like the hole kind of and just bait them out again and then join the team fight from there.
Yeah, that's the mistake, right? But it boils down to, was the draft right? Was the ban phase right? You open up the slot for Gyarados and probably that was the punish.
Yes.
Right? And Fibonacci saw the opportunity. They got the Gyarados.
Yes.
And the way down to the final pick, the Leafeon was unpicked as well.
Yes, yes.
And do you know that, okay, I'm just going to take the 2 best Pokemon that people are banning right now, and I'm just going to run you with it.
Yeah, and I mean, speaking of running, I think we're going to be running some questions here from the teams, right, that we have as of right now. But so, we're going to be starting in with Taiwan top 16 here, or APAC top 4, for that matter. The question is, which team or player are you keeping your eyes on, and why?
Yeah, GOW2 and Isen Momento. Both are really good teams. It would be tough to play against them. But top 16, they play against GOW2, and the rounds. What's left, is maybe Isen Momento. I mean, both of them are still alive, right?
Yeah.
But, there is still an opportunity for top 16 to play these 2 teams.
No, yeah, I mean, well, depending on what's going to happen, right? Especially that currently, what do you call it? It's like Code Unknown Fibonacci has the advantage, as the point advantage against that of Taiwan top 16. So if they are able to get the second game, then there's probably a higher chance of them going against Isen Momento. But at the same time, we don't want that for them to happen.
Yep, let's just take a look at the next question for Fibonacci. The question is, which team or player are you keeping an eye on? Again, right? It's the same question.
Same question.
What is their answer, JJ?
Yeah, and I believe this is like the same answer as well from earlier. Talon and Elevate, because they're both from the 3H. Mabuhay is what they said. It's a very Filipino thing. It's a very Filipino thing.
Wait, what's Mabuhay again?
Mabuhay is more of a greetings.
Yeah,
right? Yeah.
So they put in an answer and a greeting in the same answer?
Yeah.
Dude, it's brilliant.
100 IQ. 100 IQ. Sorry, 200.
200 IQ. Yeah. So I mean, people are a little afraid of Augmento.
Yeah.
That's one of the teams that people are looking out for.
Yeah. And it's in a position where everyone knows Isen Momento, especially Isen Momento, right? And I think there's a lot of teams as well who recognize this as our diamond or secret rare diamond, but they don't know the name Code Unknown Fibonacci yet. They didn't know. Maybe they didn't know that it was secret rare. That's why most of the answers that we've gotten on the questions that we asked, right, is that I'm looking forward to I'm looking forward to Isen Momento. I'm looking forward to Isen Vincere.
Yeah.
We were looking forward to these already existing team names, right, from previous tournaments that they are just, say for example, I don't know, maybe have overlooked teams like this. Maybe have not looked on towards the players, which are the same, the strong teams, but just a different thing.
Yep, so ladies and gentlemen, the draft is on, as you could see, and immediately Gyarados is banned, right?
Yeah,
Saw that Gyarados, was a really terrorizing Pokemon to deal with, but on the other hand, Fibonacci bringing in the Metagross this time around, saying, let me show you how's it done.
Yeah, and that is a very good disrespect ban. Respect ban here coming from that of Taiwan top 16 with a Gyarados, but still, the Leafeon is still open, dude.
Yeah, Leafeon is still open, right? Chin going for the Sylveon this time around as well. Is Mike Ross is still in heaven. As well. Like no defenders being picked just yet.
Not just yet.
Fibonacci, there you go. With the Crustle and the Elder Goss. So set top 16, they have the opportunity. This is their opening to actually take the Leafeon for themselves.
Let's see what's going to happen. Because so far we have the Metagross. I mean, as I mentioned, right? Like, it's quite interesting as well, right? Like, they are going to be going in for that of the Metagross, and it's a good counter here coming in from that of Taiwan top 16, knowing that we have the Eldegoss, which could get a bit of a a shield to our teammates.
Yep.
Again, it seems as if they kind of half of them changed their draft, because now it is Fibonacci who has the the Crustle and the Metagross, and there's a huge potential here that Mid-Air Prance on the perfect timing could easily take it away from them.
Right? Yeah, and take a look at this, right? Charizard, first time for today, and Dragonite as well. Like this, Dragonite really secure potential coming in from Dragonite as well.
This is just to point it out, this is the first time that actually Charizard comes out in the broadcast, in any broadcast, in all of Asia. This is the first time.
First time, yeah.
So it's actually quite interesting to see. I mean, we all know how strong Charizard is. Well, depending on the composition, of course. But with the prowess, especially with its Unite move, right? It's unstoppable. It can do a lot of damage, and it's just overall good when played by a great player. And I think, Sean King here would be able to utilize it, especially that there is also, the Dragonite. But the problem here is that there's a lot of Pokemon that they need to babysit here. I mean, sure, there is the Umbreon, sure, there is the Sylveon, but the question is, if Fibonacci, right, if Fibonacci is able to, stop Dragonite and Charizard, what is Sylveon going to do? Sure, it might be able to do something, but if it's going to be the only source of damage that you have, what's it going to do?
But I believe there's combo potential, right?
No, yeah, of
right?
course.
Min Luke a opponent, and then the Charizard could follow up from there. But on the other hand, Masquerada this time around on the hands of Mike Ross instead of the Leafeon. So is this a specialty pick coming in from this man?
Well, see, here's the thing, right? Like, I think they recognize the fact that if they're gonna be playing Leafeon again, right? Then, well, they already showed what Mike Ross can do, and they already might have an adjustment, some counters towards it, and this Meowscarada is actually one of the Pokemon that Mike Ross also uses. If most of the time, if Leafeon gets banned. But this time, though, I think they just want to flex into that of the Meowscarada. But also, especially in this kind of composition, I think Meowscarada is perfect.
Yeah, and that's what you can see, right? 4-man right up on the top side as well. Meowscarada able to dunk in 11 points by really going straight right down to the Dratini at this point in time. So, you don't really want to give all the EXP towards that Dragon Pokemon, because once it reaches the Dragonite stage, it could be really devastating.
No, yeah, I mean, especially with the objectives, right? Like, what is the Hyper Beam, everyone. No, it's not just the objectives, but the damage potential as well of the Hyper Beam. We all know for a fact that it already got nerfed, but even then, it still hurts. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, and that's where this Pokemon actually have to start triple Dragon Dancing, get the Hyper Beam up at level 9 as well. So, but they're still putting so much pressure on the top side, right?
No, yeah, I mean, I think this is a very good amendment coming from that of APAC East top 4, just because of the fact that at the very least, right, like Fibonacci was able to pressure them out, like eat them up for breakfast in the early game last game, but this time around they are making sure that you're not going to be pressuring yourself. We are going to make sure that we're going to be maintaining this equilibrium that we have. You're not going to be able to get us in.
Yep, for sure. And there we have Hua trying to do a little bit of a sneaky, right, trying to invade into their central area, trying to take that buff away from them, but it was unsuccessful, and that actually leave a little bit of space for the bottom side to actually push a little bit further.
Now, see, another thing that's interesting that I have to point out, right? Like, they're not. The hoop right here for Taiwan Top 16 is not actually running a hyperspace hole, but rather running Trick.
Yep. Oh, and there you have, another KO right here, Night Slash from that Masquerada. Yeah, we have not seen, Night Slash. Usually we see like Foul Trick and stuff like that from Masquerada. Night Slash, that's one of the interesting pick right here for this man. Another KO under his belt.
Yes, sir. And look at that, just like that, they're going to be able to put in a score, not a bit of a overextension here, and amazing knee look to just stop Micros, but the teammates are here, prepared and ready to save Micros, because they all know for a fact that, and as if you've noticed as well, right, like they are always funneling Micros here, giving Micros everything and
all
making sure that they have, all the XP and all the damage as well, and that is what's happening. It's basically like protect the president. Yeah, protect Mr. President kind of like gameplay, and thus far it is working against APAC East top 4.
Yeah, I mean, take a look at the levels, right? Level 9 on the Masquerada, Metang already at 8, he's ready to go one more level up, but on the other hand, you got those stage 2 Pokemon ready to fire it off as well. They're squaring off right here in the Regirock.
And Micros is just waiting for the right time to get in. There goes the Unite. We're going to be able to take that 1, no, make that 2, make that 3, and make that 4. KO, and only the Charizard who's not into the team fight is left. And that is the power. That is what Micros was waiting. That's why they were just like the tall grass just chilling, right? Because I'm just having my coffee here and hey, are you guys done? All right, let me come in.
Yeah, they're just waiting for top 16 to actually go for the initiation on the Reggie and just follow everyone, just go in and follow up from there as well. Mike Ross already at level 9 back then, and that was one of Pokemon that they have to stop, but they did not stop it, and him just ran havoc right there as well.
That was a very beautiful execution coming from that code unknown Fibonacci, and it would definitely just show us how much it would be a graver kind of situation for Taiwan Top 16 going into the late game later on.
Yeah, really good, kind of like juking and kiting away from that Hyper Beam for Mike Ross right there. And they know, exactly how to play around this Dragonite at this point in time. And if Fibonacci could keep this up, they have a really good advantage moving forward for this matchup. This might be a 2-0.
It might be a 2-0. It's highly likely it's going to be a 2-0, but we cannot dismiss the fact that Taiwan Top 16 here still has the power to flip. And there you go. Another Milo is going to be popping. Computer Crash is going to be coming up as well, just to try to put them in a spot in the jail. They're going to be able to take down 3 as well in the process because of that Compute and Crash.
Yeah, and Compute and Crash, it actually forced a Fairy Frolic out of Sylveon as well. And that is just so good usage of resource management for Fibonacci, and get that Gold Zone, get that Reggie, put in so much pressure onto top 16. What are they gonna do?
What are they gonna do indeed? Fibonacci here has the Reggie like he's currently a 6v5 kind of composition here, and Taiwan Top 16 is kind of scrambling right now as Fibonacci is just putting out the damages from all angles. And look at that, Reggie is gonna be pushed down, yes, and Fibonacci needs to recognize this, that they have to disengage now.
Yeah, I love how Fibonacci actually, in that formation, right? They group up so well, even though Pom Pom was caught in that mean loop. Like, the rest of the team was there to make sure that no one was near him. He could get out there alive, as the rest of the team just covers him so well in that fight.
Right, and look at this, right? Like, Charizard going against the Masquerade. I think the Masquerade is going to lose here because, like, it's a fire type, you know what I'm saying? It's a fire type, dude. Like, it's a type disadvantage, you know what I'm saying? yeah. But, speaking of that, though, we're going to be going back into that of the bottom path.
Rings Unbound.
Oh, Rings Unbound is going to pop up here. They really want this Reggie Rock for themselves, but look at this team fight right now. I think there's going to be a bit of a reset here. Going to be using that as a, a bit of a bait there. But it's going to be Fibonacci going to be able to take down that Reggie Rock, going to be able to take down 2, maybe 3 right now. And the Sylveon is not going to be able to get away as Micros was coming in with that of the Cramorant. And that's going to be a 2-on-1 KO into that of the Sylveon as well.
Yo, that was just clean right there for Fibonacci, right? Gatling out missile, zoning them away from the Regirock as the rest of the team just focusing them down. Yes, Rings Unbound was popped, but the Charizard was a little bit late into the party. But there we have yet another scramble right here as Cramorant gets one KO. Top 16 gets the trade as well. And, right here, just a scramble.
No, yeah, for sure. And look at this, though. The Rock Tomb was perfect. That was a perfect placement of the Rock Tomb just to, put them there in that spot, not allowing them to go anywhere. Then there is the Metacross and the X-Scissor as well. That was just clean.
Yeah, one thing about Fibonacci, right, there's nothing but cleanliness in their play, and just moving all this quick rotation, all this quick engagement, and just taking those essential KO that they need and then get out immediately. And with this Reggie Lecky, is just putting more and more pressure into top 16.
You know what I would say? You know, they have the name. You know, there's a reason why they are named like Fibonacci.
Why?
Because everything is calculated, dude. Everything is calculated.
To the precision.
Exactly. They're mathematicians. That's why every time they go in, it's just... Sweet. Math doesn't lie, bro.
Yeah, one thing about math, right? Numbers don't lie.
Exactly.
Masquerada is already at level 14. And, you know, despite, you know, Dragonite is at 13 already. You know, they are cool, they are chill. Now, Fibonacci have to be really afraid of that one. Like, you know, ultra hyper beam onto that Rayquaza. They just have to stop that, and they're all Gucci for this fight.
But at the same time, you know, there is also the Umbreon that they need to be wary of. They need to make sure that they're not gonna get hit by the midnight patch just because of the fact that, you know, all their shields, all their resources to last down the team fight, the last down into the incoming attacks of Taiwan top 16 is just gonna go away if that happens.
Yep, and take a look at this. Metagross all alone up top, as well as right here top 16 trying to find an angle to engage Rock Tomb onto the Umbreon, unable to, you know, just stop him from gathering with his friends as the Metagross going right. And this might be the engagement that they need.
Yeah, the Charizard almost wanted to get in that split push, but recognizes that they need to get in and help their teammates. There is the Unite move as well. Reason Buzz is going to be popping up, and the Charizard is going to be able to take down 2 in the process as well. This is looking beautiful for Taiwan top 16, and this is what they need as well. The Ray fight is what they need to win for them to be able to take this match away from Fibonacci.
Yeah, yet another KO right here from Pom Pom, chasing top 16 away from it.
3 down.
Mike Ross just chasing them down one after another. Hoopa might be a little bit of trouble right here, waiting at the portal, waiting for him to teleport back. But there we have, you know, get that recall and gather as the rest of the team. Fibonacci, one game plan in mind: defend that Rayquaza.
Defend the Rayquaza is going to be the player of the game here. They have a huge advantage. The notification has popped up as well. They know that they are in the lead. Now all they need to do is wipe out Team Taiwan top 16, not let them take the Rayquaza, and from there on out, they're going to be able to win this 2-0. But is that going to happen? Let's find out.
Yeah, there we have, you know, they're trying to focus it down onto Pom Pom. Pom Pom might be a little bit of trouble right there as well. It's a rest of the team come right in. Mike Ross gets 2 under his belt, as it's a team wipe right here for Fibonacci. No, they're not going to care about the Rayquaza. They're just going to dash straight right in. That goes down as 10 more seconds on the clock. There's nothing that top 16 could do at this point in time.
Dude, that was...
Rock Tomb to seal the entrance up.
Disrespect. Like, I mean, you already wanted to. You didn't need to chain it up. You know, you didn't need to chain it, but they did. They did, dude. Like, it's dude, we want. It's like okay. They're showing dominance. They're showing dominance.
Yeah, I mean, you know, to sum this whole game up, you know, Fibonacci literally calculated everything down to that final decimal, and with, you know, those really well-placed Rock Tomb trapping those plays, and just the rest of the team just goes in and just finish it up. Pom Pom surviving at that very last moment to turn the tide around, to hold for Mike Ross to just clean house, and let's just clean right there for Fibonacci.
No, yeah, as I told you, right? Like as I told you, it's the mathematicians, dude. Everything calculated. And I mean, like, okay, I'm sounding a bit of the bias here against, you know, towards that of like Fibonacci, but like, the game showed itself, right? It explained itself. They showed that, okay, yeah, we are baiting down, you know, Taiwan top 16. We know when to get in, and we know when to get out as well, and making sure that they acknowledge every micro decision that both teams are doing, that they know when to get in, they know when to attack, and if they do, right, the reward is just
clean, sweet reward as well. Take a look at this Hua. 87,000 healing just on this one man alone. Like, you know, he's just doing all his best, right? Oh, Metagross, you gotta stay alive. Mike Ross just go speed boost. And just everything is just so clean right here. But Steam though, right? Those well plays getting Glob Missile, just zoning everyone out of the zone so that the rest of the team to just follow up. I can't stress this enough. Everything is just like clockwork for Fibonacci.
See, here's the thing though, like, we cannot dismiss Taiwan top 16. okay, APAC top 4 yet.
Yeah.
APAC East top 4 yet. Because, sure, they might have lost right now against Code Unknown Fibonacci, but it doesn't mean that they're already out of the tournament.
No,
they
not.
still have one more chance. They are going to be, they have some chance to get back into the grand finals if they do win their Cinderella run from that of the lower bracket.
Yep, definitely. There's still lots of opportunity for top 16 to actually come back up again. They could even get their rename of their name as champions if they get this run that they need.
APAC East top 1 sounds very nice, dude.
Yeah, and take a look at the replay, right? Take a look at how clean all the plays is once again. Like, immediately compute and right in, and everything is just a mess, right? Right there from now. Yeah, and they're so good, moving on together. Gatling got missile from Steam once again, zoning them out, and the Reggie Rock was just in sight for Fibonacci to just close it out. And then after that, they're just chasing them down, taking the pick one after another, and everything is just so calculated.
No, yeah, I mean, we cannot stress it enough. It's the every mathematician in us. It's a Fibonacci. I mean, say Fibonacci, dude. Like, it's a Fibonacci spiral.
Yeah.
And look, they're just playing around the spiral here. They're making sure that Taiwan top 16 is just right there, running around that spiral. Their world, basically. The palm of their hand.
The whole world in my hand. You got the whole wide world in my hand, and that's exactly what I did.
Oh yeah, but here you go as well. This is one of the things that we were looking out for, the team fight into that of the Rayquaza, and this is the final fight as well, where they essentially were able to take down a team wipe, right? Taiwan top 16. But again, as I mentioned earlier, we cannot dismiss the fact that they are still, into that of the tournament. They still have one more chance. As long as they don't lose anymore, they have a very huge chance of getting into that of the grand finals.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they are good, right?
Yes, they are.
It's known that, Taiwan top 16, they are a really good team.
Yes.
It's just unfortunate that, Fibonacci managed to figure them out and just do their thing. Yeah, so it's all down. They still have a chance to climb back up. There's still a lower bracket run to go as well. But before that, take a look at the bracket and see how could Taiwan top 16 achieve that Cinderella run.
I mean, I'm interested as well. Right? I'm interested as well to see what happened in the lower bracket, right? So it seems as if like Codename Fibonacci, well, we just saw that game, right? Like Codename Fibonacci won the game, right? Against that of Taiwan top 16. And looking at this right now, all of their games that they've won are all 2-0. So it really is like a huge game for them to like, a huge chance for them to really get into that of the grand finals, and it really just shows here. But into the side of the lower bracket, right? Let's take a look at this. Mayo Won-Lu is again. This is a team that we are not like not that we're not expecting it, but a team that is
zero information.
Zero information, right? When we were talking to the Taiwanese teams as well, Taiwanese players, right? I was actually, obviously, we want to give them a bit of a lore, give them information. And what they told me is like, okay, what they told us was like, well, they didn't even play in Taiwan regionals. Yeah. And like, they're like a new team, kind of.
And then they just come into LCQ and then just all the way down, right?
And take down Geo Gunner Wars 2 as well, right? So that is a huge signal. That's a huge statement that, hey, okay, yeah, we might be the new kids of the block, but it doesn't mean that you should, right? That you should underestimate us.
Yeah, definitely. Like that's one team that we should not underestimate. And they are going up against Momento later on as well. So it's not gonna be easy feat for them, right? Momento, one of the more stable and established teams in the region.
Yes.
So I don't know what to expect from them. It's like, going up against a wild card, there's nothing to read for. I don't know. We just have to wait and see.
Well, speaking of waiting and seeing, we're going to have a bit of a break here, guys. Don't go anywhere as we're going to have more Pokemon in action only here for APAC East. Well, there's still also, APAC West, so make sure you stay tuned for that as well. There's going to be a lot more action here in the APAC region, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Some very nice early dunks off. That's that early power spiking Leafeon that we mentioned. Turnaround drive, share. Huge swathe of just the birds being swiped away by the Solar Blade. And here comes the Crammer for a clean rotation.
Oh, beautiful! Bottom here with the Regirock. And look at them. They're trying to proc this in, using it as a bait for Geo2 to come in. But are they? I think they're going to be able to take it. Yes, they will going to be able to take it. And they're trying to get in. Here comes the Emerald Death, though. But it's not going to be enough, though. But the objective here, which is why they are going to be getting in that of the Regirock. Like, they're going to have another fight here.
Yeah, absolutely. Right in the middle of it all, popping that Unite move. Was that a close combat from the Clefable? Throws out the hands.
He's really trying to do their best, you know, trying to defend this versus Snorgle, but unfortunately they don't have much of a damage, especially getting outnumbered here by GOW2. But here comes Basame IGN, going to be able to take down 2, maybe 3. Play with me is going to be popped up. It's going to be 2, 3 down right now. And here comes the follow-up. That's going to be 4.
Because Unite moves available for that Sylveon. Still trying to find an opening. The Hyper Voice is just a bit too much of a shred tool. But still huge Wood Hammers coming through. It's not going to be enough to help them out though. Trading 1 for 1. The Scyther goes down.
Detrimental into that of Last Hope because you wouldn't have enough damage to actually put up against GOW2. And look at that. Emerald 2 going to be taking down 2 Pokemon into the side of GOW2. Trying to still push in, but no, they're not going to be stopping here. And
ripping potential along with the Blazing
the telekinesis!
The Trevenant. In comes the drive and they set him off. Trevenant down. It's a big problem. No more Wood Hammers and no more Last Hope. Stranded now. Here comes the Mimikyu trying to play with somebody. Gets at least the KO on the Scyther. Takes out the Blaziken as well. Starting to turn things around, but the Sylveon, the Phantom Forest to try and make it work. All the Unite moves, everything in the kitchen sink thrown at this legendary Pokemon. But you do not have the time. Look at your watches, ladies and gentlemen. 5 more seconds, and its hope is gone. Last Hope, they don't even get the Ray. Yeah, starting to rip up this early Regice already. That is one of the power points of the God of Warriors lineup. Keep things going. A lot of space being created by this Umbreon, and it's just...
We still have someone up top here to make sure that we defend our top path, but at the same time, here they go. Another team fight here. Blitz they popped up here. They're going to be able to take down 2 into the side of GOW2. It might be the revenge that Last Hope is hoping for, and that's going to be 3 down.
That is disgusting before. It's still disgusting here, now. And it's in the middle of things. Burden Anger coming through, but can't survive. Finally, the full commitment is enough for God of Warriors 2. They're still trying to hang on to this goal zone and prevent Regieleki from coming through. Here comes the Machamp cross-chopping in, but just gets Horn-leeched up. They're starting to run out of HP and resources. Mystical Fire coming through from the sidelines. The Delphox just raining away the damage. And the last member is Venusaur trying to get that objective. There's a huge dunk, but they've already taken down the Venusaur. A bit of split priorities, causing them to just get wiped out. God of Warriors pounce on that slight bit of hubris.
They're not right now, as they're going to be able to take down the Trevenant once again. It's not going to help them, you know, coming back up, responding, because God of Warriors 2 is just eating them up, but not right there. They're going to be able to answer back, going to be able to take down 1. The Machamp's going to be going down, and that off.
No, but
here we go.
Breaking out. Wood Hammer in, and no, it's the Umbreon that goes down this time round. Charging forward on that Venusaur. They can't stop the tank. In comes Ramsey, mopping them up. The Machamp trying to stand toe-to-toe, but Burden Anger, someone's unhappy with this situation, and it's going to be the Venusaur coming out on top with the help of the Trevenant. Here comes the back. Warriors are so good at, and they get themselves the advantage. Now it's the Venusaur and company.
As well. Now here we have another clash coming in.
Full focus in, very frolic, triple trample. Who's
there
gonna grab it? God of Warriors snatches it away again. You just can't beat them at the Ray. It's too clean. You're walking into their territory. And Last Hope, you might be saying Mabuhay in your
Let's see what I could do.
Still trying to come through for the steal is that Umbreon, but equally unsuccessful. It'll just be an easy trade. Trying to get those Ice Crystals pumping through. Trevenant in big trouble, still able to turn around and Wood Hammer though, keeping this goal zone intact. And the Hyper Voice just being so annoying. Here comes the reinforcements in the Sableye, but the question is it enough? The Sylveon still needs to back up, and now the Ice Crystals coming through, Sableye is going to go down. So Hyperspace all up to the top. You can immediately see that probably coming through now. Glaceon coming to back up the Mimikyu. They will go down though. Glacial stage committed, and there's the portal. Here comes the reinforcement. So is going to come through, wipe down that poor Sableye, and just like that, again, Vincier just Momento very happy with that situation. Now clinging on to this tier 1 goal zone are Vincier. Clean reset, can't Horn-leech in time. The Koopa able to extract themselves. Can't imagine that they're coming back. Wow, very, very daring. Bring himself back into the fray. Probably got to go down on Susui, not able to catch the reset this time. But the entire time, do you hear that sweet music?
Knowing that the opponent is not exactly a team fight kind of composition, and it's just snowball.
Yeah, they just need to keep picking up and finding an angle. For now, they've caught out the Sableye and the Crustle. Rumble Rouser in the middle, triple trample coming through, but it's only an Umbreon. Everyone from the side of Momento has escaped, and Glaceon starting to rain in the pain. Where are you going? Play with me, little Sylveon. I want you right by my side. And nowhere to run. All the Unites is Crustle coming through. It's gonna have to be a Hero X Scissor, but he can't even find the angle. Stopped by the Umbreon. Goodbye and blocking your own team instead. And early Only eject button out. Oh, the Brixton being chased down. Ryu, very aggressive, has enough damage. Hero play from the Trevor. I mean, even if he goes down here, it's completely fine. Almost turns around.
With the Zoroark, Momento is not putting on the break as well.
Oh, it doesn't matter if you bring reinforcements. That's just more KOs for us. Sure, you want to defend? No.
Flanking us from behind.
Yeah, the problem is they don't really have a Pokemon that can hook him and catch him as well. You're relying on the foul play. Oh, Gatling Gulp Missile standing their ground there. Drenched not able to secure it though. Might go down. Nice 8-ball. Don't tell me that's enough. The Fire Spin cleans it up, but the Delta Box disappears. Here comes Drem, ready to help him out. Diving left, right, and center. You can't touch me. Dodging these Hyper Voices. Play with me. Where are you going again? Beautiful target priority. They are juking them left and right. Send that last softball. The bait attack.
Got missile, and they have to be really careful where his position.
Oh, they tried for the Unite move, but a bit too late. Sent able to clean them up. Both down. How have they caught that? Catching back a reset. Gatling got missile. It's a perfect setup, but the Rubble Rousel on the front lines, acting as a bodyguard. Look at that play of me in the back, taking down the Sylveon low. The Phantom Forest can't save him, and the Umbreon just has to try and run back to find an opening in this raid, but there's no hope. The final Unite move.
They missed out on the PH qualifiers, and they are here for that last final chance for Hawaii this year. And this is their good. This is a really good display of skill right here for Momento, and he's one of the that actually level 4-man on top side 4v4 right here.
That damage! Look at that! Managed to get into that orange shield. Unfortunately, gets a bit of a reset here, but it doesn't matter.
You're gonna get a lot of space right here. Crustle might be a little bit of a danger, but managed to get out there alive. But Glacier managed to get one pick off that Umbreon and just chasing Fibonacci back right to base.
That's gonna be 2 down into the side of Fibonacci as well, but it's still not done. They're still not over. There's going to be another KO. The Grand is going to go down, but Micro have the positional advantage to that right. Let's find out that they're going to be able to take this one up as well, but it is going to be Taiwan Tops that gets this, but that's going to be for the cost of 2 Pokemon. No! Make that 3! No, maybe 4, because there is still Snake here trying to survive, and the only one left as well, and the Grammar is the... Oh, never mind! Get the ambulance! But all out in one go.
Definitely, and there you have yet another steal by the Gyarados once again. Stole the Regibottom, get steal once again, steal the red top, and just pushing straight right in. You know, they are okay, they are just comfortable right here.
And there you have it, another Unite was going to be popping up here, but it's not going to be quite enough as Gyarados is going to be, you know, a bit of a push back here, but the Emerald 2-7 is going to be popped up as well. That is going to be the Rubble Rush, not going to be doing anything at all. It's going to be 2 down into the side of Taiwan top 16. I think they are not done it, as they are chasing in this Sylveon. You're not going to go...
Slice of pie on the Rayquaza, moving straight
right in. They're not going to be able to
get that Rayquaza.
Try not to force ourselves in, because we're just going to get shredded anyway. And just try...
Go one more level up, but on the other hand, you know, you got those stage 2 Pokemon ready to fire it off as well. They're squaring off right here in the Regirock.
And Micros is just waiting for the right time to get in. There goes the Unite. We're going to be able to take that 1. No, make that 2, make that 3, make that 4. Power to flip, and there you go. Another Milo is going to be popping. Computer Crash is going to be coming up as well, just to try to, you know, put them in a spot in the jail. They're going to be able to take down Regirock for themselves, but look at this team fight right now. I think there's going to be a bit of a reset here. Going to be using that as a, you know, a bit of a bait there. But it is going to be Fibonacci going to be able to take down that Regirock. Going to be able to take down 2, never 3.
Sunbound was popped, but the Charizard was a little bit late into the party. But there we have yet another scramble right here. And Scramble gets one KO. Top 16 gets the trade as well. And, you know, right here, just a scramble.
No, yeah, for sure. And look at this, though. The Rockton was for the Unite move as well. Reason Buzz is going to be popping up, and the Charizard is going to be able to take down 2 in the process as well. This is looking beautiful for Taiwan top 16, and this is what they need as well. The Ray fight is what they need to win for them to be able to take this match away from people, not be able to win this 2-0. But is that going to happen? Let's find out.
Yeah, there we have, you know, they're trying to focus it down onto Pom Pom. Pom Pom might be a little bit of trouble right there as well. It's a red team come right in. Micron gets 2 while there is back. As it's Rock to seal the entrance up.
Disrespect. Like, I mean, you already wanted to, you didn't need to chain it up. You know, you didn't need to chain it, but they did.
Welcome back here, everybody, to the Pokemon Unite Championship Series. It's the last chance qualifier for Asia Pacific East, and already seeing, I won't say upsets, but some tensions rising as we're getting deeper and deeper into the bracket, JJ.
No, yeah, I mean, we are at the last top 14. Oh, well, not Yeah, last top 4 teams, and honestly, it's been really quite exciting. Quite exciting to see all these matches, and these are the kinds of matches that we're not going to be able to see if we still had like the teams who were already qualified, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I really think I'm not disrespecting the teams that we have right now. But I think like if some of the teams, right? Say for example in the Philippine qualifiers, it was almost there that the Elevate was taken out, right, by Isan Vincere.
Yeah.
But if they were, right, let's say for example, if they were taken out by Isan Vincere, I think in this kind of like qualifier, Elevate is just gonna dominate, and we're not going to have these amazing, very close matches if that were to happen.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, we have been entertained, there's no doubt about that. As we dive into the previous match that you were covering with Moonboy, I mean, that kind of ended in a way that, at least for me, I didn't personally expect. I had really high hopes for Taiwan top 16, or rather, as we like to joke about now, LCQ APAC East top 4. But, I mean, dude, Fibonacci sequence just kind of working out in real life. Like, I mean, they've been adding up, right? Like, they start out up against Mayo Wanlu, kind of surprised them a little bit. Sure, they had a bye at the start of their entire bracket here, but the play has just been solid. And I mean, you were shouting Mike Ross's name over and over because he just looks spectacular.
I mean, I cannot like stress enough. And honestly, I think the games showed themselves, right? Showed it that it actually is, like a micro show.
Yeah, it really is. And I think that it's especially cool to see because it's kind of, I mean, a lot of the times Leafeon, with how widely it's picked, you would kind of assume that teams are practiced against it. Like, I know that it's a very strong Pokemon in the meta, but at the same time, it's the same way that people have ideas on how they want to counter Gyarados, right? You try and figure something out. It really felt like in these moments where execution was the most important, it kind of slipped out of the hands of Taiwan top 16, and they need to kind of grit themselves, right? If they're really trying to take that slot.
I mean, like, look at this, right? Going back into the replay, so we're gonna be watching a bit of a replay here because as we, wait for the teams to get ready, right? And it just showed how much the team is, again, as I mentioned earlier, just funneling down Micros, making sure that, Micros stays alive, stays in the game here, and just, bringing about the damage against that of, well, honestly, any of their opponents.
Yeah, exactly. So for those of you not sure what's going on right now, the reason why we haven't introduced the matchup is because, well, frankly, we don't have it yet, right? Because the lower bracket, it's still running on right now. Taiwan top 16, of course, with the loss here to their opponents in the match that we just watched, they are going to be waiting for who their opponents are. It's either Mayo Wanlu or Isan.
Momento.
Yeah, Momento.
So it's really going to be interesting because, like, again, we've been seeing it, time and time again, almost the entire day. We have like no information about Mayo Wanlu, but they have been surprising us, especially going against teams that are already, cemented themselves. Yeah, they might not be, the top teams that have already qualified, but nonetheless, they are still great teams, right?
Yeah.
And to be able to like defeat them, right, and be able to go through this despite being a name that is not that is unheard of. It's just a really great feat.
Yeah, and I think what it shows more than anything is the fact that Mayo Wanlu, they not only have survived up until this point, but they also triumphed against God of Warriors. We saw in the first series of the day that God of Warriors 2 very clearly have some sort of, I don't know where they get it from, but the second that Ray starts and comes into Thea Sky Ruins, it's almost like they're holding a lighter right under the thumbs of their opponents. It starts to heat up, it gets uncomfortable, you're starting to sweat, you feel worried. But in that chaos that went to a 2-1 series overall, Mayo Wanlu were able to get the advantage. So it's clear that even in chaotic situations, they're able to kind of rein it in, whether it's a single member of that team calling the shots. Now, a bit of sprinkle of lore for you here. We don't know anything about the players, but of course, Moonboy and myself, we are of Chinese background. So Mayo Wanlu, if we are assuming, at least right now we only have the phonetic pronunciation of it. What we're assuming, if we're direct translating, it direct translates to no crooked road or no way that is around. One means like a turn. So Mayo is don't have. So you're saying there isn't any curved road or there isn't any way around it.
So it's like straight path.
Exactly. No way around it. Straight path. And that's the road that each of these teams has to take away that one slot. You can't beat
true.
around the bush. You can't hope for a better bracket. You can't hope for... This is the mismatch that is going to secure your spot. And I think it's especially cool to see a team that at least we don't know about yet play with such a high level of grit.
Yes. I mean, you know, like it's just like what happened with the, you know, as you have mentioned earlier, right? Like with the WCS, right? Like there's a lot of teams coming from the NA and the EU, right?
Yeah.
But there's a lot of teams who, as well, aren't like really, you know, like aren't like more of like surprised with the that's Asian teams that come in, and that's why I think that's one of the biggest factors as well why you know Elevate was able to get in like the top 2 spot, because like they were surprised about how they played, and now we are seeing the same thing. Though it is just the APAC East, I think this is just the start of something new.
Exactly, and I think that when we last saw international play at the world stage and whatnot, draft at that point wasn't fully developed yet.
Yes.
Right? You still had little sort of... There was still tinkering with it, there was only one ban, and then since then the game has evolved to increase the roster size, so you have so many more viable options for all these different Pokemon to be selected. And right now, we're gonna have a bit of a head-to-head, so let's... we don't know who is actually up yet, so we're gonna see at the same time as you.
Who is gonna be going
when we get this head-to-head, let's throw it up. Who do we have up against Taiwan top 16?
Oh,
it's
Ethan.
Okay, well, you know.
Yes. Well, I mean, you could.
Well,
yes.
It's
yeah.
We hyped up Neo One so hard.
They're not.
It is what it is. I mean, it's an Momento. I think we're starting to get to that point in the tournament where it is the expected outcome.
Yeah, I mean, but at the same time, right? Like it's quite a, again, as I mentioned, like a great feat to be able to reach, you know, this stage, this level of the tournament, despite, you know, not being in the Taiwan, Hong Kong, Macau regionals, basically a like a no-name, right? But now they have shown everyone that, hey, we actually have the skills, and we are going to be coming back pretty soon with the next season. But going into this game, though, we have Taiwan. Sorry, no. APAC East top 4.
No,
APAC
this
East
is
top 4.
This is what I would, if you gave me a bracket or list of teams at the start of the day, and you asked me what the grand finals would be, I'll tell you this matchup.
Oh really?
Yeah, that's kind of where we're at now. I mean, who else would you have put? Is it Momento not in your top 3?
Well, I mean, it is.
Yeah, right. And now we're at top 4. This is kind of expected, but to see them face off in the lower bracket instead, that one of these teams,
that is a surprise.
That's crazy. One of these teams at this juncture is going to be out of the running.
Right.
Now, if you're looking at these rosters and you followed Pokemon Unite for a while, maybe you would feel a bit inclined to say that Isen or Mento are the favorites, given that they've had a richer competitive history. But let's not discount Taiwan top 16 here. I mean, we have some stats that we can look at for you, and I'm sure they're going to tell a very good story as to why this team is a force to be reckoned with.
There we go. So for Taiwan top 16, right, damage dealt here, as we've seen, it's 20, sorry, not 27, but like rather 278k here for the damage dealt.
That's a lot of damage.
A lot of damage, exactly. I mean, usually we see like what, 168k
like
damage
sub
dealt.
200. Sub 200 is like a...
Yeah, it's different.
It's like kind of there, right?
Yeah,
like,
yeah. And I mean, look at this as well. Like damage taken, they know that they can tank in a lot of damage. 190k. Again, it's like nowhere that we've seen thus far in quite an average. It's more like this is like above average, kind of like, well, average numbers.
Yeah, for sure. And I think it makes a lot of sense when we talk about the games that we've seen them play so far.
Yeah.
Right? When you look at the Glaceon, it's always been known as not really a damage per second type of carry, but it's one that can easily rack up the numbers just because Icicle Spear is such a strong move. Now, we already see that priority on a Pokemon like that with a 63% win rate on the Glaceon, even with the nerfs recently. They don't seem too bothered about it. They're not thought out.
I mean, you know, like going into the you know, the nerfs coming from the Glaceon, the way that I see it is like it's not even touched. I mean, sure, it's like slower when it comes up and like, you know, going to hit, you know, anyone who's a target. Sure. But the way I see it is like, is there really?
Yeah, you just kind of look at the small dot in numbers, you know, huh?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I guess they're experimenting, does it? Well, we'll see how Isen matches up to that. Of course, we have the stats ready for you as well. Isen or Mento, of course, I think the remaining front runner, at least for the Philippine side of things, I'd say, JJ.
Yeah, it is going to be Isen or Momento again with the average damage dealt at 197k. Damage Taken is at 162, and average recovery at 83. In all numbers here right now, it seems as if like Taiwan top 16 has the advantage, gets the win here, except for the recovery, which they have the higher number here at 83k. Well, maybe we can round it up to 84k average.
Yeah, I think the cool thing about Pokemon Unite is the way that the game works is so that just the stats don't really tell the story.
Yeah,
you need to be able to read into it. And what I'm seeing from this now, maybe not so much about the average damage taken or average damage dealt and whatnot, but what I'm looking at is the frequently used Pokemon. We already see a very clear differential in terms of priority for Trevenant, right? We've seen Issa Momento a couple of games already. Whenever they can, they snatch up the Mimikyu, Sylveon, and Trevenant. That's the go-to. And they still aren't too shy to pick up the Glaceon as well. So that is a pick, the Glaceon and the Mew, two Pokemon that very favored by their opponents.
Yes.
So this is gonna be within contention. I wouldn't be surprised to see some snatch picks.
Oh yeah,
to deny the opponents
for sure.
of that opportunity.
I mean, again, it's going to be quite a detriment to the team that wouldn't be having the first pick as well. So in this position, right, it's either they play a different Pokemon. But at this point, I don't think they can afford to do that because, again, they are at the lower bracket. And having a bit of an experimentation and playing their comfort picks is going to be quite heavy, quite difficult, and quite detrimental to that team, right? So, it's as you have mentioned, it's going to be a game of snatching that Pokemon for themselves. But at the same time, right, it's either you, again, play a different Pokemon, ban it, not allow them to get that in.
Yeah, and I think so far that we see these Trevenant picks answered back very nicely by the Glaceon. In fact, that feels like the strategy that the side of Taiwan top 16 have employed because they don't particularly feel very comfortable picking the Trevenant themselves, but they kind of bait you into it. They leave it open. You pick the Trevenant. Oh, free Glaceon territory.
Yes. I mean, again, we're just going to be going back to what we said earlier. It's the mid-week patch, mid-season patch. It's not really affecting the Glaceon much. And as I mentioned, if it's open, I think it's going to be picked.
Yeah, for sure. And okay, with that being said though, I still think that Glaceon is the type of Pokemon at this stage that has to be picked later in the draft.
Oh yeah, of course.
Like you can't. I don't think it's strong enough, much like the other evolutions. That you can just snatch it up immediately. But we have a draft ready for you between Issa Momento and Taiwan top 16. What I thought would be the grand finals, to be honest. What I thought at least would be sort of the upper bracket final. Look, one of these teams is gonna have to say goodbye.
Oh yeah, that's inevitable indeed. And here we have the first set of bans here. We have the Tyranitar and the Hoopa for, a good reason as well. And Blaziken, being a very tanky Pokemon that has a lot of, attacking damage is gonna be banned as well. And Taiwan top 16, beautiful respect ban here. Respect banning that Mimikyu.
Yeah, I guess that just kind of sings to me that they aren't comfortable picking it away. And Taiwan top 16 going for the very same strategy that we just talked about when we saw their stats.
Yes.
They are allowing that first pick to go over to the Trevenant. They know it's coming. The question is, how do they respond? Because as much as they snatch up the Umbreon now and probably snatch themselves a few more priority selections in terms of the Sylveon, you gotta imagine that Momento are expecting this Glaceon down the line.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to, go down into how they're going to be responding to this. But as you had mentioned, they are, ready for any kind of situation that Taiwan top 16 is going to be given them, right?
Yeah.
So now this is actually a very good pick as well. We have the Gyarados for the crowd control. We have, Trevenant for the, again, tankiness and crowd control. And at the same time, they have a bit of a sustain here. And as you have mentioned, a Pokemon here such as the Glaceon is still open. And there's a lot more things that we can consider. We have the Zoroark, we have the Meowscarada, we have maybe even the Mew as a backline damage.
It's crazy that both these teams are straight up ignoring the Leafeon, but of course
there you go.
Snatched up. Yeah, I mean, so many high priority picks still being left in just because of these specifically targeted bans from Taiwan top 16. They're crafting something here. Again, the Cramorant, for me, throughout this tournament so far, haven't been convinced. And this is not even, look, this is not even this is coming from a Cramorant player. I love that guy. That's my man right there, on my bird.
Yeah, but it's just like tournament so far.
Yeah,
it's just not really, well, at the very least, it hasn't shown the change. I wouldn't say it hasn't shown the change. I think it showed the change.
Yeah.
It's just that it's not the way. It's not convincing yet now.
Look. What is Xiang King? Okay.
On the Charizard again.
Okay. I mean,
this is a good draft here.
You like it?
I like this.
Okay,
like,
tell me about the Charizard. Why do you like the Charizard?
Okay, I like the Charizard here just because of the fact that, okay, they are lacking in terms of damage. But at the same time, we have to take note that Isan Momento here has a very huge damage potential here. Damage prowess coming in from the Leafeon, coming in from that of the Mew, right? But the thing here is Taiwan is lacking on the, what do you call it, like the tankiness and the attacking damage. So with the Charizard here does both of that. It is tanky enough, especially after its Unite move, and could be able to deal so much, not so much, but a damage nonetheless, going against that of Isan Momento.
I won't lie, JJ. I just kind of feel like this. I don't know whether this Charizard has what it takes. I mean, think about the Charizard when it pops its Unite move, right?
Yeah.
And you fly it into the sky.
Yes.
I think it turns you into a bit of a raid boss, but at the very same time, you lose access to your moves. So what that means is that, let's say, if you pop your Unite move, and you're chasing after a target, if you're chasing a Leafeon, he just dashes away.
Right.
You're chasing the Gyarados for whatever reason, he can not only stand his ground and probably fight you, he could also Dragon Current if things get hairy.
Right.
There are so many tools for these Pokemon to get away from the Charizard that I'm not really sure. The only caveat that I see is I guess the Charizard is meant to be their late game insurance.
Yeah.
Right? It's supposed to take them the distance, but do you think it's enough? Because you sound convinced.
I mean, like I say that I like this pick because I think it makes sense a lot. But as you have mentioned, it's more of a Pokemon that really needs to be babysat. And as you have mentioned, it is the, like the backup, sort of. At the very least, they have this Pokemon that can help them out, just in case things get funky. But nonetheless, being obviously the Charizard in and of itself, I don't think it's going to be enough though.
Yeah, I mean, for now, it's gonna have a relatively free time, mostly because you're laning up against the Magikarp, right? Of course, they're gonna bring those evolutions up to the top path to try and, steal away as much of that EXP as possible. It's just painful because the Charmander, I know is a fan favorite, just a very weak Pokemon in the early path stage.
Oh no, yeah, for sure. And I mean, being a Pokemon with 2 evolution stage, it's definitely going to be taking up a while in comparison to like Pokemon like the Blastoise, which by the way we haven't seen thus far in the tournament.
The nerf hits too hard, man. I'm telling you, the stocks are dropping. It ain't a good time. JJ, if you still got any stocks invested, you got to pull out quick. But now though, another rotation isn't on Momento, bringing the Mew up here. Not uncommon to see, especially when you're laning up with Magikarp. The defense can't come through in time, but all of this is so much valuable wasted space because the Charmander is not getting any closer to his final stage evolution.
No, yeah, but here you have it. Isan Momento has recognized this and know for a fact that they can, win the early game, and that's what they're doing as well. Look at that. We have, the Blissey actually taking down the buff here, the orange buff up top into that central area, and at the same time they were able to steal away the other buff as well for themselves.
Such a cool move selection here. The Mew going for the combination of coaching Electro Ball. It just, when you think about it in terms of the moves that you could select for that scenario of you invading the opponent's central area, it makes the most sense. Electro Ball allows you to secure those last hits, also allows you to chunk so much damage into solar bladed targets, and the coaching helps you maneuver the situation a lot better. So early game, very much in the favor of Isan Momento, or at least that's what it feels like for now.
Yeah. But I mean, again, it is still the early game. We still haven't been on the early the first set of major objectives, so it is something that can still change, right? But as of right now, as I mentioned, it seems as if like Isan Momento has a complete control, especially when they invaded the central area of that Taiwan top 16, have the the level advantage and all that, and the Unite mode as well. We have the Leafeon now ready to smack them anytime.
Yeah, and everything's about to come together. Oh, Emerald
there you go.
Doesn't even need to wait. He's on his own schedule. Doesn't he? I was just about to say JT's about to evolve into this Gyarados. Still gets caught out by the gravity though. So a very nice bit of tech coming out from this Clefable. We already saw earlier Clefable pick that really worked wonders against some of these more mobility-heavy Pokemon. We'll have to see how it pans out against Gyarados.
And here you go. Isan Momento definitely has the positional advantage to that off even. Like, I think they're gonna be able to get this one up, and they did. And just like that, they are now gonna be having in a bit of a pressure against Taiwan top 16. And now making sure that they're going to be able to push in this scores.
Yeah, for now though, the Charizard here to defend as well, but you gotta be so careful when there's Solar Blades and Gyarados ready to chop you up. Yeah, and they just have to give this spacing up. Still waiting around to figure out whether they want to overdunk or not, whether they want to get a few more stacks. Yeah, and the setup there, JT finding a few more probably onto that attack weight before giving up.
Yeah, but at the same time, we still have the Reggie steal down bottom, which Taiwan top 16, I think, is going to try to take forcibly against that of Momento, but Momento is ready and they're just waiting for the Leafeon and the Gyarados to be ready.
Yeah, this is a problem because it's a 4v5 situation, right? I think your saving grace is going to be Chin and whether he can find a good position with this Gatling Gun missile. For now though, Taiwan top 16 closing in, waiting and biding their time. Here they come, Gatling Gun missile in the middle of everything.
Wow.
Not enough to secure though, that's the problem. And they just
Another
crushed
one.
that Cramorant. He can't do anything. Again, we've seen this Pokemon throughout the entire day stand its ground and just get crushed, stomped like a damn Goomba. And for now, this fight has fallen out of favor for Taiwan top 16. They need to try and cut their losses and back up because Issa and Momento clearly too strong right now.
Yeah, I mean, they've shown the prowess. They had complete control of the early game. Were able to get into Regieleki and were able to get in that Registeel as well with additional buff onto their special attacks and attacks as well, making sure that they have the advantage against that of Taiwan top 16. And that alone is so huge that Taiwan top 16 isn't able to do anything against them.
Absolutely. Issa Momento sent, he's just been such a key factor, taking the early advantage by the reins and never giving it back. This Leafeon has played a flawless game so far, and his teammates are just capitalizing nicely. Take a look at that setup. Light screen into the Horn Leech, everything just thrown onto Consent. Last little bit. Oh,
that was close.
Nice little dash away to sidestep that move, but still, you gotta feel so uncomfortable. Oh man, these wood hammers are so nice on the angle.
Now here's the thing though, like Ryu here is able to just last so long and wait for their teammate as well. But look at this though, we have Zen being the only one left. You're not going to be able to seal away the Regieleki though, but they're going to be able to take down the Clefable at the very least.
Wow, that was such an unfortunate sequence of events. It was very nicely played from the Gyarados because Xiang King was going in for the Unite move. He Dragon countered right in time and interrupted it. But the Clefable uses their own Unite move, gets the Wish, the Wonder Wish into Fly, and that burst damage is enough to secure the objective. So a very lucky sequence of events here, despite a decent outplay from the Gyarados.
No, yeah, for sure. And I mean, it's it could have gone wrong, especially with the Blissey.
Both sides,
right? Could have gone wrong if it wasn't a Fly. It's it could have been
like block or something. You're just like, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure this player is good enough to make it work, but still.
Just undergo.
Exactly. I think that objective was important for Taiwan top 16 to take to keep up in terms of the levels because you take a look, the only person really keeping up is just 77 Chin, and looks like this Registeel's under threat.
Yeah, and I mean, it's going to, it's left its spot quite a bit. Now it's going to go on a, refresh in terms of its HP, and just like that, it's, Issa Momento, Taiwan top 16 is using it as a bait for Issa Momento. Maybe try to get in some KOs here, maybe take them out as well, and to be able to catch up against them in terms of level, in terms of XP, and maybe be prepared for that of the upcoming raid fight.
Gatling Gun Missile working out a lot better this time, making use of himself as a little bit of a sentry to do that fight. Popping all the Unite moves on the Taiwan top 16 side, and they're able to get 2 KOs, looking for a bit more, but the Charizard doesn't want to overextend and lose themselves in the music the moment. You gotta let it go.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm talking about, right? Like, especially with the Seismic Slam, right? They're looking to get in the tankiness, but at the same time, the one that can actually deal in a bit of a damage. And that is what, the role of the Charizard here. But unfortunately, though, I don't think it's going to be enough once everyone from East and Momento is actually going to be in the team fight.
This feels like that type of moment that you get to when you're playing chess, right? Because when you start playing chess at first, you're positioning your pieces, you're getting everyone prepared.
Yes.
I feel like we're at that point in chess in this game where the Unite moves just inherently can outplay your opponent so much. Like, we already saw a bit of a glimpse of it with the Dragon Current. Regieleki stolen away by Issa Momento. It was Taiwan top 16 that started it, but they get it snatched from right under them. And I feel like all these small interactions, we have to keep our eyes peeled because this final stretch is going to be full of them.
Oh, no, yeah, for sure. And, with less than 10 seconds as well, we're going to be able to see that Rayquaza. But as that Regieleki is trying to push in itself towards that secondary score goal, that just allowed Issa Momento to prepare themselves and position themselves towards that Ray pit.
Yeah, Taiwan top 16. No real good options for them in terms of backcapping. They can't afford to risk any of their members out of position. But similar situation for Issa Momento. They don't actually need to be pressured. But I'm sure both teams have no damn clue who's ahead.
No, yeah, I mean, at the same time, right? Like, Issa Momento, I mean, the gap isn't that wide either that they cannot really play a bit of a very risky play as of the moment. But Ryu though just trying to bait them out, and Taiwan Top 16 is not getting it.
Yeah, and they have no reason to, right? I think Xiang King, look at him. This
Did
Charizard trying for a bit of a self-attack here. Solar Beam crushing through all of these members, but he's just waiting for his time. He's waiting for an opening to catch the Mew by surprise. Now there is a Mystical Mirage, which means that this Mew, Dreamt, should be able to keep themselves safe.
Yeah.
Time is just ticking. 1 minute left. Maybe the teams are waiting for a notice to see who's ahead, but they're not going to get much information. Charizard revealing their position now. It's a close battle. That tells us nothing, both teams say, as now the pressure starts to ramp up. Who's winning? Who's losing? Who's going to take away this game number 1? Who gets the advantage? It's the Sylveon. Or rather, sorry, the Mew, who has to pop that initial eject button, and in comes the side of Taiwan Top 16. They're trying to get a better position.
Right, I like the fact that they're not actually popping in their Unite moveset because they're waiting for that right time, and that might as well be the right time right there. Emerald 2-step into the Dragon card is going to be popping up as well, but that is going to be 1-for-1 trade. It's both of the teams here, but it is Isan Momento having a bit of an advantage, but no, they're going to be able to take down this Gyarados as well. It's going to be 2-for-1 trade in favor of Taiwan.
Yeah, but they have to try and keep this up. Sure, they managed to stop the Charizard before the Unite move, but if they don't get anything done for now, the Charizard's coming back in 9 seconds. But the thing is, the game's gonna end in 9 seconds. The dunk, the 9 points.
Gonna be enough,
I'm not sure whether the 18 was enough, but they need to get a little bit more just to be safe. They're desperately trying to finish that last Claydol. Stopped by the Mew in the bot side, and they can't get the final points. JJ, I can't do math, and I have no damn clue who just won that.
I have no...
We'll have to see. We'll have to see.
Oh my Arceus, bro. Oh my Arceus. It is so close that 18 points was not enough. Bidoof. By the name of Bidoof, that was not enough. That was a very good try though. A very good attack.
Look, all I'm saying at the end of that game is we saw 3 separate instances of the seismic slam being cancelled.
Yeah.
And that's all I need to tell you. Like, literally, Xiang King, look at his damage. The Umbreon has done more damage than him. You're talking about, you want to pick this Charizard for the body, for the damage. Look, JJ, I see the body. That's it. He ain't doing nothing. He gets up in there, gets caught up by a bunch of AoE.
Yeah.
Gets wood hammered. I mean,
it's again, right? Like it's
how are you getting almost out damaged by Egg Bomb? How you? What is going? JJ, explain this. You were like, oh look at this Charizard, he's gonna do damage.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. But you know what's good here, right? Is that Isan Amano was able to recognize, especially in the early game, right? They are always like targeting this Charizard, making sure that it's not gonna be able to do anything, right? And from there on out, it's like they already shot down the Charizard. They weren't able to do anything at all, as I mentioned, right? Like it's only 24k, almost outnumbered by the Trevenant, right? So we weren't really able to see anything that happened from that of the Charizard. So as much as I would say that it is a very sensical, a logical kind of pick in terms of like the composition that they have, especially being the last pick of the team, it's not going to do anything good if it cannot even pop off its Unite move.
Yeah, I think the biggest problem is that, we've talked about it time and time again. Taiwan Top 16, they very clearly have a strat. They're giving over some premium picks because they have a response to it.
Yes.
I do not see how the Charizard was meant to answer this selection. When you're gonna give over Trevenant, Leafeon, Gyarados, these are Pokemon that eat bans. These are Pokemon that barely see their face in some of these matches just because they're routinely banned out. And your showing is this, like your Cram. This was perhaps the best fight they could muster, right? The Cram was able to find themselves in a position where he wasn't really threatened and they were able to put on some pressure. But this last fight, Xiang King, it's just so sad. Take a look at this. He tries, gets caught out because Phantom Forest is up, and then he just disappears. Where's that Charizard? Gone.
No, exactly, right? Like, but at the same time, right? Like, do you think, right? If it weren't the Charizard, what would you have thought of as a replacement to this like Pokemon? Maybe a Venusaur that could do the same thing.
I mean, I'm just confused as to why they didn't grab the Leafeon for themselves.
Yeah.
Right? Because if you already have, if you're already trying to emphasize a bit on the early game, just double down on your strategy. You already had so many evolutions in play, right? You had the Sylveon, you had the Umbreon. Bring in the Leafeon as well and run havoc on the map. The 5 to 6 minute marks are yours.
Right. I mean, here's the thing, though. I think we have to consider as well, like, when I was watching the Taiwan-Hong Kong region, and I'm looking at the stats right now, just to double check.
Big stats, man, over here. You can't see it, but you got a whole list of notes.
Right.
And them custom printed for him, and it's actually...
Leafeon was actually only picked twice in Taiwan and Hong Kong. And both of those times, it lost. It lost. So it was like it has like a 0% win rate at the time. So maybe that's why they weren't really like going into the Leafeon thing. But I do understand, right? And I do agree as well. Like, why give Leafeon?
Look, if you're not going to, all I'm saying is, if you're playing competitive Pokemon Unite, I understand regional differences, right?
Yes,
that insight was brought to you by the JJ difference. So thank you. Shout out JJ for that. That's it. You wouldn't get that if JJ wasn't here. But the JJ difference giving us that regional insight. But the problem is that you are, newsflash, trying to qualify for Worlds.
Exactly. No,
Worlds
I agree.
You know how many people play Leafeon? You're gonna be toast if you don't figure out how to deal with this Pokemon. You're gonna be toast if you give them exactly what they want.
And if you cannot adjust into like the regional changes or regional meta, right?
Yeah. Look, I have so many questions, but so do our producers. So let's see what they ask some of these teams in some of the questionnaires.
There you have it. It is. This is going to be our questions for now. You know how your team was formed. So for East and Momento, they said it is Dremp and Sips joined their roster as a new team member. So for those who doesn't know, right? From what I remember, it's like a play thing, like a word play when you're calling it like a
little cat or something. You're asking a cat to go.
That's right. But for those who doesn't know, I think this is a more recognizable name. It's actually it's so bad. It's actually it's actually MXI.
Yeah. So. MXI is a name that a lot more recognizable now. A lot of the old members on the talent/reach lineup that you mentioned. Of course, let's go over to their opponents in Taiwan Top 16. We already sort of explored their team dynamics at length, but specifically how their team formed. Now, I think we already mentioned this before, that this is the main team previously known as
God of Warriors. Yes.
And I think back when RJ Gaming were first popping off. Now,
that was year 1.
Yeah, RJ Gaming.
They were already there with them.
Yeah, exactly. I think 77 Shin was already there from the start. And then later on in Season 2, that's when Snake joined him with a couple of other members. But as far as we're concerned, Kon Sensei, Xiang King, and Arashi are relatively new to at least this team, or at least competing this season. Now, it's always good to play with your friends, but I think for them, there are... Look, I hate to be that guy. Look, I hate to be that guy. But you need to decide for yourself what level of commitment you're going to put into this, because you don't just become the best. You don't just get to represent a region just by playing around with your friends. And I'm sure they're putting in a lot of work as well. But so far, some of these strategies that they've cooked up, they've been a bit more...
working so far. Kinda.
I mean, the meta grows. It was cool.
No,
it was cool. But it doesn't... At the end of the day, you got to win the game. So.
No, of course, no. It's more of a, you know, like, there's a difference between like playing to win or playing not to lose. And I think thus far, as I really like appreciate and like applaud like Taiwan Top 16, what they're doing right now. I think it's something that is very entertaining. At the very least. It's very entertaining. But like as you have mentioned, just to pile up into that as well, is that it's a different kind of play when you're playing against like these sub teams, especially that this is not just like, if it were like maybe just Taiwan, Hong Kong, Macau, maybe it could have worked, right? But again, we are not just with Taiwan, Hong Kong, and Macau. We are on a different level here.
It's a whole different plane, and it only gets bigger. That's the problem. Look, so let's take a look at our featured player. I think a lot of the members of Momento played very well. We have one in particular that we'd like to highlight for you here. We'll have that up in a bit. But I think, so specifically for Taiwan Top 16 that we're looking at here, I think there are a lot of hopes riding on them, specifically supporters, specifically Xingdi and company. I think there's a certain degree of pride that SAR have in trying to potentially get a second Taiwanese Macau or Hong Kong representative up. And I think I saw a tweet from them just now saying that, they're rooting for the Taiwanese. So, I mean, they're going to have to turn things on, because... or MXI, whatever you want to call him, I call him the GOAT, because man, that was plays.
And this is the highlight that we're gonna be bringing up to you guys. It is with being the support here from coming in from that team Eastern Momento.
Yeah, I think the key thing that I always like to look at for support players is damage taken. Now, this is a stat that you usually don't derive a lot of information from, because sometimes, you're up against more Pokemon, or sometimes, you have team members that can help you reset or heal. But more often than not, it's the support Pokemon that are in that position. So if you're able, and this is going to sound deranged, but the higher that percentage is for your team, in my opinion, that tells me that it's a good support player.
No, I agree.
You know exactly what I mean, right?
Yeah.
Tell people what I mean, because they might not understand me like you do, JJ.
No, because like I personally play, and this is like a very non-meta pick, right? I'm a huge Wigglytuff main, and Wigglytuff support Pokemon generally, like speaking in Pokemon Unite, is they're not really there to kind of like support you kind of thing. It's more of a pseudo tank kind of like Pokemon.
Depends on who you pick.
Oh, depends on who you pick, right? Like, but if you are able to like help your teammates, right? Help your teammates and be able to like tank down the damage for your teammates that you're supporting, right? That means you are a good support. But if you cannot do that, only healing. I mean, healing in and of itself is already good.
Yeah.
But if you can make sure that they stay alive while you are sustaining them, then that makes you a great support.
Exactly, and I think that's what we saw coming out from because they would just put themselves in the line of fire, body block a lot of the damage coming out, but they would never get caught KO'd.
Yeah,
you
and they
just
still
play that
survive
fine
as well.
line, and then you're able to tip-top up your opponent, your allies back up to full. So we're going to see that Blissey picked up again. No surprises that Eastern Momento even choose to prioritize it over something like Leafeon, over something like the Gyarados. But now we're seeing the switch up. Taiwan top 16 have to go back for the Trevenant, because I think they realize they can't afford to give it over anymore to Ryu.
Right, and at the same time, they're going to be going into that of the Fable, which we have mentioned, huge healing, and we just discussed this. It's taking in the damage for their team as well, along with that of the Trevenant. But at the same time, they have secured their backplane damage, being that of the Mew. But this time around, though, we're gonna be seeing the return of the Lucario, which, by the way, we've seen Lucario quite a bit. Top path, right? We're gonna go back to
good old days.
Good old days. Season 1. It's either this Pokemon, it's either Lucario, or sometimes we've seen some Serena as well.
Yeah, okay, look, then I have to ask, right? Because back in those days of Lucario, it was all about, both top path Pokemon just completely ignore each other and dunk.
Sometimes you
pick the Machamp, sometimes you pick the Serena, and everyone's just stacking up their attack weights. So what exactly do you think brought this Pokemon back?
See, here's the thing. I think the main factor here has to be Buzzwole. Buzzwole got a bit of a nerf.
Buzzwole got gutted.
Buzzwole got I mean, I have to say though, like, Buzzwole is still good, but only the
sometimes
in the early game. In the early
yeah.
game, it's really good. It's still really good. But going into the mid game, into the late game, it kind of like everyone else just catches up, just like Absol.
Yeah.
Just like Absol. Now that's I guess the reason why, and I think is the biggest factor why Pokemon such as like Lucario, Pokemon such as Serena are coming back. But this time though, they don't play them like solo top. It's always someone with them.
Yeah. So it's less of a solo endeavor. Maybe we'll see either Ryu or Swiss being up there, and Swiss already showing themselves to be an excellent support, right? So what else could you ask for? Now, specifically for Eastern Momento, they've equipped their lineup with some very early game power spikes, right? Specifically, their secure potential for the Ray and their secure potential for some of these objectives with the Aura Cannon, with that Sylveon, is going to be quite difficult. Now, Taiwan top 16, they switch things around a bit, right? They pick up that Trevenant, and they go back for the two attackers that they really love in terms of that Glaceon and the Mew, and that Metagross that we've already seen. But the question is it going to be enough? What do you think this draft is trying to achieve?
Well, I mean, right now, Taiwan top 16, I think they are... I think they have a pretty okay draft. They have the they have the attacker, they have the backlane damage coming from that of the Mew. But like as much as they have these kind of like Pokemon that can actually last and sustain themselves,
you don't sound convinced. I'm not gonna lie. You sound hesitant. You sound like you're trying to make something up, JJ.
No, yeah, I mean, like I understand the draft, and I can see what they're trying to do, but like it's just a mental. I think it's kind of a draft meta.
Let me make it simple for you, JJ. Do you, yes or no, believe in what Taiwan top 16 have on their side in terms of draft?
With the Metagross, no.
With the Metagross, no.
No.
And you feel like it's going to take a bit too much time.
I think it's going to take a bit of too much time. I think they're going to have to babysit this Metagross a lot.
That's what I'm saying.
For them to be able to like go against Isan and Meta. Whereas Isan and Meta only is like, what, level 4? The Slowbro, the Slowpoke only needs to get level 4 telekinesis and be able to like get that out.
Yeah. I mean, Metagross got some very nice buffs.
Yeah.
Sure, and I think a lot of the sentiment of the community was that these weren't even buffs that were really needed. He was already in a decent place, but clearly not decent enough if Mr. JJ doesn't believe in it. Now, I think the one benefit that this Mew gives to Taiwan Top 16 is they can actually contest in the path up against the Kremron, who is widely known to gulp up all the farm.
No, here's the thing. One of the things that I'm also looking at, right, is that a Trevenant would hammer into the Compute and Crash Unite move from that of the Metagross, and then there is the the Mew that could just like put in the damage, right? But the thing is, there's so much setup that you need to do in order for you to do that.
Yeah. I wonder whether we're going to see a Gyro Ball build come out from this Metagross instead of Meteor Mash, because, okay, now we're seeing it's the Meteor Mash, but I just thought Gyro Ball might be pretty nifty, because if you're thinking about how much shields you can get just from getting into this entire cluster of Isen or Momento Pokemon, it's a huge stack, but at the same time, if you're getting into the thick of that, you might just get KO.
No, yeah, exactly. And here you have it, like Isen and Momento, making sure that, they have a bit of a pressure here, especially into that on the bottom path. And look at that, a 3v4, sorry, a 4v4 situation coming down bottom.
Yeah, trying to put on the pressure. That Electro Ball narrowly missing the KO on Dren, who's able to get out thanks to a very nice softball. But unfortunately, Swissersword is going to have to give up themselves for the cause. That's been one of the crowning factors of why they're such an effective support player. And Dren is still playing very aggressively on the front lines. Narrowly gets that last auto attack blocked, thanks to the Slowbro just being there and parking himself in front.
Yeah, but it doesn't stop there as the Altaris is now taken out. At the same time, just a few seconds, we're going to be able to see the first set of major objectives as well in the top path and the bottom path. But here's the question though, JT, once they go down bottom, I think it's going to, destroy the equilibrium that they have right now.
Yeah, I'm a bit worried about this Lucario because as much as it was the Season 1 warrior, there's a new king in town. Metagross, in these 1v1 situations, should always reign supreme thanks to that Meteor Mash and as well as the clear. And even in a situation where you're cornering him, the clear body should give him a very good advantage. Now, contesting over these Regis, the last touch, Clefable, okay.
Yeah,
I'm seeing a bunch of Clefable secures today. Not sure what that's about, but maybe just want something in the pocket. And now they want to put on pressure. Beautiful Egg Bomb though, forcing back the members of Taiwan Top 16. And I think now they're deciding, okay, a bit too scary. Eject button down. Hammer of the Ages, finding two. Conjuring Eye can play this tank too, baby. Two members out of the picture, and Isen or Momento, they just have to flee.
Man, it's I have to go back to what we're saying. Cameron plays thus far in the tournament. Everyone is not quite convincing in terms of even with the buffs.
Yeah, here comes Lucario trying to turn things around, but just finds a hammer. But then really finding the KO, and he just gets wiped. I mean, you're just running over and over into this absolute firing gallery. They're locked and loaded, ready to set your packet. It's a KO streak of 3. Keep it running, keep it coming. Taiwan, they're just running it back and smashing down the side of Isen or Momento with his pop half.
It's like, like I was saying, right? Like JD could have made a difference if it were, if JD were down there at the very start of the match. But the problem was they went in onto that bottom path a little bit too late.
Dude, that Glaceon at that point, by the time Lucario showed up, Glaceon has launched at least 100 ice crystals.
Oh, yeah.
Unironically, like, I'm sure. And now they're going to try and rebut, but a beautiful steal. Come on. Metagross, compute and crash into 4. Beautiful Phantom Forest planting the seeds, but it's the ones of their defeat. They need to run away because the Unite moves mirrored on the other side. This assistance there, along with that Kremron Unite, means that they have to run for now, but they're still ready to poke and prod away. Glacial stage is set in a very nice spot and still tanking so much damage as long as they can keep Mew intact. Reggie Lecky's still there. And Con, man, he's just too clean. The tricks are there, the angles are perfect, and he just keeps winding it up and knocking him down.
Wow, Taiwan's top 16 really wants to show us that, hey, you know what? They might have been able to win. We weren't able to win the first game, but remember, all anime main characters gets shonen anime,
Exactly.
gets beaten up first.
Yeah.
Then they come back.
You gotta get smacked around a little bit, and then suddenly from the ashes, it's a Momento like, oh, you haven't given up yet, and suddenly you get knocked out in one shot. That's what it feels like Taiwan Top 16 doing right now. It's crazy stuff. I mean, they're going back to what their favorites are, and this is what we've talked about throughout this entire tournament, JJ. Some of these teams, they're getting the patch placebo. They're trying to switch things up. They're trying to get crazy with it. Don't do that. Show us why you're here to begin with. Now, maybe a bit of an overextension at this point.
Yeah. For this one in specific.
For what
but at the very least, right, they know for a fact when to get in, when to disengage, and made sure that, okay, we might, overstepping a bit here, let's try to get away.
Yeah. They got Taiwan, the pride of SAR right on their shoulder, right? They want to join their brothers and represent at the world stage. For now, slow beam just singling out Ryu, who has been a problem. And without your Trevenant, that's a large bit of setup gone.
There you have it.
Even with the Unite move from the Clefable, it still ends up going down. And I mean, this kind of feels like one of those situations where you just cut your losses, JJ.
Oh no, yeah. I mean, right now, I can see what they're, why they picked up this draft. It's still, I'm in a position where I think it takes a lot of setups for them to be able to roll in. But the way that they execute their, these setups that we've seen from the previous team fight, right? It looks so great, and it did so much as well.
Dude, I'm just wondering if Kon Sensei plays a Trevenant like this, why were they not picking it earlier?
Oh yeah, that's true.
This is the sauce. If my Trevenant player played like that, I ask him to be on it. He's in Trevenant
all day.
He's in Trevenant jail. He ain't picking anything else.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Okay, what are we doing? What are we doing here? Like, are you trying to win or are we trying to mess around? For now, they're trying to get the Regieleki into the top tier 2 goal zone, putting on the pressure, but they don't want to use their Unite moves because it's near the final stretch. They're trying to force some sort of reaction out from Mr. Momento, poking and prodding, but for now, they will be able to hold this tier 2.
Oh yeah, and just like that, Isan Momento is going to be able to push away that Regieleki, not allowing any pressure for themselves in preparation of that Rayquaza. But we still have 20 more seconds. They still might be able to, rip apart this Regirock. But at the same time, they have to prepare themselves into that Rayquaza, because look at the scores. It's 215 to 211. It's not a lot of a difference.
Yeah, they haven't really been able to get to their plus moves as well. Still only just now hitting the level 30 on the Glaceon. That one's important. Now looking at the Metagross as well. He's just busy trying. Oh, this could be a problem. This could be a problem. If the Metagross can't get here in time, Isan or Mento could just rip this one up, but they're not entirely sure of the positions just yet. 4 points is the only thing separating both these teams. 4 points is what might send Taiwan packing, with the only representative being SAR.
Oh my goodness, this is gonna be hype here. We're gonna be
Ryu, okay, going in for the slow beam on the Glaceon, they're trying to focus him down. Gets the kick on the Glaceon stage, gets out of there, but Ryu is already taken out. Metagross in big trouble. King can't run away. The Metagross gets brought down back to Earth, and despite heroic coming out from the Mew, it's been Glaceon and Mew this entire time. But it's a 3v5 situation, and now they're working on the Ray. They're starting that objective. 9 more seconds until Metagross comes back in, but the Surfs trying to create the space, trying to create the distance, trying to rip it down.
They were able to steal it away!
Taiwan steal it! How have they found that? The ice crystals every single time hitting their mark, and Snake slithering through the grass and sneaks one, bites them right from the underbelly, and Isan or Mento, in the moment when it matters the most, they let it slip.
They already had the advantage against that of Taiwan top 16, but unfortunately, the main characters, thus far, the main characters are the ones getting this game, stealing away that Rayquaza. It was so close as well. So close that Isan and Man was almost able to take that one up. My goodness, but Taiwan top 16 says, man, we're not over. We're still here. We're still playing. Man, it's just game number 2. We still have game number 3.
Snake bearing his fangs there. This was the type of Glaceon performance that puts you on the damn man.
That's true.
I think in the past, we remember this name because it's one of the more recognizable ones, and he's showing, yeah, you remember me for a damn reason. I carried God of Warriors in the previous iterations, and I'm here to bring them the distance now. Taiwan, the hope remains. Shingdi rejoices in wherever he's sitting watching this match right now, because you know he's rooting for his boys.
Yeah.
Isan or Mento, they can't afford to get too frisky with it. This Lucario up against the Metagross, that one rotation that came late feels like it cemented their game.
Oh no, yeah, for sure. For JD, right? Like that very late response coming from JD, coming from that top path is just, one of the things that actually started the trend, right? Where, Taiwan top 16 was able to just get them all the time, trap them into this, I wouldn't say like very obvious kind of like trap as well, but the perfect execution, the perfect timings that Taiwan top 16, let's APAC East top 4 has been doing is just something miraculous to the point that East and Momento is always just eating and always are getting hit by these traps of Taiwan top 16.
Yeah, honestly, even with the way that Ray fight started, it was so hopeful, like wrongly hopeful from Ryu, in a very uncharacteristic move. So far in Isan or Mento's games, Ryu has been that stable tank player, right? And they always get the Trevenant for him. But he looks a bit out of sorts with the slow bro. He tries to go for a Hail Mary eject button forward because he spots the Glaceon, but he gets fouled by the tall grass, commits very, very deep. Nobody can get the Glaceon in time because he's slow beaming her for like a full like two seconds. Nobody's following up. Eject button out, Glacial stage, and the fight's over.
It was quite unfortunate early. I mean, at the same time, I have to I share the same sentiment. Like East and Momento at the start of the Rayquaza, right? Like they had the advantage, they had the win against that of Taiwan, but unfortunately they played a little bit too much, of playing with their food kind of a kind of situation.
Yeah, the thing is, at that point, they just need to have one person at the front chasing away their opponents, and the rest of them rip, right? Because that you don't know what the point disparity is. It was 4 points at the very end of the day. But you just want to snatch that away because in this extended poking fight against a Mew Glaceon, you're not going to win.
Oh, no,
but
I
think they felt that they weren't going to be able to take the Ray without disturbance, so they wanted a bit of peace of mind. But we'll see in the replay now. I mean, this game, honestly, felt like this early game was so clean for the side of Isan Momento.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, I have to say it as well. But, it's more of a, like, Taiwan top 16 has a bit of a grip as well going against Isan Momento, but it's just like, it's looking like as much as equal it is, right?
Yeah.
There's a bit of it, like say a point towards that of Isan Momento, and they were able to maintain it up until the Rayquaza, but unfortunately they kind of like folded into the Ray fight.
Okay, look, I'm gonna rescind my previous statement because I realized I misspoke. I said that, look, it looked pretty solid for Isan or Momento in the early game. I'm now looking at the replay and I'm just remembering that, like, yes, even though the reason why I'm saying that is because the meta growth just felt so weak. But apart from that, Snake is just carrying. We see that eject button escape again. Everything just thrown in to help, and Arashi just immediately flanks him. Even though the meta growth goes down, that's not the important target. And take a look at that final steal. Just getting the targeting correct. I feel like in the fights as Glaceon, that's what makes a master Glaceon. If you're able to target the right, because most of the time people are just button mashing.
Oh no,
right? You're just trying to get eye shots out to do as much damage as possible. But at that very moment,
the targeting.
Not just the targeting, but the positioning to make sure it's not blocked. Straight in for the Ray.
No. So like, right targeting.
Yeah.
Making sure that Pokemon is making sure that Pokemon is like being blocked by the Rayquaza. Making sure that those icicle spears hit the objective as well.
Exactly. You got to line it up. He's playing some sort of 4D chess here, but that's gonna allow him to keep his team alive.
That's true.
This is lower bracket.
And that's what happened as well. I mean, if it wasn't for that Glaceon, if it wasn't for like that 200 IQ play, right?
Yeah.
They would have said goodbye.
Yeah. And I think after seeing that and after how annoying Snake has been through the entire game, you can kind of understand why Isan Momento felt pressured to push him out. Because they maybe thought, as long as this Glaceon is up and not sent back to base, we are going to have problems. And credit where credit is due, they were right. I think for what it's worth, this match from Isan Momento, I don't think it was really their most comfortable. They looked a bit confused at times.
I mean, like there were a bit of a situation or a bit of a times, right, where they want to commit, but at the same time it feels like they had doubts with themselves, going into the team fight, especially when the Trevenant, the Metagross, and at the same time we have the Metagross and that of the Trevenant were there, and at the same time, we have that of the, as you mentioned, the Glaceon, and the Mew is always just ready, even if you don't see it on your screen.
Yeah.
You are always anxious enough that maybe the Mew is there, ready to fire up its solar beam.
It's just kind of like it's like the Pavlov dog syndrome, right? You just keep literally just keep conditioning them into believing that a steal is coming, and you're so scared that you try and go for the jump. But of course, let's have a look at our featured player. Look, I'm not one to flame, but I think that if it was anyone other than Snake, I would need to take off my headset and have a little chat with whoever's in charge of choosing these. Because, you know what I mean? Like, I'm like, were we watching the
Yeah,
what are you on about? Snake, insane plays from Glaceon. I mean, look, nerf. This guy was nerfed. Can't even tell.
Again, as I mentioned earlier, like those very, very small nerf. It doesn't even feel like it got nerfed. It's like still same. It feels like it's still the same Pokemon pre-nerf.
Yeah, it's honestly very terrifying what a good Glaceon can do, and that's why we see exactly, and that's why we see so many, teams prioritize building a draft around it, and prioritize keeping it safe, because they understand that. Look, I mean, in that situation, I respect the approach from Taiwan Top 16 because they realized that the Metagross was not the main character.
Right.
The Metagross was not the guy. The Metagross was the guy who's meant to sort of get caught halfway through the movie and then you never see him again.
Yeah, it's kind of like the character, like say the comedic relief. It's there. No. Well, I said it in a way that it's there.
Damn.
Hear me out.
Look,
hear me out.
Great contributions from Xiang King just being there, fellas.
No, they are there, right? Just to divert the attention away from the main character.
You know what? Actually, it is, to be honest. You mentioned at the end of game number 1 draft that Xiang King is picking this Charizard because they need a body. They need a body that could potentially threaten damage. That's exactly what the Metagross does. But the difference is Metagross doesn't get his Unite move just randomly interrupted over and over. It's not clunky. He actually has a way of securing. He actually potentially becomes a scary 1v1 duelist when you reach that point. So I think the Metagross idea is a good one. Now, what I need from Taiwan Top 16, and if you're a Taiwan Top 16 fan, you are crossing your fingers because you are saying, look, you guys cooked a little bit, right? You guys cooked a little bit with the Metagross, but we all know that the Metagross wasn't the reason for the win. So don't get too crazy.
Oh yeah,
go
of
back,
course.
Like the Glaceon, it's still available. They go for the Trevenant for themselves, so Ryu gonna be back on his comfort. You still have, tank-wise, I guess, Slowbro that you could go for on Con Sensei. Crustle, still available.
But at the same time, this is what I'm talking about.
Okay.
We have the Glaceon at the same time, but this is actually, I think this is a bit scarier now. Just because of the fact that, Taiwan Top 16 here has the Blaziken, which I think we all know for a fact what can do with, especially with the objectives, right? And how it can actually last down into team fights. And at the same time, the backlane damage coming in from that of the Mew. But as you have mentioned, we are looking at the hovering
this is sick.
Urshifu.
This is sick because even if they pick any if they get this Meowscarada, this is perfect. This is saying you like to hide in the grass so much, we're gonna get you. We're gonna get you. Yeah, okay.
The Blastoise.
First Blastoise of the day.
First Blastoise of the day.
I need to get my funds back up. give me a moment.
Get a bit of a call.
Yeah, I gotta give a bit of a call. Maybe I drop a couple more, investments into it. But this, okay, look. A couple of things to mention here, so let's go bit by bit. Let's start by addressing the bear in the room.
Yeah.
Don't really think much of this Pokemon now. Saw it a couple of times when I was casting OC. It just looked uninspiring. It feels like Water Bear is not something you can go for.
Oh yeah.
It has to be Wicked Blow Urshifu just for the secure. So that's kind of what I'm seeing. Now they have a lot of punch when it comes to getting these objectives potentially up against the Blaziken. It's still a tough match though.
It is like a beautiful pick as well, right? It's either like because they were hovering into the Gyarados, right?
Yeah, why not?
But the thing is, the Dragon card is a Unite move. Whereas they can essentially do the same thing with Urshifu, just doing the
Wicked Blow?
Oh, Wicked Blow.
No, I mean, I get that. But my main thing is there's a reason why people are banning Gyarados left, right, and center.
Oh, yeah.
Get that effort value up and you evolve. It just becomes such a big problem that literally nothing matters. Where on the flip side, I struggle to see a world where this
is better.
Respectfully, this bear can have the same level of impact. Now, okay, we've covered that base. Let's move on to the next most important thing, Meowscarada. Now, we already saw some Shadow Claw builds come out for that burst, and I think that's probably the right move here because Send only has one job this game.
Yes. Dishing out the damage.
Cats, you know what cats like to do?
What?
Hunt snakes.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
That's literally what this is about. Like, there is nothing... That entire game, you know that Isan or Momento, at least 2 or 3 of their players are complaining about this Glaceon, saying, man, it's actually ruining my game, I can't play.
Right.
Send is like, word, I got it.
Right, and at the same time, with its moves, right, we have what it goes like Trailblazer, which can give out a pseudo double team, right, which can easily pull down the Glaceon.
Yeah, so it depends on what you want to go for. I think most of the time when we see Shadow Claw, you see the Trailblaze come in just because of that insane amount of mobility. When you land on the Glaceon, kind of stops her in place as well momentarily. So it becomes this awkward thing where even though the Snow Cloak pops, you still have kept her there for a significant amount of time where she can't like just juke you completely. I think that's one of the main problems. So we'll see how it pans out. For now, it's the classic situation where the Glaceon has reached level 4, moves up to the top path and gives some of that EXP to the Combusken who desperately needs it. Arashi in a little bit of trouble here, eating the Hyper Voice, but has that Moonlight to tide himself through.
Oh yeah, for sure, but here you have it. I mean, at the very least, right, like Isan Momento is now getting a bit of a pressure up here, but at least Side1 top 16 is going to be able to answer back, and just like that, they are ensuring that, okay, Isan Momento is not going to have that, advantage against them.
That was such a cool play coming up from Sam King. That is one of those situations where, over the course of playing the games today, you learn the patterns of your opponents and you capitalize on it. They know that Isan Momento love using this Sylveon to invade early. So the Combusken waits in the wings, kicks them back, and in a situation where the Sylveon typically feels strong, like, oh, I'm supposed to be one bullying you, gets a false sense of security and ends up being punished instead. That keeps them at level parity and honestly puts Taiwan top 16 in a great spot.
No, yeah, I mean, as I have mentioned, right? As I mentioned, it is kind of a thing where, like Taiwan top 16 is using it as a bait, to be able to get them in, rile them in, and from there on out, just eat them alive.
Yeah, we'll have to see how it goes, though, in terms of, I mean, look, all I'm seeing is a bear that is level 5. What is going on? Like, wait, JT, what's the plan here? What is he cooking?
I mean, going into the Dark Bear, right? It's more of a, I'd say, and this is what I think, right? A way for them to be able to secure their objectives as they are going in, and at the same time, try to be a bit of like a very tanky Pokemon to get in on a team fight, to allow, this Trevenant as well, line him up, get a Wicked Blow, and at the same time just make sure that there is a Sylveon to end things up, and the Meowscarada as well to be the final bit of profit. And just like that, using JT, Wicked Blow to be able to take down that objective.
I mean, it's a clear prioritization shift, right? It has completely left Xiang King up here alone. I think Xiang King was thinking for a moment of whether they wanted to try for an overheat steal, but, decides that, okay, it's probably better if I just stay intact and don't give up any KOs. I say that, but still, the Meowscarada and that Urshifu able to get the KO. Now they're trying to put pressure back on this tier 1 goal zone, but reinforcements have arrived, and Ryu with another set of crazy wood hammers. It's not going to be enough to get them out though. Fairy Flora committed, immediately answered by the Glacial Stage. Surf is not going to connect into anyone, and that means that this fight is over.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, at the very least, right? Like Taiwan top 16 was able to get in one Pokemon to their advantage, right? And that's what matters. And if they did get a bit of a overextension, I think they would have been able to be taken out here by Isan. As we are seeing right now, they are doing the pressure against that of Taiwan top 16.
That was a very, very cool gravity stopping them in their tracks. Here comes the Floral Storm that is the Meowscarada Unite move. It can't take down anyone though, because again, the sustain coming out from the Clefable is just too strong. They still haven't been able to pressure through, and the Meowscarada goes down. Again, the just firing squad of 77 Chin and Snake blast into the side of Isan Momento, and there's no response. They just can't break through.
No, yeah, even with JD with a Dark Bear, right? It's something like, sure, you are insubbable, you are charging up your Wicked Blow, but it doesn't mean that you're not gonna get hit by my Ice Cream.
Exactly.
That is what's happening. It's just like, like just taking in the damage freely.
Yeah.
And it's not working out very well for them, especially that Meowscarada here has a very low HP.
Oh, Xiang King finds himself in a very, very stealthy position. I try to sneak him out of the tall grass, but they have no idea he's there. And this could set the stage for a scary backstab situation. Taiwan top 16. Sneaking into position now, trying to contest for this Reggie.
Oh, a little bit too late there, into that of the Blaziken, but nonetheless, they have the teammates to be able to respond, and here comes Overheat to be able to take down that Reggie Lucky for themselves, stealing that from Isan Momento.
Oh, the Surf and the Hydro Typhoon, it's perfect. Very Frolic, trying to dodge it out and keeping the Sylveon still up and running, but now you got nothing to dodge away. Floral Flourish coming through and doing a decent amount of damage, wiping down 2 though. The Blaziken and the Mew a bit too deep, but the gravity holds them back down. Glacial stage committed. Now
There's
this is
assistance.
you gotta be careful. Here
Even
comes
fist.
the Urshifu with the Even Fist, finally getting some action. Punches down into the Glaceon, and they've gotten Snake for once this entire series.
I think that was actually quite an okay.
That was good for
that was an
Isanometo,
okay
right?
even fist, especially with the micro decision, because usually even fist is used without any directions, just to get in that uppercut to get the AOE knockup. But at the same time, it's quite a 1v1 kind of situation, and I think
Fight
like,
breaking out,
could've been able
Phantom
to use
Forest
this here.
onto 4. Meowscarada still able to secure it though. And now Xiang King's just gonna go down. Now it feels like Taiwan top 16. Ever since that top fight where they lost Snake the first time, getting a little bit desperate, maybe succumbing to some pressure. They've got to rein it in, calm it down, because they're starting to hemorrhage a bit.
No, I mean I think this is the time that they're looking for. This is the only thing that they're looking for. Make sure that they get in that one team fight, and just like that, they were able to answer back even at the bottom path.
Yeah, I mean, this feels like the classic situation where everything's going smoothly for you, and the second something goes wrong, that wasn't part of your plan, you didn't really account for it. Taiwan top 16, moving down to the final stretch now. 100 points, or rather, to be precise, around 90-ish behind, which means they need to either get a crazy overdunk in the bot path or win this Ray fight. Now, they have the shredding potential and the poke priority around the pit, but this is a very difficult engage to make happen, especially with a Blastoise who just doesn't really have as much gas in the tank, but Hydro Typhoon is always going to be a factor, I guess.
Right, and here to have it as well, whoever is going to be able to take this is going to be able to take down that final Regieleki of the game, and whoever gets it would have a huge advantage against the other.
Yeah, here comes the Trevenant though. Finding a Horn Leech, trying to catch out to Arashi. The Wood Hammer is going to fly wide.
I mean, look at that, Glaceon with that of the Ice Skill Spear really doing a lot of damage, and just like that, they were able to push away Momento, and it's not going to be able to secure the stretch. Like, unfortunately, though, getting a bit of a refresh here, but it doesn't matter for them because they're going to be able to take it in. Now, it is going to force Momento to do a bit of a, option select here to be able to, allow the Regieleki and, just wait for the split push, or prepare themselves into that Ray pit, and that's what they're doing right now, preparing themselves for the Ray pit, but they have to be ready for the split push.
Yeah, I mean, there isn't really an endeavor coming out for now. Taiwan top 16, they can't afford to leave this Ray pit area because the shred is real from Momento, but that's going to mean that they stay at this deficit, and the Regieleki basically sums up to nothing. Dreamt is making a very smart play of consistently hyper-voicing that tall grass because he knows people are in the area. And it's all about the positioning. It all comes down to these tanks. How can they initiate? This is the third game. This is what we thought would be the grand finals, but here, the top potential team from Taiwan representing us in this LCQ East is going up against Philippines' top representative, and one of them is going to go home.
Right, and here we have it. This is going to be the start of something new. Ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike, the poking game is real right now. Meowscarada tries to get in a bit of a poke and scratch.
Yeah, poke and scratch, and that's enough to force on Mystical Mirage. Finger on the button, a bit trigger happy now. Phantom Forest, that's a perfect connection. Here comes Even Fist, but Hydro Typhoon holds him back. It's nice from the Blastoise, but is it enough? That's the question. Meowscarada finds the Mew. That's a big force taken out of the picture. Now Blaziken in the middle, still trying to do damage. Things are troublesome now for Taiwan top 16. They're in a scramble. They need to work their way around. There's an overdone from the Meowscarada. Looking to join the team. Desperation setting in. You need to rip up this way, but there's the setup. Here comes Sen, finds the Snake in the grass, gets the Glacier, and hope is fading, and the chances are gone. It's a Momento route the side of Taiwan around the Ray pit, and it's perfect. This Meowscarada had one job, and it's to flush out these backline attackers, and down they go, down the drain, along with Taiwan's hopes of having a second representative. Down it goes with the timer in this game, and just like that, Momento will push themselves to the grand finals.
Look, all I'm saying, if Sand here is not our featured player, I'm walking out.
Yeah.
I'm walking
no,
out.
you take the headphones off.
Yeah, I will.
I mean, I know you will, but it's a principle. It's a principle, okay? It's an Momento. What a game from them, and what an adaptation. We need to start writing our apology forms because we doubted them. I doubted them. I was like, there's no way this band's gonna work. JT, you look like a fraud. He was not a fraud. I am a fraud, JJ. We
are a fraud.
We should issue an apology. Anyway, again, every little point kind of working out for the side of Isan Momento. They banned out the premier defenders, putting Con Sensei on a Blastoise that, to be fair, I think did relatively well.
Yeah.
Right? But it's a problem because it just doesn't stack up into Trevenant. Su is back on his all-star Blissey. And then
90k recovery.
That's crazy. That is insane. Please.
46k into the damage.
To be fair, Arashi also kind of went crazy on the
that's true.
But I think the problem is that when it comes to the Wonder Wish as a Unite move, it's not really consistent as compared to
with the RNG and all.
So
it's like I believe correct me if I'm wrong, 8 possible picks, one being Splash.
Just rolling the dice, dude. Like, I mean, it's just. It's such a consistent Pokemon, except for the Unite move. And I think that in the final few moments, it was just this weird dance, right? Everything coming in very nicely. Isan or Mento essentially clear the grass. They bring the lawnmower that is the Sylveon, hyper voice, zoop, 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 oh, you can't be here, you can't be here. So through logical deduction, slowly corner the backline attackers.
Right.
And there goes Scent. There goes that even fist initiation with the Bliss Assistance. Man, come on.
No, yeah, I mean that's what I was saying, right? That is what I was saying. Like, Scent, I think, really did a very good job into, did a very good job to essentially bait down, Team Taiwan top 16 into poking, procting their Unite move. And that's what they did, right? Like, after getting in, the Mystical Mirage actually came in. Right? And from there on out, that was the signal that Isan Momento was looking for them to be able to, smash through everyone else.
And the craziest thing is, we talked about the side of Taiwan top 16 having the poke advantage, right? Like, around this pit, by right, the Mew as well as the Glaceon should be in a good position. But here's something that I completely forgot to mention that I think made the difference. The problem is, they don't have anyone on the side of Taiwan top 16 that can reliably give them vision. This is a very understated aspect of Pokemon Unite. But the problem with Mew, as well as Glaceon, is they need to see you to pump out the poke that... Exactly, right? And when you saw Scent, it was a bit too late.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, I am realizing it now, and I have to say that I actually forgot about it as well. That vision in this game is super important because this is not one of those games that actually you can like maybe some item that you can put and maybe get a bit of vision.
They haven't invented the held item for it yet. Don't worry, the Aeos Island scientists are hard at work.
The only one that can actually provide the only one that could actually provide vision in that capacity is not Sableye, Mewtwo. But it's not available. But we didn't
EX.
Yeah, I know. But I'm just saying, right? I'm just saying, there's not any Pokemon that is allowed for tournament play that can actually provide you that kind of vision.
I think the closest thing that you can get is Sableye with like little bit balls of energy.
Sableye, Greedent as well. Quite recently, has been popping up.
Yeah, but I think it's I hope Xingdi has a box of tissues by his side to wipe away the tears because I think he'll be very sad about this outcome. And I think everyone supporting Taiwan as well will be. I think these players definitely showed creativity.
Yeah.
But there's something to be said that Momento, despite being knocked down to the lower bracket in the first stage of the tournament, are now finding it in themselves and are making a crazy sprint at the finish. This is going to be a seriously sick grand finals. Let's take a look back at how they journeyed to this point to just come into this series and defeat Taiwan top 16, because what a crazy outcome. I mean, we're going to have a grand finals that I think, to be honest, half expected, right? You think of Isan Momento as one of the favorites coming into this entire tournament, along with Taiwan top 16, and that was the lower final. So as we close in to try and find out who our winner is, the problem is Isan Momento versus Taiwan top 16. It felt like a pretty evenly matched game. Taiwan top 16, I would say, ended up losing to some of their own ideas, not really panning out. In comparison to Code Unknown Fibonacci, who we've only seen one game, and they kind of crushed it pretty convincingly on the back of my cross.
Yeah, I mean, we saw what Fibonacci could do in the previous in the winter finals, right? And they literally destroyed Taiwan top 16. So are they able to keep this momentum going into the grand finals against their Filipino counterparts isn't Momento.
Yeah, let's look back out at the main bracket because I do want to talk a bit about Code Unknown Fibonacci, right? Because when I was zoomed in, so we don't get to see their whole journey. But if you look back at how they started, it's been clean.
Yeah,
Nobody's
2-0
been
all the way.
taken. Nobody's taken the game off them.
Exactly.
And it's been a cruise in the top part of the bracket, and they are looking to cruise their way to Honolulu. If this keeps up, I mean, if they keep this pressure going, and the scary part is Momento, right? They were in that first series up against Last Hope, got knocked down by Taiwan top 16, were able to overcome their demons and take down Taiwan top 16.
Yep.
But we can't forget that it's been a bit of a slog for them so far. They've played quite a fair bit of games in comparison to Code Unknown Fibonacci, who'll be coming into this quite fresh.
Yeah, I mean, Momento, all their games have been showed up. You know, all their game plans might be on the table so far. They might be in the show hand situation at this point in time, right? Are there any more tricks that they have to pull out of their magic, you know, pocket to face against Fibonacci? We know that Fibonacci is a clockwork of a team,
yes,
right? And it's all down to how Momento is going to break them apart for this grand finals.
See, here's the problem. And I was doing a bit of looking while we were on our break and whatnot. Fibonacci, everyone knows Fibonacci. Classic mathematician, one of the greats, I would say. Everybody knows it. And why do they know Fibonacci? It's because the rule that he discovered is present in nature. It's inevitable. It governs nature. It was literally the way life designed it. And if the code that they're following is this additive win after win after win, and with every win they just gain power, just like the Fibonacci rule, just like that sequence, I think this ending is already written.
Yeah, it's inevitable.
It is.
The end is inevitable.
That's what it kind of feels like. But I mean, you know, it's a Momento. They've played spoilers to a couple of people's hopes and dreams already. They can just keep it going. I mean, I'm interested to know what your thoughts are because you've seen games from both of these teams already. For me, it's such a toss-up as we'll go into our head-to-head. But I just want to know, Moonboy, what do you think about these two teams?
Well, the thing about Momento is that, you know, they are a little bit inconsistent, I would say.
Yeah.
Right? There are games whereby they are really close, or there are games where they win by a landslide. But there are also games where the draft didn't exactly pan out, right? Like the Lucario in the previous game as well. So it all boils down to this, right? Fibonacci against Momento, and it's gonna be Mike Roth going up against Cent.
That's what it feels like.
Yeah.
It really does feel that way. I mean, you know, star-studded roster on both sides, right? I think it's always such a criminal, it feels so criminal to just say, oh, this one player defines the whole team. But I think that's especially important for Code Unknown Fibonacci, that Mike Ross is that centerpiece. If Isan or Mento are able to flick down the queen of Mike Ross, it's going to be a big problem. Now, let's go into some of the stats here that we have for the teams, of course. Throwing up what Code Unknown Fibonacci have gone for.
Yep, for
all the way.
Damage dealt 259,000.
That's crazy.
That's
crazy.
Huge numbers that we're talking about, right? You know, average recovery 135, pretty impressive number.
They love to brawl. They just love fighting.
Yeah.
They do not stop fighting, and I think that actually benefits them because if you take a look at what they enjoy picking, all of these Pokemon have very, very short cooldown. Low committal, just poke and prod, consistently get that healing, the shielding up. You catch people with the X-Scissor and the Rock Tomb. It's such a nice routine, consistent setup. And Code Unknown Fibonacci are happy to pick a scrap wherever they can.
I mean, both teams are looking for fights, right?
Yes.
There are teams that, you know, always going in for fight, having this Clefable or Eldegoss on the back line trying to control them and heal them up as well. So it all about, like, you know, who is going to be the better brawler coming up ahead. You know, 100% pick up the Cramorant. Got that buff recently as well.
Yeah.
They did a good job with the Valorant, with the Cramorant on the previous rounds as well.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, so it's, you know, how...
I mean, they haven't lost.
Yeah, they haven't lost.
Moonboy, they haven't lost. These guys are 100% win rate on the duck. Now, let's take a look at the win rates and the pick rates, or rather, the stats that we have for Isan or Momento. Of course, these are just updated. So we'll see that the recovery goes crazy. As we said, already a crazy Blissey player, and it feels like, again, even though the Mimikyu has dropped in terms of priority throughout the day, when you're playing up against Isan or Momento, it still feels like an auto ban.
Yep. Yeah, for sure, right? Like, I mean, Mew, we saw, right, Momento picked Mew for about, for a few games previously as well. So that Mew with those Solar Beam, like really good objective clearance as well. Trevenant, right? So all this CC that they're looking for, and those substantial healing that he has capable of.
Yeah.
So this team, these are the Pokemon to actually watch out for.
Yeah.
But, it's not on the screen, right? We saw Masquerada coming out previously as well. And these are all Pokemon that really scary to deal with.
Okay, if you're listening right now, take a screenshot because I want you to refer to this, okay?
Okay.
So take a screenshot. You've taken a screenshot. Very well done. Okay, so let me tell you why you just took a screenshot. Look back at those Pokemon that they picked and tell me that it doesn't tell such a clean story about how Issa Momento plays. They prioritize so heavily this core of the Sylveon as well as that Trevenant.
Yep.
The question is why, right? Because Trevenant functions as such a self-sufficient frontliner that he gives the Sylveon setup to Hyper Voice. But the problem is, if you're not committing fully into this duo, especially when you back it up with Blissey Healing, they are going to steamroll through you.
Definitely.
So what do you need to do? You need to break open that ball, but in order to break open that ball, you got to show your hand. You got to bring out some of those attackers on the back line, and when the back line attackers show themselves, that Mimikyu just gets up in there. Just gets up in there. It's a very scary situation. Remember that. That's going to be how I mean, it just tells the full story of how I think they like to play so far. And Scent has shown his competency on that Masquerada as well. That might be a pick that we see challenged. And this is really going to be the test for me in terms of whether Cramorant has what it takes.
I mean, Cramorant, it does a good job when it comes to getting God Missile. It's good at zoning their opponents out of objective and fights and whatnot. And I mean, we have seen Fibonacci actually put off a really good Cramorant.
Yeah.
Right? And it's just there supporting the rest of the team. Yes, it's not exactly the main player, I would say, but it is a good attacker support for the main carry to actually finish off that fight for them.
Yeah, and I think that's the difference that we see, because I think you were listening to me and JJ just now. We just haven't been convinced about Cramorant, but I think people are approaching it from a different perspective. When you were watching the games, you were basically saying non-stop, you're like, oh, Mike Ross, he's just opening so many opportunities for his team. But that's what you need to do as a Cramorant. You can't cosplay as the main... You're not the main character. You gotta set the stage. You gotta kind of lay it out. Put a nice whirlpool in front of it, do a little bit of a pre-festivity water show. You know what I mean?
And it just spits on them, man.
Yeah, just those water fountains. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But I mean, we saw Fibonacci on the Metagross just now as well, right? We've seen a few Metagross appearing for the last few games.
Okay, what do you think about the Metagross? Because in the games that I've seen it, it didn't really seem to be a difference maker, right? It was a body that was annoying and caused distractions. And other than that, I'm not really sure whether it was worth the cost that the teams had to pay in getting it up to that 3 stage.
But the thing is that disturbance is and being a big wall in front of the opponent, that is its purpose.
That's true.
Right? So that, just being in front, being a big distraction so that the rest of the team could just finish him off. Yeah, and then with maybe a Cramorant behind, just shredding them down, and then the Masquerada just finish them off. Zoroark to just get that KO.
That actually be the carry.
Yeah, right. And that's how this whole team is built around. It's not just how good is Metagross, but it's how influential is he towards that fight.
You ever sort of watch volleyball or watch like Haikyuu or something? Yeah. This really reminds me how Fibonacci are playing. It really reminds me of having a decoy in volleyball.
For sure.
Right? You are presenting yourself as such a huge threat. You're kind of puffing out your chest a little bit, right? As the Cramorant and the Metagross, you're up there like, we're gonna destroy you if you don't deal with us. But the reality is, the real carry is lying in wait for the setup. They're waiting for the red carpet to be rolled out, waiting to just stroll down and take all the glory and snatch away the prize. And I think that's something very scary. It might be something that Ison or Mento has to recognize in order to defeat this team, because Code Unknown Fibonacci, nobody's cracked the code on how to beat them yet.
Not yet. 2-0 all the way. So there we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is our draft pick for the Grand Finals, game number 1. Next, first off, we got that Leafeon and Gyarados banned immediately. So we're not going to see Pom-Pom on that Gyarados for this match.
Yeah, we got to keep in mind as well that even though we mentioned it, I think very barely at the start, this is kind of unlike some of the other regions where they have a best of 5 Grand Finals. This is a best of 3. Right? So if Ison or Mento are able to defeat Code Unknown Fibonacci here with 2 wins or 2-1, we go into a bracket reset and we go again. And Code Unknown Fibonacci have another chance to sort of remain holding on to this slot, because for now, at least in my perspective, it feels like it's firmly in their grasp. Now, JT grabbing that Mimikyu, it's been left open intentionally. The Masquerada eats the band instead. But that's going to open up that Cramorant, the 100% win rate Cramorant.
Yeah, I mean, Cramorant on Steam, we saw him, right, providing so much support for the rest of the team as well. Hua onto the Sylveon, immediately snatching it off. That leaves the defender slot open for Momento to choose, right? They have the Trevenant open as well, so that is a really good pick if they're looking for it.
I'd be so surprised if they don't go for it. I mean, the Umbreon is available, right? So they can, but just snatch back up. This is arguably Ryu's best Pokemon from what we've seen. It's just been clean. I think he definitely watched that Gatlu video about the Wood Hammer. I don't know if you saw it. Gatlu did a guide on how to get the good angles on Wood Hammer, because you might see this in the game later, but it's not just a straight ability. You can actually pull people in from the angles.
And bonk.
Exactly, and that's going to be so important. Now, they've gone for the Tricore, or of what it seems like, to be the Metagross, Steam's Cramorant, and the Sylveon. The Sylveon, which they stole from Issa Momento. But Issa Momento are going to take a page out of Taiwan Top 16. Same T. You know how it is. Taiwan Top 16's book, and go for this double firing barrage artillery squad in the Mew and Glaceon.
Yeah, this is just damage, right? Damage overload on this thing. You got Play With Me to just catch people off guard. You got the Wood Hammer to just bring everyone together for the Glaceon, and the Mew Solar Beam to just beam it off through. And that is just, but they are a little bit shreddy, I would say, right? Glaceon and Mew being really vulnerable by themselves as well. So it's all down to this. Mike Ross this time around on that Sylveon, and Pom Pom. We saw Pom Pom on the Metagross previously as well. And not forgetting Tolate's. This Rock Tomb, right, is always so precise, catching off the right Pokemon at the right time and at the right angle as well.
Exactly, you got to be pinpoint perfect with these, because I mean, that's the only way. Actually, this is kind of a lot of weight on the shoulder of Tolate's, because he has the potential to just trap someone with the Rock Tomb and force a preemptive Glacial Stage or Mystical Mirage, or even an eject button in the best case. We saw in that previous game that Issa Momento were playing, they were able to do that to Taiwan Top 16 by just jumping with the Masquerada. So you are trying to recreate that situation, because honestly, nobody else can dive the back line like that. It could be Pom Pom, but then I'm not really sure whether the Metagross has enough support to just be in there by himself, even with the Compute and Crash.
I mean, Compute and Crash into Gyro Ball, there's so much shield stacking up at that point in time, and no Umbreon insight for this game.
That's crazy. That's kind of insane to me that we've gone for the Crustle instead, but it makes a little bit of sense. The Umbreon rarely gets a situation where they're so deep in the back line that they can actually mean look some of these backline attackers.
For sure. And there we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is our grand finals for this time, and immediately the Esophagus just invading the central area of Momento, just causing all the distraction that it could do. And I'm not sure if is it even like fruitful.
Yeah, I mean, looks like the red buff still went over to Sen, so good job on the Glaceon for being able to secure that. Not only that, but the level 4 evolution is so important for you to contest up here in this top path. Now, the Mimikyu is going to be up against the Beldum, which means that this early path stage should be pretty free. Ryu taking quite a bit of harass from this duo of the Crustle and the Cramorant. And I guess it makes a bit of sense, right? Because the Crustle just provides such a good setup for your Cramorant.
I mean, with the Rock Tomb, they can't run away. The Cramorant can just, shoot it down as much as possible and spit in his face. And, that's the thing about this particular lineup and this particular composition. It's so well bred together, and, it's all down to Momento how they're going to break this apart.
Yeah, it feels like it is built completely on this Crustle and how much he can do so to late. Just has his work cut out for him, an eject button forced out by Mike Ross. The big early game factor so far for Code Unknown Fibonacci, he's been the main driving force behind their success. And so far, he's kind of been stopped a little bit by this Mimikyu and Glaceon.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, lots of denial, like I would say. And Steam goes down to Drams right there. And, with that Mew being at level 6 right now, it's really scary to deal with.
That was a solo KO, Moon Boy. Like, that was just Dreamt finding a great opening, getting the pick off. And this is the Cramorant that they were so happy and proud about. They just brought it out every single time, feeling very confident. But starting to lapse a little bit here. Looks like Dreamt figuring something out. Now, with the Rock Tomb, they should be in a better position, but Mike Ross getting caught out by the beautiful Wood Hammer and the Icicle Spears just come through. This Trevenant is such a massive problem, and even the Metang joining here, it's not going to bear any fruit.
Yeah, I mean, They get a good KO onto Mike Ross right there as well, but unable to capitalize to get the Trevenant, right? Metang was there a little bit late as well, but Ryu in a really bad position. It nearly goes right down to Fibonacci.
Yeah, but that just feels like the most meaningless KO ever, especially when you're losing your Kramer again, desperately trying to defend this goal zone. They've left it right at 3. Let's see whether they choose to take it or not. It looks like they're going to break it up. Just waiting in the last possible moment to give them a false sense of hope.
Yep, as we are moving closer and closer into our very first objective being spawned. I mean, look at the level department right here, right? Level 8 on that Glaceon, and it's ready to rumble and go into it. 8 onto the Mew as well. Fibonacci has to start to rack those levels up. If not, it's going to be too late.
Yeah, they're kind of getting outmaneuvered on the map right now. Just so much equity being snatched up. Ison or Momento putting themselves in a great position level-wise.
Yeah, both level 8 working on that. Reggie Ice immediately putting them down. But Fibonacci, knowing that this is not the fight that we want to take, immediately rotating straight up to the Reggie Ilecki.
This Ilecki is important, and they're able to snag it away. For a moment there, I thought JT was going to send himself hurling in to try for the steal, but that recovery EXP is important. Oh, Honey onto 2! Oh, the setups, they've just been perfect from Ryu this entire time. The Metang just goes down. Here comes JT looking for more. Eldegoss just has to run. But the play of me holding that poor Kramer in place, nowhere to go. And again, just the Shadow Sneaks stopping by for a dunk, ready to complete the jump forward, but the chase back from the Trevenant pushing them away, and Tier 1 goes on down. He might have gotten the Reggie Ilecki, but any scores?
No, I mean, yes, no score coming in from Fibonacci. Instead, they even lost their Tier 1 goal zone to Momento. So at this point in time, Fibonacci have to start the pace going, right? They're so far behind in terms of level and skilling, and Dreamt, and it's just doing so much disruption to the rest of the team. Those Solar Beams just stopping them from doing anything possible on the map.
Code Unknown Fibonacci might have just caught themselves into a very bad situation, because I understand this Sylveon pick. It's a great evolution. It's one of the favorites of Ison or Momento. You want to grab it because it's just such a functional Pokemon overall. But now, the problem with a decoy composition is you need to have a main carry. And who is the main carry right now? Is it suddenly the Metagross in this game where they're up against Mew and Glaceon? That doesn't seem right. It kind of feels like they've equipped themselves now with 3 decoys and no one's doing the damage, Mason.
Yeah, I mean, previously we saw like good Zoroarks and good Meowscarada coming in for Fibonacci. But no, this time around there was no Pokemon that could do that final finishing blow.
Like literally, who's breadwinning right now?
No one.
Who's earning the money?
Maybe
who's bringing the salary back? I don't know. Okay, you know, he has 4 arms. He better put them to work.
Yeah, as both teams get us right here at the Regirock side, as Fibonacci already have a good positioning. Rock Tomb trapping off that Glaceon. Gatling Gun missile coming in.
Compute and Crash holding back the side though. The Gyro Ball able to get him to a nice shield amount that he's able to survive. Mystical Mirage and Bliss Assistance use Huge Surf, pushing them back. Fairy Frolic being forced out. They're still going to try and push forward. They're healed up very nicely, but the Phantom Forest amplifying so much damage. The Sylveon is able to work down the Trevenant, but it comes at a trade for now. The Icicle Spears, they're ramped up, and it still looks like this Glaceon has yet to be touched. Able to rain in the damage from far. Sure, you lose the Mew, but now here comes the Mimikyu setting up perfectly, and in comes the Icicles again. Send, nobody's touching him.
Someone stop Send at this point in time. 4K under this Glaceon, already at level 12 at 4 minutes on the clock. This Glaceon is just running havoc right now, and they have to stop it. If not, it's going to be too late. The snowballing is going to start. The snowball is even turning to an ice stone at this point in time.
This is a avalanche. Moon Boy, it is snowing hard, it is hailing, and the side of Code Unknown Fibonacci's, they are weak, wimpy mathematicians. They don't have the muscles to shovel the snow. They're getting buried in the ice right now and frozen solid. And what is a duck going to do on a frozen lake? That's the question. Just absolutely nothing. Getting wrecked, sure, there are some moments in the fight where it feels like they're able to sustain and keep things up, but in an extended fight, much like how the Fibonacci sequence works, the Glaceon just exponentially does so much more.
Yeah, I mean, Fibonacci really have to find a way. How do I get to that Glaceon? I need to stop it before the fight even break loose to begin with. And right here, you know, Momento already got a good positioning onto this Reggie Ilecki. 1 minute more on the clock. If they choose to do so, this Ilecki might put more pressure on the back of Fibonacci.
They were trying to wrap around on the Blissey, but SW just gets out scot-free. Now it's the Tier 1 Gold Zone that's under some threat. They want to crack this open. They finally get that Blissey, but here comes the reinforcements. Take a look at the Glaceon making a big beeline for the bot path, but they need to escape.
Yeah,
they gotta pull out.
Yeah, Reggie has been spawned right now in the bottom since like both parties are not interested in it as well. But you know, right here on Momento, they already got a little bit of control and information on that central area. If they choose so, they can get themselves prepared, right? But in the meantime, try to get their levels up as soon as possible.
I think Susu is just positioning so aggressively because they know that there's no chance many members of Fibonacci are in position yet. You're seeing 3 Pokemon still trying to deal with this Regieleki. That's going to make them late into the fray. And you're still kind of trailing behind on those last plus moves. Level 13 just now hit for the Sylveon. And I mean, everybody else is still a bit far behind. It's the Glaceon that we have to watch out for. And she's already starting to shred out the Ray.
Yep, they are already in position right here as we are moving straight right into our final stretch. As you know, right here, Fibonacci have to try to find a way. How do we get in? How do we get to start the fight? But immediately trapping off the Trapton, but not much of difference made.
Yeah, the problem is that the only person you're trapping is this Trevenant who can very easily Horn Leash or even turn around with a Wood Hammer, as we see right there. Pressure mounting here as it's a 30-point difference, but there is a Tier 1 Gold Zone on the top half. Let's see how Fibonacci choose to approach. Metagross looking for an opening into the fight. Just gyro balling to safety for now. Crustle in some trouble, force to pop the Rubble Rouser, eject buttons forward. It's a good setup and Ryu is down. 4v5 situation, Phantom Forest, but no follow-up. Now you've trapped out the Glaceon, but who can get on top? The members of the side of Fibonacci very low, and a Solar Beam finds it. Eldegoss streaming forward, they sense their chance. They're ready to rock and roll, and their Bliss Assistant saving the Mew. That last Exit it won't be enough, and they can't find the backline. All they can do is Frolic, but Mike Ross, the big hero of this lineup throughout most of their series, just gets wrecked and sent. The main man in charge gets it done. They still are at advantage here, Moonboy. There are 45 more seconds, and overdowns could be a potential, but now Fibonacci, they've got to be desperate.
Yeah, slowly one by one is coming back into the pit as well, as they're trying and they have to get that Ray under their belt. 30 more seconds. I'm not sure if there's enough time for them, but Momento doing a really good job at keeping them at bay.
Yeah, they're still trying to get it done, but being pushed, shoved, knocked around like playthings. They can't even get the last touch. They're gonna get wiped out by Ray himself, and the Metagross gets the Ray. But now you need to make a beeline. It's still a mad dash. The shield on Scent, it's taken out. Metagross, he has nothing left, and he has no time. Even though they tried their best, they just can't get the dance. Take a look at Scent, exactly right where they need to. And how fitting that it's Mike Ross he runs into in the last moments. They just can't get it done. Code unknown Fibonacci, too many decoys, too little damage. Meanwhile, on the other side, you just have gas endless in the tank.
No one has any idea from Fibonacci's side to how to stop Scent at that point in time.
No one knows.
No one knows how to stop Scent. And he's just driving whatever he is, sending those icicles straight up, getting 1, 2 to 4 KOs every single fight. And Mike Ross, on the other hand, he can't exactly do much, but Pom Pom on the Metagross actually did a pretty decent job, but there's no follow-up.
I just wonder what other defender could have helped them out here, because it almost felt like they avoided the Umbreon intentionally, right? They had an idea that this was going to be the draft for them, but when you think about it and you think back into the drafting stage, Scent, along with the rest of Isen or Mento, probably planned this from the start.
Yep.
They were very, very clear that this Sylveon was going to be stolen away from them, but they knew that they could go back for this just backline barrage strategy with the Mew, with the Glaceon, and that it would be very well protected, because what do you have? You don't have a Meowscarada to jump the backline like we did in the game that we won against Taiwan Top 16. So what are the options? And that's the question that's being posed to Code Unknown Fibonacci now. If not, we're going to see a Grand Finals reset.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Fibonacci wants to go all the way to the
Absolutely
reset,
not.
right?
No.
Yeah, but that's what you were mentioned previously. The only problem that they had with this lineup is there was no, damage dealer. There's no main Pokemon to actually finish the job. Everyone is just supporting, and everyone is just a decoy. And maybe that might change the narrative in game number 2, right? Yeah, maybe a Zoroark might be a good choice right here.
I mean, anyone who can even just jump the back, because we'll go through the replays now of the previous game, and you'll see again and again, I don't know if Scent gets KO'd a single time. This KO at the start from Dreamt was huge. The fact that this Mew was able to solo find that poor Cramorant.
Yep.
When you usually think about the early game and you think Cramorant's the early game king, right? It never really panned out that way.
Yeah, I mean, Cramorant early game, it is supposed to be stronger in the early games when it comes to, like, you know, snatching away the neutral Pokemon and stuff like that. But, you know, with Mew blasting off those hard-hitting solar beams in the Cramorant's face, it just didn't work out at that point in time for them.
I don't know if you caught that, but in that bot fight, along with the accompanying clips, I believe the Mew went for the surf and set up multiple 3 to 4 man surfs. Like, at the end of the day, as much as you are also a carry on the back line, you know that the main character is Scent, right? So take a look at this Mew, just very, very daring, dashing into the Mystical Mirage. They know that they have the backup of the Blissey, and even though they do end up sort of getting out of that sticky situation, they know that the fight is won just off of their play alone.
Yeah, and I mean, ultimately, I felt that, you know, today, for this match, Fibonacci was outplayed. Right, definitely, right? I mean, they were outplayed, they were outdrafted.
Yeah.
That Mew literally countered that Cramorant completely.
Yeah,
right? You got Link Out Missile, Solar Beam, finish.
I think, again, every single Cramorant match that I've watched has just been so uninspiring. Like, I'm not gonna lie, like, I love my boy, but I just don't think it's good enough to bring out, especially against a team that knows what's up. Now, sure, you can argue that maybe Unknown Fibonacci tripped over their own feet there because they did the thing where they drafted 3 decoys, and you can't really afford to do that. You can have good middle sort of range damage dealers between, but your Sylveon and your Cramorant, it kind of feels like they do the same thing.
They do the same thing.
Right? That's kind of where I'm coming from, where you've basically put 2 Pokemon in the same role, and then it begs the question, if you had to pick between Sylveon and Cramorant, why would you ever pick Cramorant? Why would you? Hyper Voice is such a consistent and easy ability to use. If they run up into you, they're in trouble. You have Calm Mind to block potential damage if you reach level 13 as well. That's a huge defensive mechanic. Sure, you can reposition or dive, but a lot of these tools that you're or at least you have in the Pokemon that are relevant now, just encapsulate such a wide area that if you're trying to do damage, you need to be up in there.
Yeah, for sure, right? And maybe that might be the difference maker, right? Like maybe, you know, that was the biggest mistake in the draft, right? Having 2 Pokemon that did the same thing, and they have to put in damage there for sure.
Yeah,
like that just sums up the whole draft problem.
You literally just gave, apart from the Sylveon, you gave the side of Issa and Momento everything they want.
Exactly.
That's it. And then again, we see this time and time again in draft, in this current state of Pokemon Unite. If you're ready to give that over, you need to be able to take something back. You need to have some sort of trump card.
Right.
They didn't have that, unfortunately, and we're going to see our featured player now, likely from Issa and Momento.
I mean, who else is gonna be, right? Let me guess. Let me close my eyes and guess. Scent.
Ryu.
Scent. Yeah, there we have, you know, our MVP for the previous game right there is gonna be Scent on that Glaceon, 38% pick rate, having the average damage down of 58,000. I don't think that is a very big number, I would say.
It's okay.
Yeah,
I mean, I think what's more important, actually, in this particular case, is the percentage. Because the percentage tells you the story of how much of the team's damage is this player doing. So more often than not, 1/3 of the damage is kind of outsourced to him. He's responsible for it. Sure, we did see throughout the game so far that Dreamt also pulls a lot of weight on the Mew, sometimes even out-damaging Scent. But I think in those hero moments where it's needed, it's a combination of both of them working well together. It's just amazing stuff overall. The question is whether they can break Scent, because when we came into this tournament, at least for me at the very start of the day, I really wasn't expecting to see so much Glaceon. Espeon has just fallen off the face of the earth.
Yeah, for sure.
It seems like it's not something that people are really consistently enjoying, like working into their drafts anymore, and it's just up to this Glaceon, mostly because maybe so many of these Pokemon are just so tanky.
Yeah, I mean, Glaceon, you know, with those hard-hitting icicles, is just going to be doing a lot as well. As we are moving straight right into our second draft for our second game, Meowscarada and Leafeon Band. I mean, these 2 Pokemon, Meowscarada being a key target for both teams. Why not? Hey, let's keep it fair. No
there
one
we go.
it.
Okay, so the Blissey being taken out, I love this adaptation from Code Unknown. It leaves a lot open in the pool, but, you know, now as is forced to switch to Hoopa, which is likely what they're going to go for, because that was kind of the B strategy for every single time Issa and Momento got that Blissey banned.
Yeah,
And snatch away the Mimikyu as well.
Yeah, Mimikyu away from JT, right? And I think right now Fibonacci is just are they actually overthinking in a way whereby let's just snatch away everything that they want and just play, against them in terms of draft. But in the previous round, it's not exactly working with the Glaceon pick, so it's down to this time around. Is this Mimikyu pick gonna be it's the right investment?
Yeah, I think right now you still look. We both know that Code Unknown Fibonacci will ideally win this in a 2-0.
Yep.
Right, but at this point you realize you're running up against an opponent that has many tricks up their sleeve, and they just have this standard suite of Pokemon that they like to go for that you can't seem to beat. So you need to try and pick apart, find the chink in the armor, find the weak point, the one inflection of the draft that they can't function without. So this kind of feels like the experimentation phase right now. They are assuming, or they are making a bet that it's the Blissey that is the major problem. And now we're seeing how Issa and Momento want to adapt to that. They're going back for that Lucario that didn't really work out for them, but seems to be something JT is confident in.
Yeah, I mean, it might be a comfort pick coming in for JT,
perhaps,
right? I mean, he kind of forced it in the previous game. It didn't exactly work out. And they're going to say, okay, let's just give it a shot. Yeah. We are ahead in terms of the game. If it's not working out, we will scrape it once and for all. Swifts, on the other hand, going for that Hoopa instead of the Blissey as it's being banned. This actually showed a bit more a different play potential coming in for Momento with those quick rotations.
Okay, this is cool. The Zoroark is cool because it preemptively answers a potential Mew or Glaceon last pick.
Yep.
Right? Which is going to be the Mew locked in. But the reason why I'm not really pleased with the Code Unknown Fibonacci draft is because they've had to go back for the Clefable. Now, the Clefable is an excellent Pokemon, don't get me wrong, right? The gravity is a huge deal. Moonlight is such a consistent healing tool. But where in the fight do you play? Because whenever you pick a Clefable, you're incentivizing your team to group up around you. Ryu is gonna be so happy. Ryu is like, hey! I see you all gathered here today for a taste of my hammer.
I mean, that is a potential play coming in as well, right? But I believe, the Clefable main objective is gonna be that Zoroark. Right, it's going to be pocketing the Zoroark as much as possible in the early game.
Sure.
Right, and into the late game, it's just there to keep sustain for the what's that? The crab, right?
The Crustle?
Crustle, yes. Oh my god, that name just slipped out of my mouth. My mind. Yeah. So, that Crustle. So, it's just there to keep them together. Not necessarily that they always have to fight in the group per se, but as long as the Moonlight is on the right target at the right time, it's not gonna fail them.
I wonder whether we're gonna see some crazy shenanigans with Follow Me, because I think my main gripe with the Cramorant so far has been every time it uses Gatling Gun Missile, it just gets focused down.
Yep.
Right, but if you're able to use that Follow Me and be like, hey!
Just taunt the whole damage
taunt
away.
everybody else and just kind of divert the attention. I feel like that would be the ideal use for Follow Me. So we're getting into our second game here, everybody. Code Unknown Fibonacci, an undefeated bracket so far. Cruise through the uppers. Haters might say that they had it easy. Well, now this is just about as hard as it's gonna get. Issa and Momento 1 game up, 1 game away from resetting the bracket. This is a best of 3, which means that we are 1 game away from Code Unknown Fibonacci having to do it all over again.
Yeah, I believe Fibonacci don't want to go through all that, but immediately Pom Pom goes right down to the Lucario. Such an early KO just before the 1 minute mark. And is that actually worth it?
I mean, is it actually worth it for JT?
I mean, he's getting those extra EXP,
I'm sure,
right? Yeah.
He's not gonna complain about the KO. What kind of value proposition? JT's laughing all the way to the bank. I mean, this is also what we saw from Issa and Momento when they first picked JT's Lucario, right? When it was paired specifically with Hoopa. They seem to like this combination. Hyperspace Hole securing most of that EXP, but a rotation from Dreamt finishing off the Zoro, and that is not what you want. Now that is not worth it.
Yeah, that was not worth it. Right, that hyperspace bottle literally slowed Mike Ross down, and he can't exactly do too much at that point in time. He's stuck, he's slowed. The rest of the team can't exactly save him, but getting KO'd so early into the game.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Even his central area.
All right. This is starting to go from bad to worse here. Yeah. This is the snowball play that you're hoping for from your Sylveon, where you get that level advantage already, almost at level 7. And now you're gonna jump out of the Zora again, steal away another buff. This This is painful for you, Zoroark, man.
It's not looking great for Fibonacci. They have to try to start looking for answers and start looking for ways. How can we scale this Zoroark to its maximum potential at this point in time as the red team get it down in the bottom lane?
Yeah, I mean, they're gathering down here in the bottom path, and they are looking mighty strong here, chasing down onto this poor Crustle. It's nice sustain, but the Rock Tomb actually keeps them in a very awkward spot. Eject button away, Ryu able to catch that reset home. The Hoopa's been so stellar for so far.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing a good job, right? Those clutch hyperspace portal, just slowing down the right target at the right time, saving their own teammates at that perfect moment as well. And if this goes on, Fibonacci might be looking for a reset.
Yeah, that's kind of what it feels like at the moment, especially when your poor Clefable just gets worked down like that. Sure, you might have walls, but we have walls too. Here comes Dreamt with that last auto attack, not even needed. And the Kremlin's actually gone for Surf, which is a bit of a switch up from what we've seen throughout the entire day so far. Zoroark started to turn things on, but eats a Surf from the Mew instead. And that Hoopa portal gonna finish off the Crab. It's looked ugly for Code Unknown Fibonacci so far, and it doesn't look any prettier. Sure, they might get a pick off onto this Hoopa, but honestly, it's a not even. Not even!
And the Regirock gets stolen, just get taken away from Fibonacci as well. So right here, Momento, they are in a really good position, just trying to push Fibonacci all the way back. They're just trying to find an answer. They can't exactly get into the fight that they need.
Oh, it's so easy. They're gonna take down this tier 1 goal zone, catch a quick portal, back up to the top side to defend, keep those goal zones intact. That is the #1 rule of Hoopa gameplay. They're gonna come through and try and punish. Regieleki dropping low, they want to finish it, but the Aura Cannon is going to get the job done. Everything falling apart for Code Unknown Fibonacci, and would you look at that, they're gonna crack open this goal zone before Regieleki even gets there, continuing the pressure. Man, this just does not stop.
Yeah, this is a rolling steam, train just, going head on right there as well. Mike Ross going in for the slash, unable to get anything out of there as Momento is still pushing in. Mirage just pushing the rest of team forward.
He tried for the play with me, but they're right under a portal, so they just get a free reset. You're getting team wiped, essentially. Code Unknown Fibonacci, keep in mind that this is a team that was undefeated, okay, throughout the entire upper bracket. And they are just getting handled by Momento right now.
Yeah, and down goes that tier 2 for Fibonacci. They are just so behind right now, in terms of level, in terms of points and everything, and even in terms of wild Pokemon for them to get, or even get those EXP on. And at this point in time, I don't see a way out, Mike.
It might be time to put the bird back on the shelf. Put the bird and the crab where they belong, back in nature, back in their peaceful environment.
Them, right?
They don't belong here on Theia Sky Ruins. You ever see a crab fly? Not me. How did he even get here? That's the question.
He get thrown out and that's how he fly.
Yeah, I don't it makes for a very angry crab. And understandable with how much this team is just getting destroyed here. 72-31, another Horn Leech setup. Forcing out the Rebel Rouser, no. Here comes the slash through. They're able to get the initial pick off onto the Trevenant. Unite moves left and right though. Isn't Momento still able to get the advantage and melt down their opposition? When it all comes together, the firepower from Ison is just too great. Now here comes Steam trying to contest, but again, you pop that Kremlin Unite move and you're just not even able to take down Lucario. Lucario... so this just in, Moonboy. Regirock is a greater threat to Lucario than anyone on the Fibonacci team.
Yep, only Regirock could take him down.
Only Regirock could take him down. It's so unfortunate. I mean, I feel like this is crazy because we're in the grand finals. And this is no disrespect to Fibonacci because we've already sang their praises. But this feels like it's a lower bracket match like round 1.
Yep.
Like with how lopsided it looks right now.
But I believe it was Dreamt, right? It is Dreamt that actually controlled the whole thing so far, unable to get allow Zoroark to do anything at this point in time. But this fight though, Fibonacci might have a chance.
Yeah, they managed to get themselves the Regieleki, get a nice pick off onto Lucario as well. JT got caught out of position. Beautiful eject button forward. Thunder. Oh, this Crustle turning things on here too late. Maybe it's not too late for them just yet. they still have a chance. That eject button forward, trusting the heal from the Clefable to get the setup of multiple. That is a huge injection of EXP that they so desperately needed.
So I mean, this is a good turnaround for Fibonacci.
Yeah,
right? They got a good team fight going on. They got the Reggie Lackey. They break tier 1.
Yeah.
And right now, how are they going to continue this going? They have 1 more minute on the clock to get themselves ready for that final fight. And at the same time, Momento, they are not putting the brakes onto Fibonacci as well. They're still putting all the pressure that they could find and trying to deny as much EXP away from Fibonacci.
Yeah, I guess the downside is that you still have your tier 1 goal zone up for Fibonacci, so maybe you're able to slip someone in there, perhaps the Mimikyu, get a nice overdunk, even out the score a little bit, but the disparity is just a bit too big at the moment. A full 170, which means that even with someone with full pockets, breaking open the bot tier 1 goal zone, it's not going to be enough to get you the advantage. Now, as we close into this final stretch, I'm starting to feel uncomfortable for Fibonacci because I feel like the objective rip and secure potential is well in the favor of Momento.
Yeah, but I mean, it all boils down to who's going to get the Rayquaza at that very last moment. As the Regirock spawn, whoever is getting this is going to get extra defense for that final fight. And both trying to snatch for it as well, but Fibonacci being pushed back.
Very nice play there from the Crustle to interrupt that Horn Leech with the Rock Tomb. Stops that initiation from coming through, but again and again, Swiss with the resets. This Koopa has been on fire, saving ally after ally, and now Code Unknown Fibonacci need to find a way to penetrate the pit because it's just being held at a stronghold level by Issa and Momento, and they're the ones with the lead.
Yeah, and not just the lead, they already got a good positioning onto the Rayquaza. They might start even working on it as well. The Crustle might be a little bit of trouble right here.
What's going on? Force to pop the Rubble Rouser. That is not optimal. The side of Issa and Momento can just reset, and that's what they're going to do. One Unite move down. You're still looking for a sneaky dunk from the Zoroark at the bot path. Keep our eyes on him, maybe coming for an off angle. Disguised up right now. The fight's gonna break out. Not catching the hyperspace hold back. Here's
right in.
Yeah, the Zoroark trying to rip up onto Sen, but they can't find the connection at the finish. A huge Unite move from the Cramorant. They're able to take down Drem. That's pretty significant. The Cramorant is still surviving in the middle of it. Three members down. Are they doing it here? Cole and Lone Fibonacci. They rip them up. Mike Ross at a time where his team needs him the most. JT gonna try to come in for the steal, but they spot him out. And Mike Ross is on top. The Zoroark secures it. And against Solod's Code Unknown Fibonacci, it was a horrid first 8 minutes. But at the final moments, they find their target. That disguised Altaria caught them by surprise. And they are going to take us to a Game 3 situation.
Wow, what a turnaround for Fibonacci. They were behind the whole game, but Mike Ross on the Zoroark slashing 1-2, taking everyone out one by one. And even though the Lucario was lurking around, but he is unable to do anything for the rest of the team. And this is what Unite is all about, right? You can be on the back the whole game, but one big fight is all you need.
Yeah, and it feels like the ranks for Issa and Momento just got completely broken as soon as the Mew went down. Complete chaos. They didn't really know how to reorganize or restructure themselves. They were just purely lacking the damage. And as much as we've been complimenting Sent this entire time, this time around, he's not really on this carry Pokemon. The Sylveon, again, we keep talking about it's a very, very strong pick because it ties you to the early stage, managing to get so much traction, right? Invading the central area, getting pick-off after pick-off on Mike Ross, but Mike Ross gets his revenge, man.
I mean, put this guy on a Zoroark, or a Meowscarada, he's gonna show us what he is all about.
Exactly.
And, knowing that, on the other side, JT on that Lucario, it doesn't really have, like, that big of an impact, but I would say for this particular game, Dreamt is the MVP for Momento, right? It does so much for the rest of the team, doing so much coverage, those huge serves, those huge solar beams coming in as well, and it's just unfortunate for them to not take this game.
It feels like they've kind of cracked it a little bit here because even though Pom-Pom's performance wasn't really anything to write home about, you've denied that Mimikyu that JT is so comfortable on. So far, when we've seen JT, he's played Lucario, he's played Gyarados, he's played Urshifu.
Yeah.
But these are kind of janky top part. You know what I mean? Like it's a. Look, the Lucario is very hit or miss. It did manage to secure some nice objectives, but we've seen him kind of falter. And with Issa and Momento, we always say the same thing. This is a team that struggles with consistency.
Yep,
it's the
definitely.
very reason why we found them in the lower bracket.
Mhm.
It's the very reason why they weren't able to make the most out of previous iterations of the roster, and maybe potentially gonna get sent packing by Code Unknown Fibonacci.
I mean, is this gonna be, you know, their another shortcoming, like, you know, another deja vu again?
Yeah,
you know,
like
I'm so
another-
close, yet so far kind of moment.
Another moment to add to the already existing list of moments where they've fallen short, which is just such a sad thing to say.
Yeah, definitely. But, you know, Fibonacci, though, they played really well into the final stretch as well, and that's exactly what they did. And, you know, I believe in the first half of the game, the Mew Dreamt actually did a lot of disruption for Fibonacci, right? They're unable to execute their think well, but they managed to turn it around and just play it against him, and that therefore, you know, get that extra edge that they need.
Yeah, I wonder whether this is going to build the confidence for Tolates, because he had a really tough game, and honestly, even in that final stretch, a few suboptimal positions.
Yep.
Right? We saw him kind of get caught out, forced to use the Rubble Rouser. I honestly am very excited to see this replay, because I think, frankly, it's a miracle that they were able to even make a winning situation. So we see this final sort of Reggie Rock fight. It doesn't go nearly anywhere planned for the side of Fibonacci, of course. And
Yeah, for sure.
they're able to snag away this Reggie Lecky though. So it's honestly not too bad, and that was a very nice eject button for, you see that, jumping forward, catching the Mew. So the setup is there. As long as the Zoroark can do well, it's good, but it's this moment. I mean, the Zoroark gets onto Send first. I don't even know what even goes on in this fight, to be honest. It looks like there was a play with me on the Mew, and that's how they go down. So they focus everything on the Mew. Yeah, sorry, I'm just like recapping through this, because I think everything happened in such a flash, and then suddenly, at first I saw the Mystical Mirage, and then
everything is over.
And Mew disappeared.
Yeah, but I think, you know, this game plan is definitely going to be control Dream, right? If you control Dream, everything else is going to be easier for everyone, right? The Trevenant would be not disrupted, I would say. Light Screen would not block off the Zoroark from doing its thing. So that, as long as they control Dream, the rest of the game plan is going to be mechanic, like everything is like, you know, hands off.
Like clockwork, right?
Yeah,
like everything's going to play itself.
Yeah, everything's going to play itself.
I think that's actually a really good observation, because if you look at what Scent was playing, even with the Glaceon, the only thing that these evolutions can do is damage.
Yep.
They don't have any form of utility.
Definitely.
Where on the flip side, Light Screen pushing you away, and then all these serves and coachings, and it's just so obnoxious, man.
I mean, Mew is basically a toolbox at that point in time,
even,
right?
dude, even with the nerfs too,
It's still good.
they were like, alright, all your special attack, we're taking it. We're taking it. And then this guy still shows up, does so much damage consistently too. It's kind of crazy. It might become a situation where, you know, they might have to consider banning out the Mew. But even without their Blissey, there were still moments where they looked amazing.
I mean, the Hoopa, right? Susus with
It's
the
the
Hoopa.
Hoopa.
Those like really good moment. Early game, they have good hyperspace hold to catch the Zoroark out as well. Good, like, you know, really good time, well-timed retreat for the rest of the team to come back on to reset. And if Blissey is banned once again, that Hoopa back of Susus, like that could actually still make a difference for the next game.
I think that final fight got a bit too chaotic, but we'll see who our featured player is for this game. I think that final fight got so chaotic that Hoopa wasn't really able to do what they wanted to. Mike Ross, of course, is our featured player, having a great performance, but only in the last 1.5 minute mark, because he got stunted early. He was just getting shafted.
Yeah, I mean, getting KO'd so early into the game, his central area, wild Pokemon being removed as well, is so behind in terms of level. He can't exactly be ahead of his opponent, but you know, he managed to find a way to the team managed to find a way to funnel those EXP into him, and that's where, you know, he actually gets the extra edge that he needs, and just dashing straight right in to get what he needs as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Mike Ross, I think the coolest part about him is that his frequently used Pokemon, the pick rates are so low, so that implies that he just has such a wide pool. Because even the Pokemon that he's picking the most are, you know, not really that high up in terms of frequency. Showing a lot of flexibility as a player, showing that experience come in as well. Isan or Momento, Code Unknown Fibonacci. We might be one game away from wrapping it all up, or getting a whole set again. So I have to see how it all pans out. blissy, and this is what I love about Pokemon Unite. You just reach a stage where all the Pokemon that were banned throughout the entire rest of the day just get ignored because you're trying to target ban out your opponents.
That's what respect, right? This is all about respect. I know that Susuf is a good blissy player. Let's just not allow him to play it. But Pom Pom, back onto that Gyarados once again. We saw Pom Pom on the Gyarados previously, and he's a beast on this dragon.
Yeah, now Gyarados is a Pokemon that we've only seen intermittently throughout today, right? I think, in fact, it was actually Isan or Momento who played it once, and on JT it didn't really work out. That's kind of how they ended up in the lower bracket to begin with, up against Taiwan top 16. So, Pom Pom, maybe, hopefully a bit more success. I think there's always this situation with priority picks in draft where people get so used to banning it out or expecting it to not be in the pool that they forget how to make it work.
Definitely.
Right? So that could be something that Code Unknown Fibonacci go back or at least kind of fall prey to. Steam is going to go back for that Cramorant. I think he went for a bit of a different build from all the Cramorants that we've seen. He actually went for the typical Surf Hurricane. Yeah. So just providing that disruption for the squad, but you're still kind of missing that carry in the early game, I feel.
Yep, and Totalus this time around changing his Pokemon onto the Umbreon. Maybe the Crustle is not exactly working out.
Yeah.
So hopefully this Umbreon is going to be making a difference right here. On the side of Momento though, everything, is all their comfort picks for whatever we have seen today. But Mike Ross this time bringing the three-headed bird into Tear Sky Ruin. It's something fresh from him.
Yeah, I think so far Dodrios have been very hit or miss, and I think that's the very nature of the Pokemon. This draft from Code Unknown Fibonacci feels extremely volatile. They've gone one step deeper, denying the Hoopa from Susu, forcing Susu for the first time to go into a third Pokemon. Right? And the Clefable, sure, it works pretty decently with Ryu, but in terms of accompanying the team and standing next to evolutions, it might be a bit awkward. It's just going to get you in the way of Dragon Current or Triple Trample. It's easy setups and whatnot. I will have to see how it works because Scent now back on a quote-unquote carry Pokemon.
Yeah, I mean, back onto the Glaceon, right? We saw that he's really good on it. There's nothing that could stop him this time around. But that back then, and this time around, Dodrio might, or even Gyarados, might be the answer to, just dive right into the Glaceon and just try to do something against it. And I was hoping for the Zoroark to return this time around, and not really expecting this Dodrio, as Dodrio haven't really been good or even performing the whole of today.
I know what you mean. Like the Dodrios, it always feels like with Zoroark, in a weird way, you take them down so fast that it doesn't matter, right? That you're squishy. But with Dodrio, especially if the more sort of recent focus on try attack as a moveset instead, you just kind of need to poke and prod and wait for your opening. And with how tanky some of these Pokemon on the side of Isan or Momento are, it could be a big problem.
Definitely.
I know what you mean.
Yeah, or maybe the main carry, I would say, might fall onto Gyarados this time around. So I'm not sure how exactly Fibonacci is going to play this out, but I'm excited to see how this Dodrio will turn around.
Yeah, I think I was already mentioning this a bit, but there's the chance that this Magikarp just gets a horrendous game because you're dealing up with the early level Glaceon, you're dealing with the Mimikyu, who JT has been so comfortable and confident on. Keep in mind, last game, Code Unknown were able to deny that pick. So this time round, they're continuing to target down on the Susuf.
Yeah, I mean, Susuf is probably one of the key pieces, right? The main healer for the team. So if you take away the healing potential for the team against, there's nothing much that they could do. They just try to sustain on their own, but I don't think that's going to be really possible, especially when we're talking about two evolutions right here.
Exactly. They don't really have any ways of keeping themselves pepped up unless you're talking about the Fairy Frolic spell lifesteal that you end up getting. A large chunk of those stolen away from the Dodrio, so even trade all throughout. Nothing too crazy happening as both teams just biding their time.
Yeah, but we can't discount the fact that it's still a pretty even game, I would say, at this point in time. But Dodrio, though, catching off the Clefable off guard right there, could he actually charge him down and take him? Yes, he did. Oh,
maybe a bit greedy there on the Clefairy, trying to go for that berry to just run away that much faster. But here's a little hint, ladies and gents. You don't run away from a Dodrio.
He's so fast.
He's so fast. It just doesn't work. I don't know. It's like trying to beat a fish in a swimming competition. You would not sign up for that.
You win a Magikarp, right?
Oh, don't disrespect Magikarp's ability to swim like that. That's all I'm saying. If Magikarp can do one thing, it is swim.
Definitely swim and splash.
Yeah, that's about it.
But that being said, you know, the Gyarados has been involved right now as well. So most of the Pokemon, you know, are right here in Dear Sky Road is more or less leveled up as well, leaving the only left the Trevenant at this point in time.
Yeah.
So we might be looking for a really head-to-head kind of equal matchup, I would say.
Yeah, you can see the Dodrio trampling around, trying to find some sort of opportunity to make action happen. There's also the Koopa transport system for them available, so they can bring reinforcements to whichever part of the map they feel is necessary. For now, though, grouping up for this set of Altaria and Swablu should be an easy pickup for the side of Mr. Momento, but prepared as well. Just messing with them a little bit with the Phantom Force, but both teams, you can tell, they're okay to keep engagements to a minimum.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we call about discipline, right? Knowing that when is the right time to initiate, when is the right time to strike, and both teams actually showed how disciplined they are into, you know, when is the right moment to strike for towards each other.
Duck in and weave in, that's what it's all about, and that's kind of the game plan for Code Unknown Fibonacci. Both, I would consider very mid-range lineups, right? They kind of need to play close enough that they can do damage, but can't play so far back. Jumping on to JT, they take down the Mimikyu easily. Dodrio running rampant, this is what we wanted to see! Micros, he's on fire, but it's not gonna be enough. Iced out in the vein, sent, ready to pump back some of that damage. It's really been the show between the both of them so far. The reset gets them home, the ice crystals will follow them all the way through, and Gyarados coming back into their own KO. That is not what you wanted. A bit of a mistake there from the Koopa. I mean, I don't think you should have come back into that situation, but now it's a Momento. They're the ones with the advantage.
I thought Fibonacci actually had a head start.
Oh, the steal!
The Regieleki that definitely got missile, but immediately going straight right down to the Mimikyu.
Yeah, I mean, it's sure you get the objective, but at that point, you've used just about everything for it. Here comes the pressure, though. It's a Momento turning things on, but they understand that they might need to just back off and deal with the approaching threat. For now, still being pushed around by Tolai, who's jumping on this Glaceon. This is very over-aggressive. Yeah. Catches the reset home, though. I mean, there's no world where the Umbreon is able to KO the Glaceon there.
Yeah, I have no idea why they actually went for the push.
Confused.
Yeah, maybe just to put a little bit pressure to push them back to get a little more space, but I think it was unnecessary at that point.
I mean, you just show off the new Holloway. It's a beautiful effect. You were talking about the crescent moon.
I love it, I love it.
A little bit of a night shine on as we get into the later hours of the day, slowly but surely. Both these teams gotta be suffering from a bit of fatigue now. It's been many hours of Pokemon Unite for them, but they need to lock in. This could be the game that sends Code Unknown to Worlds in Honolulu, walk away with $7,500 in their pockets. They just need to stand on business and keep things going. Hornleech not able to get the steal, but the Phantom Forest setting up on
Rings Unbound.
Rings Unbound, bringing in the portal, but I'm not sure whether this is what you wanted. You're losing members. Cameron finishes off that Sylveon, though, and Glaceon taken down. The Evolutions in a pair get wiped out, and the Cameron able to clean up. Nice Wonder Wish block, still buying them some time along with the hammer, but they can only do so much between the tank and the support. Looks like it's enough to push away Code Unknown Fibonacci, though. They'll retreat.
Yeah, I mean, Fibonacci did that what they need to do, right? Get a few KOs right there, get the Regirock, get a little bit pressure to push. It's okay to not score at the point in time, but just back off, right? You don't want to concede too much EXP to the rest of your opponent.
Exactly. The worst thing that can happen there is if you lose some members, lose your tier 1, and suddenly your Koopa Express is not quite as effective. So you're just maintaining your advantage here. Up 60 points, now rotating to the Regieleki. Oh, would you look at that? Yeah, there's no tier 1 gold zone for anyone on Issa Momento to even come to, even if they wanted. So they're just gonna get a free Regieleki. The question is whether anyone on Code Unknown Fibonacci sticks around, because we've seen teams start to just let that Regieleki through. Yep. And so far, Issa Momento, they're winning the fight on the bot path.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good trade right there, but Momento managed to get that 2 KO for themselves, managed to just close off their tier 1. But the Regieleki on the top side, though, immediately, dropping down tier 2 to 24 for their defense. So how is Momento going to be turning this around for them?
Wow, Mike Ross actually going for that dunk, sacrificing himself there. There's no way he gets out.
Sacrificing.
There's no way he gets out. If he managed to get out there, I would call the police, because we have a criminal on the loose. Okay, this is Code Unknown Fibonacci. They are so close. You must imagine the tension starting to rise for them. They came into this quite literally living up to their name, being a very unknown factor. But now they are one game away from snagging a spot right from under Isan or Momento, who are the Philippines favorites, like we mentioned, starting to put the pressure on this top lane are Isan or Momento, and it's successful so far, taking down the Umbreon for essentially free. Crystal's still raining in, and it's too much for Fibonacci to deal with.
Yeah, but we're saying, right, even though Momento don't really good as prominent as before, but Sando, on the other hand, is still really strong, right? This Glaceon is just doing so much damage and just taking out so many KO for the team.
Yeah.
And, you know, Fibonacci still have to try to control this Glaceon as much as possible. If not, you know, that snowball is going to be running once again.
Absolutely. Trying to contest for this Registeel. This is perhaps the most important one of the game because it gives you an attack and special attack buff. Coming into this potential final stretch, you'll have some of that effect lingering, but you need to get out clean. The Cramorant in some trouble, trying to dive away. Escapes for now. The clean extraction, it's there.
Yeah, I mean, that is a good retreat coming in from Fibonacci. Momento unable to capitalize on that push that they need. 5 more seconds till that final stretch. Momento already in position, waiting for Fibonacci to engage for the final stretch.
It is going to be a tough situation because Code Unknown Fibonacci, their tools for initiation are limited. And knowing that Momento, they want to be the first one to take a piece of the pie. Umbreon on the front lines, trying to catch a reset. Back foul play, it's clean. Dragon Current, looking for a target, looking for Dread. Very frolic, nice dodge.
Wow.
Gets out of trouble. Need to kite back now though. Sen starting to lay in the damage, and here comes the rings about. They finished off the Sylvia at the start. This is looking scary. Triple trample through the whole team, but there's the hammer holding back the members of Fibonacci in place. But it's too much firepower. They're catching the resets. They're getting the heals back. And Ryu, despite his best attempts, despite hammers that could feed a build-up for a lifetime, it's not enough to get them the advantage. The Ray Pit remains in control of Fibonacci. They still remain in control of the game with a 100-point lead.
Wow, I mean, Sen did really good job, you know, controlling them at bay, but immediately going straight right down, and that's where that's the signal for Momento to back off and not engage towards Fibonacci. Fibonacci is still really good position right here, but could Momento turn this around and force it into a reset?
They have to. There's only one Unite move, and there's a Cramorant. We gotta watch out for that Gatling Gun missile in the positioning. It's Ryu being picked down for now. They're catching another reset with the portals. Oh, but the beautiful hammer takes him out. This could be it. But the Gatling Gun missile defending his teammates, taking down Ryu. They need to get the key targets, so the Hoopa's out. This is starting to turn around here. It's not a mental sense. No one has touched the Glaceon, and Mike Ross, he just has to run. It's Mike Ross against the wall. Rayquaza being napped down, running away, trying to dodge, but they have the Shadow Sneak taking down the Dojo. They can't do it. It's an Momento. They're gonna have more than enough time to get the dunks in, and as a result, Moon Boy, we're getting ourselves a full reset. The best of 3 continues into a best of 6 because it's an Momento. They're not ready to say goodbye to Honolulu just yet.
Oh my god, Perma Sneeze. This is what a series this is so far. We thought that Fibonacci, they had a great lead, but Momento with sense, I would say. Those Glaceon, those Icicle shots just diving straight right in, cancelling out Fibonacci chance to close this series off. And we're going into a reset. And what a game this is.
I mean, look, it all came together when the Unite moves were online.
Yep.
Code Unknown Fibonacci, you gotta imagine how things could have been different. If in that fight, the Cramorant was able to initially pop the Gatling Gun Unite, maybe they would have been able to send Isan or Momento packing so they wouldn't be even able to contest. It seemed like a very clear game plan from Unknown Fibonacci that they didn't want to touch the Ray, but that might have ended up costing them because they were still sticking around. Mike Ross was still worried about the back cap in the top part. He wasn't able to contribute to the fight. And I mean, Isan or Momento, the one thing about them is that they are competitors. If they make one mistake, they're gonna learn from it. They said this in their team profile. They said, we're gonna face mistakes without fear. They make the initial mistake of fumbling the positioning in the fight. But you fool them once, they ain't gonna get fooled again.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, this is an Isan or Momento that's evolving and coming into this grand final reset. If they're playing with this level of tenacity, you gotta be careful, man.
Definitely. I believe Ryu was the one who actually saved the whole game for Isan or Momento, right? That big wood hammer and just denying that reset for Pom Pom. And you know, that's where everything just goes south for Fibonacci, right? They're unable to get the reset. They're just half beat at that point in time, and all Momento need to do is just zone them in.
Yeah, it was what a crazy game. Look, this is no discredit to Pom Pom. Again, I feel like I'm sort of raising his name in a lot of these situations. I'm not saying it's his fault,
right?
But it goes back to the point I was talking about where this Pokemon, Gyarados, has been banned so much that you reach a point where you don't really remember how to get the most out of it anymore. And it's a one-sided affair because you would think that, okay, if a Pokemon is banned out, your opponents forget how to play against it. Not
true.
Not really, especially for Pokemon like Gyarados, where how you counter it is very telegraphed. It's always going to be weak in this early stage. That's why we saw Isn't Momento come up to this top path and put such a high priority. The Dragon Current is the most telegraphed thing in the damn world.
Right.
That was the easiest Fairy Frolic dodge I've seen and dreamt, just danced up on him. So, look, the Gyarados, I'm not saying don't pick it, but I'm just saying you need to kind of chill a bit, have a team talk how you want to make it work, because clearly it feels like Isn't Momento are just capitalizing on that small little, advantage that they can take.
But I think I have to disagree with you on this as well, right?
Okay.
Like Pom Pom, he did a really good job on the Gyarados in the
Okay.
previous series as well against Taiwan top 16, and I don't think that he's playing.
You don't think he was the
badly.
issue?
I
Okay.
don't think he's playing badly, I would say, but I would say that he is counterplayed by Momento.
Okay, so your perspective is that Gyarados is not the problem. It's just that, I mean, dude,
Yeah,
that
look at this.
that hammer
This
just
is what I'm talking about. This changed the game, man.
that hammer actually won the game. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's not about, Pom Pom is not good on the Gyarados, right? It's counterplayed again and again and again.
No, but okay, look. The Gyarados again. I wasn't even saying. Look, it's not his fault, man. It's not his fault. Okay, but at some point, when you toss a hyperspace portal like that, you're basically asking to.
You are inviting.
You're saying like, hey, like,
please deny us.
please deny us. Deny us if you can. And Ryu's like, oh, okay. Okay, I'll take that challenge. But yeah, I mean, we're gonna go the distance here. I feel like this entire season, all the qualifiers, they've just been reset. So this is very fitting. But of course, it's gonna be JJ bringing you the action. I'm gonna step out and get to enjoy the show. But we'll come back to you for the Grand Finals reset for the APAC East region after a short break. So don't go anywhere.
See you guys later.
Try this Mimikyu and Glaceon.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, lots of denial, like I would say. And Rocktomb trapping off that Glaceon. Gatling Gun missile coming in.
Compute and Crash holding back the side though. The Gyro Ball able to get him to a nice shield amount that he's able to survive.
Mirage.
Mystical Mirage and Bliss Assistance use huge surf, pushing them back. Fairy Frolic being forced out. They're still going to try and push forward. They're healed up very nicely, but the Phantom Forest amplifying so much damage. The Sylveon is able to work down the Trevenant up, and it still looks like this Glaceon has yet to be touched. Able to rain in the damage from far. Sure, you lose the Mew, but now here comes the Mimikyu setting up perfectly, and in comes the out scot-free. Now it's the Tier 1 Gold Zone that's under some threat. They want to crack this open. They finally get that Blissey. Phantom Forest, but no follow-up. Now you've trapped out the Glaceon, but who can get on top? The members of the side of Fibonacci very low. And a Solar Beam finds it, Eldegoss. Streaming forward, they sense their chance. They're ready to rock and roll. And that Bliss Assistant saving the Mew. That last Exercise won't be enough. And they can't find the backline. All they can do is Frolic. But Mike Ross, the big hero of this lineup, throughout most of their
They're trying and they have to get that Ray under their belt. 30 more seconds. I'm not sure if there's enough time for them, but Momento doing a really good job at keeping them at bay.
Yeah, they're still trying to get it done, but being pushed, shoved, knocked around like playthings. They can't even get the last touch. They're gonna get wiped out by Ray himself, and the Metagross gets the Ray. But now you need to make a beeline. It's
Yeah, I believe Fibonacci don't want to go through all that, but immediately Pom Pom goes reset.
Yeah, that's kind of what it feels like at the moment, especially when your World Fable just gets worked down like that. Sure, you might have walls, but we have walls too. Here comes Dreamt with that last auto attack, not even needed. And the Kremlin's actually gone for Surf. Those goal zones intact. That is the #1 rule of Poopa gameplay. They're gonna come through and try and punish. Reggie Lecky dropping low. They want to finish it, but the Aura Cannon is going to get the job done.
Momento is still pushing in. Mirage just pushing the rest of team forward.
He tried for the play with me, but they're right under a portal, so they just get a free 72 to 31. Another Horn Leech setup, forcing out the Rebel Rouser. No, Here comes the slash through. They're able to get the initial pick off onto the Trevenant. Unite moves left and right though. Isn't Momento still able to get the advantage and position. When it all comes together, the firepower from Ison is just too great. Now here comes Steam trying to contest, but again, you pop that Kremlin Unite move and you're just not even able to take down Lucario. Lucario
She controlled the whole thing so far, unable to get allow Zoroark to do anything at this point in time. But this fight though, Fibonacci might have chance.
Yeah, they managed to get themselves the Regieleki, get a nice pick off onto Lucario as well. JT got caught out of position. Beautiful eject button forward from the... Oh, this Crustle turning things on here too late. Catching the hyperspace hold back. Here's yeah, the Zoroark trying to rip out onto Sen, but they can't find the connection at the finish. A huge Unite move from the Kremlin. They're able to take down Drem. That's pretty significant. The Kremlin is still surviving most. JT gonna try to come in for the steal, but they spot him out. And Mike Ross is on top.
He was lurking around, but he is unable to do anything for the rest of the team. And this is what Unite is all about, right? You can be on the back. Catching off the Clefable off guard right there. Could he actually charge him down and take him? Yes, he did.
Damage, but can't play so far back. Jumping on to JT. They take down the Mimikyu easily. Dodrio running rampant. This is what we wanted to see. Mike Ross, he's on fire, but it's not going to be enough. Iced out in the vein, sent, ready to pump back some of that damage. It's really been the show between the both of them so far. The reset gets them home. The ice crystals will follow them all the way through. And Gyarados coming back into their need to stand on business and keep things going. Hornleech not able to get the steal, but the Phantom Forest setting up on Rings Unbound, bringing in the portal, but I'm not sure whether this is what you wanted. You're losing members. Cameron finishes off that Sylveon though, and Glaceon taking.
So how is Momento going to be turning this around?
Dragon Current looking for a target, looking for Dread. Very frolic, nice dodge. Gets out of trouble. Need to kite back now though. Sen starting to lay in the damage, and here comes the Rings Unbound. They finished off the Sylveon at the start. This is looking scary. Triple trample through the whole team, but there's the hammer holding back the members of Fibonacci in place. But it's too much firepower. They're catching the resets. They're getting the kills back. And Ryu, despite his best attempts, despite hammers that could feed a building, got missile in the positioning. It's Ryu being picked down for now. They're catching another reset with the portals. Oh, but the beautiful hammer takes him out. This could be it. But the Gatling Gun missile defending his teammates, taking down Ryu. They need to get the key targets, so the Hoopa's out. This is starting to turn around.
Ladies and gentlemen, and all trainers alike from across the globe, we are once again back for the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series APAC East Last Chance Qualifiers. My name is JJ, and with me still is Moonboy.
Yes, I mean, that was a great finals that we have seen just now, JJ. Lots of, crucial moments, lots of clutch moments for both teams as well, and we are forced into a reset right here, and both teams looking good, and I believe right here Momento looking really strong and might even close this off.
No, yeah, I mean, okay, let me put it this way. While you guys were casting, right, you guys doing the grand finals, I was having a bit of a talk with the I guess you could call it like the handler of Momento, right? So this is Jaina. Jaina here is the handler. Apparently couldn't watch the games.
Oh no!
Couldn't watch the games because they're too nervous. They were panicking about what's happening. They couldn't like watch it.
Okay.
They were so scared of what would happen. But I mean, look at what happened. Ison Momento was able to get a reset, and now we're going to have more games.
Yeah, I mean, if Momento could keep this momentum going and keep this consistency going, they might, finally get to Worlds for their very first time. But if, they break down or Fibonacci manage to, get something to click once again, they might fall short once again.
Oh, no, yeah, for sure. But, I mean, again, this is a Grand Finals reset. And no mistakes can be done here anymore. Because one mistake, I mean, again,
it means bye-bye.
It means goodbye to Honolulu. Right? Yeah. Like, it's not only the prize pool. Like, okay, yeah, the prize pool, it's already given up.
At this point in time, it's not about the money.
It's not about the money. It's about representing, the APAC East. And even more so, going to World Championships.
Yeah, I mean, and this time it's in Honolulu as well. Hawaii is such a great opportunity to even explore outside of your own country as well.
Right,
So,
right.
And together with so many Pokemon and all the Pokemon community
Yes.
as well, it's gonna be a awesome time of the weekend for them.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
I wish we were there as well. Like we would have had a very amazing weekend as well if we were there with especially with the people, with the audiences, and just cheering and
Just being part of the fun.
Just being part of the fun, exactly. And I cannot imagine how great it would be for you to be, not only watching, but be the one actually competing in the World Championship stage.
Yeah, I mean, not just competing for your team, not just competing for your region, but your own, your country as well.
Right.
Everything is on the line for all 30 teams in Worlds. But before that, we have to get through this grand finals.
Yes, sirree. And now, I think we're still waiting for them to get ready up. Again, Issa Momento versus Code Unknown Fibonacci. I don't know what to say. I really don't know what to say. You know what? We have Issa Momento, who's been playing for quite a while.
Right.
Really veterans as well. They're already known. And we have Code Unknown. Same thing. And it's they always meet on community stuff in the Philippines and stuff, and they're always on the top 8. So this is, I guess, unsurprising as well that we're going to be seeing a grand finals region, because you saw it. You were casting it. They were just so good.
Everyone is so good, I would say. But speaking of which, maybe get a little bit of your opinion on the first grand finals, right? What is the downfall for Fibonacci? What could be done better?
Right. I mean, honestly though, I was already thinking that it could have gone 2-0, because it was looking pretty bleak, right? Going into game number 2, but at the very least, Issa Momento was able to Micross with the Zoroark.
Yep.
Right. They were able to position themselves very well, that they were able to just eat them up. But at the very last, on game number 3 though, I think it was more of a timing. It was a very draggy match. It was a very draggy match, to the point that it really just gave Issa Momento that momentum, that really needed spot. That again, the tree with a wood hammer, that was just perfect. I was watching, right? I was watching the moment they were able to drag out the games, put out the wood hammer, just
it's over.
It's over. It's over.
Yep, and definitely off we go, ladies and gentlemen, as we are seeing the draft for our grand finals reset back on that Kramer, and there's something new on the board right there as well. But JT immediately snatching off the Mimikyu for himself. We've seen this guy on the Mimikyu. He's so good on it. And Pom-Pom back onto the Gyarados.
Still on the Gyarados. And I kind of have to agree with you, against Mike. we got to team up against Mike.
Okay, we got to team up. Okay.
Gyarados is really good. I think we both know that. And Mike's wrong.
I can't say that to my friend.
No, it's but to be on a more serious note, right? Pom-Pom's doing really great on the Gyarados and really helping out their teammates as well, making sure that they do a bit of initiation, the crowd control as well, making sure that their teammates are able to push in the damage freely, right? So with that being said, this pick, at least this is a comfortable pick for them, and making sure that they can play to the best that they are, in the best situation that it could be.
And we are looking at this once again, right? Sent on that Glaceon, and Dram back onto the Mew again, Ryu on that Trevenant. So this is a really comfortable all-rounder composition for them. It's all down to Swoosh, right? He's not on that Blissey, but he did a really good job on the Hoopa on the previous run as well. It's all down to Mike Ross, and he's blocking in the Dodrio once again. As we were mentioning previously off stream, right? Was the Dodrio the problem for this composition? He could have went with the Zoroark and, had do its thing.
Okay, so I think their composition is actually pretty great, but it's just that, Micros with this Dodrio, it might not actually work that much. But the thing is, here lies the difference though. It is Micros. He knows how to play, all these speedsters. Yeah, and you've seen him play, the Zoroark. You've seen him play even the Glaceon. If there's no, Leafeon, because Leafeon is bad. They know for a fact, right, that if they gave Leafeon to Micros, it's over.
It's over. Yeah, but we have the problem here is Dreamt and Scent.
Right.
These two players are the biggest problem when it comes to
Momento.
Fibonacci.
Yeah.
Like they are they're so problematic to deal with. They're clocking in so much damage, so much hindrances with those surf on the Mew as well. And there's nothing. We realize that there's not much that Fibonacci could do to deal with them in the previous game.
You want to know what they can do?
What?
Look at the screen. See that? That's hyperspace hole, dude. See? Yeah, exactly. That's what they can do. And man, I am so excited to see what they can do in this Grand Finals reset. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, and all trainers alike, Ethan Momento versus Code Unknown Fibonacci. Let's have a champion tie.
Yeah, so this is the first game of that reset that we are talking about. Mike Ross back on that Dodrio. Is he gonna make a difference, or is Dodrio's win rate gonna be 0 for the whole weekend?
Let's find out together. Here we go. Starting off with this, you know, kind of a bit of a kind of a farming pace, you know, getting in the XP to make sure that they are prepared for the upcoming team fights here. And the Magikarp as well, you know, they really need to stay on this, make sure that the effort value goes up as soon as possible.
Yeah, but immediately on the top path, the Glaceon just going up top, 3-man pushing in so much, you know, pressure onto that Magikarp. They know that the Magikarp is a bullying target, right? And they're gonna do the best of their ability in the early game to bully that Magikarp as much as possible and not allow it to be a Gyarados, like, you know, at the fastest pace.
I mean, look at this though, like Micross currently at the you know, central area trying to get up, and you know, the moment if they can get control of the top path, I think they would have a very huge chance of having the early game advantage, as you can see as well. But it's good as well that Ace Momento was able to acknowledge this and try to get away as much as they could so that they wouldn't be taken out here by Fibonacci.
Yeah, look at those damage coming in by Scent, right? Just dashing all the icicles, going straight right in as well. There's nothing much that they could do but retreat, and they have to try to feed the Magikarp as much as possible at this point in time, but Momento is just doing such a good job keeping them at bay.
No, yeah, that is true. But here you go though. Like the Magikarp still a still not gonna be able to, you know, help down the teammates. But once it comes up, I think that is when Micross can actually do more stuff, because at the very least, right, there's someone, you know, helping them out with the crowd control and stuff. And that's what I'm saying. You know, a Gyarados is now up, and with the crowd control coming in from this guy, it's just allowing Micross to go around anywhere.
Yep, and I love how this pairing right here. Immediately, Micross just jumping straight right in, trying to do a little bit of disruption, but big Solar Beam coming in, and Mike Ross have no choice but to retreat. Toletes might be in a little bit of trouble right here.
Oh, wow,
as the beautiful! Dive right in and gets Mike Ross out of there. 2 KO for Momento.
Oh my goodness, that was a beautiful play coming in from Ryu. But before we head into that, we're going to be seeing the hyperspace hold try to get back before they can score in. And man, I just want to really go back, right? Like, they went in to go for the Wood Hammer immediately, then goes for the, you know, reposition themselves with that of the eject button, and they're not even stopping there, as they still want to get one more clip Fable going down into Fibonacci.
Yeah, and there you have, you know, that might be the lower goal zone being taken out there as well. The Sylveon has no choice but to reset right there. And, you know, on the top side, the Gyarados is online. That's good news for Fibonacci, but they have yet to score a single point.
No, yeah, for sure. And here we have Bounce is going to be the player of the game here for Pom Pom. And the Regieleki is now up. Are they going to be able to take this one up, or would Momento be able to steal this one away? Let's find out together with that of the Regibot as well. But it looks like it's going to be Fibonacci going to be able to take down that Regieleki, and Regice is still up into the side of Momento. It is quite a very good trade for each other, and both of them getting 1-1 as well.
Yep, I mean, overall, I mean, the Regieleki is great,
it's a handshake.
Right? But that Regice having that, you know, extra HP buff for them is gonna have so much value, especially in fights like this, especially.
Wow, look at that. The damage coming in from the Icicle Spear, from that of the Glaceon, and the boosted basic attack coming in from that of Dream, right? Just almost disseminated the HP of that Rodrigo, and that's what I'm talking about, right? They needed this crowd control in order for them to, like, stop Momento, so that Micross would freely be able to, like, roam around, get at the damage, and get away.
Yeah, but the Fibonacci is just allowing it to happen.
Yeah.
You know, Mike Ross just diving straight right in, but, you know, that's the Trevenant that we're talking about. He can't exactly too much to a 3. Yes, he's a Wood Factor, but he's a Dodo Bird, but he can't do much.
But here we go as well. I mean, at the same time, right? Like that's why they have the eject button just to reposition themselves with that of I know sometimes the wood hammer and that of the horn leech. But with that being said, though, it looks like they want to give that a bit of a trade, 1-for-1 trade, and taking in that first score as well. Duds up, which is a very good trade if you ask me.
Yep, definitely, it's a good 1-for-1 trade right there as well. It's gonna be a scruffle right here, as you know. Fibonacci just putting in so much pressure onto them as well. Jumping onto Sen. Sen just eject button out of there alive. And right here, no much casualty with there though. But Kafable might be a little bit of trouble right there. Being trapped. Solar beam it down as the rest of Fibonacci retreats and farm up.
I mean, at the very least, right? Like, at least it wasn't Micros or Pompo that was taken up, because if it were them, it would have posed so much problem. At the very least, it's just a Fable. But even then, it is quite a deficit. They're going to be able to take down one again. That is the Umbreon, ladies and gentlemen, all traders alike. That's going to be 2 down. At least they were able to answer back into that of Momento. Going to be able to get that positional advantage as well into that of the Regieleki, but the Registeel is now coming up as well.
Yeah, definitely. But looking at that fight previously, I believe Pom Pom was the one, right? Just diving straight right in, getting those picks that he needs. And that's what we're talking about. If this Gyarados come online, it's going to be really difficult to deal with. And just diving at those right targets is inevitable at that point in time.
Yeah, they're going to get a bit of a standard situation here, as, you know, Fibonacci is just waiting for them to come in. And look at that, mid-air press is going to be popping up as well. But look at this, though. They are trying to disengage just a bit. But no, never mind. They want to get in more first. Vanderboard is going to pop up. And Wood Hammer as well. But it's not going to be enough for them to get into that of the hyperspace hole. They're going to be able to take down one in the process. Fibonacci, though, currently on the deficit against that of positioning into that of the Registeel.
Yeah, and there we have, you know, Momento already started on to the Registeel as well. Fibonacci tried to get an angle to just get right in, but managed to get the reset onto the Trapper, and back he comes. But
they stole it!
Steal stolen by Fibonacci.
Dragon Current into Seth, going to be able to take down 2 in the process to make that 3. Fibonacci is calculating to make the 4. Ladies and gentlemen, all traders alike, Fibonacci doing this Fibonacci spiral, calculating everything in their place.
Yeah, down to the very last decimal as we speak. Managed to steal that Registeel and just, you know, go all the way in. But now the problem for Fibonacci is Toletes. Is he gonna, you know, he have to start doing a little bit more impact, right? He's always the one being the first one to go down. He's always overextending, and, you know, he's not the Crustle that he was.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's good as well. I mean, you're the defender. You have to defend your teammate, but like at the same time, you have to make sure that you sustain yourself to be able to be used for in a much longer time for your team as well.
Yep, definitely. And there we have, you know, on the bottom side, trying to deny a little bit more, but Mike Ross and Pom Pom already gathering up, moving together as a unit. That might spell disaster if you're bumping into him out of nowhere.
Right, and at the same time, you know, like Micros here currently having a 50 points lead. I think what they want to do here is try to, you know, reduce this number quite a bit, but at the same time, you know, Fibonacci already recognizing this, you know, ripping off this Reggie like to give them a bit of an advantage over into, you know, going into that of the Rayquaza, and at the same time, right, because of this, they can, you know, push them into an option select where they have to be wary of the Dodrio to score.
Dodrio is holding 50 points all by himself. We're at 15 seconds into the final stretch as well. And right here, Fibonacci already in position. Mike Ross doing a little bit of disruption right there in the central area. And, you know, it's all down to Momento. How are they going to engage? Because they have really strong engagement potential coming in with their Pokemon kit.
Oh yeah, we are going to be finding out the answer to that question as the Rayquaza is now up. Look at that dive coming in with the bounce into that of the Gyarados. Going to be able to take down the Wood Hammer before actually going back up. Phantom Force is going to be popped up. France is going to be popped up as well. Dragon Current, but not yet. A bit late into that of the response here, but nonetheless, going to be able to take down 2 in the process. Maybe 3. Not a bit of a low here, but the Gyarados is low. That is the thing. Pom Pom needs to be careful here. But look at that though. Dram is going to be popped up here. Going to be 3v1 situation, and Micros was able to jump away, taking out this Mew. And just like that, Fibonacci now has a outnumbered advantage against that of Momento into that of the Rayquaza.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good Rings Unbound coming in just to bring a little bit of more in reinforcement, but Sen going down right here as well. This might be crucial. This is their time though, but 2 more Pokemon being knocked out from Fibonacci's side of the field as well. And right here, Momento got a good positioning onto Rayquaza and starting it as well. How would Fibonacci respond to this?
Wait, no, look. Fibonacci doesn't have any damage as of yet, and look at the spawn timer as well. It's so long. It, you know,
Rayquaza, 1 turret.
Oh my goodness! I'm so. This is so intense right now. Are they gonna be able to steal it away? No, they're not. Momento's gonna be able to take down that Rayquaza for themselves and going to remove all the. Well, not remove, but widen the gap that already have against that of Fibonacci and possibly getting in this game as well. And here you have it, 200 down. Well, just 100 yet. Down the drain, and now they have an even greater lead.
Yep, another 88 down for Momento as well. 551, 201, 20 more seconds. There's still a chance that Fibonacci could do something to flip it around, but it seems like there's nothing possible for them to be done. So Lattes holding 40 points all by himself, but with a slither of health, that's not the position that he is looking out for.
I like what Momento did. I like the decision that they made going into that of the Rayquaza, just because of the fact that, okay, let's let it rip. Okay, let's let it rip. Have them, you know, do their KOs, have them do their fights, their Unite moves, right? Let's get taken out, sure. And then immediately after that, like, the decision was, okay, let's take a chill pill. Let's take a chill pill, take a setback, and wait for the, take them out one by one. And from there on out, right, they made sure that they, prioritize taking in the damage dealers, you know, Micro, Steam, Pom-Pom, right?
Yep.
After that, they made sure, they knew and acknowledged that, okay, you know what, Fibonacci has so long of a spawn timer and they don't have any damage, so let's just rip the Rayquaza.
Yep, I mean, that was a good decision-making by Momento, right?
Yeah.
And knowing that, you know, Mike Ross and Steam was out of the game, you know, out of fight for a good, like, 20 more seconds, and they have to capitalize on that.
Yes.
Even though, you know, Cent is not part of the it's not back at the point in time, but they still have to take whatever they can. But the next question is, how impactful is Mike Ross on that Dodrio? It's not as, you know, fanciful as what we've seen previously when he was on the Zoroark, and instead, I would say this game, Pom-Pom was the one, you know, doing that main front runner for the team.
No, yeah, I mean, you know, Pom-Pom was really that person who was like initiating everything, making sure that, okay, yeah, hey team, once I dive in, you guys dive in too, right? But the thing is, Momento was able to acknowledge this, acknowledging it in the fact that, okay, yeah, just dive into us, and we'll just like kind of like, yeah, we'll play around with you, but we'll do it more with your, you know, with your team,
with your backline,
yeah.
Right?
So that means, right, like. Sure, you're diving in, but you have no backup. So they've already, you know, taken care of that.
Yep, I mean, let's just take a look. I believe the replay is ready as well. And this is a really close game, I would say. Lots of trades back and forth. I mean, Fibonacci, you know, unfortunately, they didn't exactly, you know, capitalize on that final fight right there as well. But not forgetting a Ryu on that Trevenant, really a lot of, you know, really clutch wood hammer, I would say.
Yes.
Well timed, well positioned.
And this is what we were talking about earlier. Like, look at that amazing micro decision to reposition that wood hammer from the back, then use eject button to get them up.
Yeah, and that's just so well positioned, and just everything is just under his palm at that point. He has the whole world in his head.
Yes. I mean, honestly, it might be small, right? For an average viewer or for anyone really, it might be a small thing, but like to know how you do it in a mechanical sense, you appreciate it in the fact that, okay, that is actually pretty hard to do, especially in the heat of the moment, right? So to be able to like think clearly while you're doing all these stuff, flashing into the other team is just phenomenal.
Yep. I mean, it's not easy, right? Like, you know, just doing all this micro maneuver, it looks easy on screen.
Yeah.
But, you know, to actually catch those timing, those accurate, to be really accurate, like how Ryu did with the Trevenant, it takes a lot of skill.
Yes.
So this is a next question for Fibonacci. Is the Trevenant the biggest problem for them? And, you know, is that what they're going to be targeting for, you know, the next draft?
Well, I mean, no, I don't think Trevenant is like the biggest problem they have. I think it's more of I think like Fibonacci's composition might have a huge factor here because they really wanted to have, based on what we saw, right? They wanted to funnel into that of Micros, right? They wanted to funnel it, but at the same time, you know, Micros was doing multiple things at the same time.
He has 3 hits, but he can't concentrate. Right?
No, exactly, right? If say for example we go back to well, obviously, you know, the Leafeon was banned, but you have mentioned, right, as well that we saw that the Zoroark wasn't banned. I think they would have been able to like make more a like fight towards like the team fights, right, against that of Isan Momento if they were able to use the Zoroark instead of the Dodrio. But I do recognize as well, I do acknowledge the fact that what they're trying to do, try to get a bit of a score and, try a bit of a, what it goes like, damage out of it.
Yep. But let's just look at our featured player for that game number 1, and it's gonna be Dremt, right? This guy on the Mew, we have seen him like doing his Mew thing, just going around, big solar beam, and 73k average damage dealt by this, by this player himself. And that's 39% of the whole team damage dealt.
No, yeah, I mean, Dremt has showed us so many stuff, and at the same time, the last game, like Mew was one of the Pokemon as well that really showed up a lot, especially against Micross, right? And you can notice as well that they are really targeting Micross with the basic boosted attack,
the whole kit, basically.
The whole kit, basically, that they know that if they can take out Micross, the whole team crumbles.
And that's just actually showed us, what happened just now, right?
Yes,
Mike Ross did a lot of good plays. His Dodrio ended at about level 14. And it seems like he's not exactly controlled in a way. But there's still lots of play made by Dremt to put, Mike Ross at a really uncomfortable...
At the edge.
At the edge, a very uncomfortable position and he's forced to make a different play or even a plan B, and that might, that actually did put Momento in that favorable position.
And at the same time, right, like the way that they were using Mew as well was just phenomenal. Just to say that, it's more of it comes with a game sense, right? Game sense and game experience, right? Like, yeah, sure, we can see that there might be there's no one on the tall grass, or maybe we can see there's someone actually hiding, and coming with experience, they know for a fact that, okay, if I use this, there might be someone there. That what's the term here? Like ambushing them, basically, and poking them on places that might have some people. It's actually a very scary thing to be facing off against.
All right, let's just go straight right to the draft once again, and we got Blissey
ban.
Yeah, Blissey and Leafeon ban this time around. I mean, it is the same ban from previously, so what are we going to expect? Maybe the Cramorant back up again this time around, but Mike Ross, though, looking at the Delphox, no, it has to be this Masquerada.
Oh, wow. Again, Isan Momento is still respect banning Leafeon, but even then, right, it's just really that strong. Cramorant, though, is going to be banned.
It's banned previously as well, right? It's just a really good respect that they have towards Steam, and immediately Toletes, right, just taking away the Trevenant away from Ryu, and could he actually make use of this 3 Pokemon that we're always raving about?
Now, I know I said earlier, right, as well, that they need to stick with their comfort picks, but I'm just wondering, since, Tyranitar is pretty open, it might come up, and if it does, I think it's going to wreak havoc all day long.
Yeah, but previously, Tyranitar was not picked as well. Yeah, but Hua, this time around, they got their Hoopa, they're going to have, all these quick rotations that they are looking for Pom-Pom back onto the Gyarados once again. So, this time around, how comfortable is it going to make Swoof, right? If Hoopa and Blissey out of the picture, he's forced to play the Elder Gods this time around, and Ryu onto the Crustle for the first time. And it all, how is he going to be working this out? But Mike Ross back on that Dodrio.
Wow. Oh, we're not going to see that. But it's really going to be interesting if we do get to see, Cinderace. We haven't seen it quite a while, but it makes more sense for them to be able to go for the... Oh, wow! Pikachu! Okay, now this changes things up, right? Like, Delphox, kind of understandable. Huge... Despite the nerfs, there's still, the potential of the crowd control is still huge,
it's
right?
Still there, right?
There's the Trevenant, and there's the Pikachu. There's the Delphox, right? Fire Spin, Wood Hammer, and then of course, Dragon Current, and of course we have the Bounce. But here's the thing, though. I'm not quite sure how this is going to help out Micross. It is... They're squishy. Sure, they have crowd control, but especially Pikachu, right? Especially Pikachu here, I'd say it's very hard to maneuver, and you have to be very intricate with the Pokemon that you know where to place yourself, because the moment that you misplace yourself, even by the tiniest bit, you'd get caught up.
Punished.
Exactly.
Yeah, but the thing about Pikachu maybe is, Steam's, pocket Pokemon, right? Like pocket pick that he just Hail Mary, let's just do it.
Right.
And there's so much potential with this Pikachu as well, even though we have not exactly seen it in the WCS. But on the other hand, Scent, right? Ditching the Glaceon this time around for that Metagross, and that actually allow, Fibonacci to have a little bit more space, try to bully the Metem and Beldum as much as possible, and not allow it to be a really strong Metagross to begin with.
But I mean, like there's also the reason why there's the Sylveon and the Mimikyu, which would definitely give them a much harder time, especially with the Play With Me going into that other trio. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, Code, Unknown, Fibonacci, and Issa and Momento game number 2 of the Grand Finals reset. Let's have a champion time.
Is Issa and Momento going to Hawaii for after this round, or we are going for game number 3 if Fibonacci win this one under their belt?
Right, and okay, it's really interesting because like we thought, right, like it could give a bit of a leeway into the Sylveon and the Mimikyu to be potentially the carry, but it seems as if like the Metagross is the one going into the central area.
Yeah, I mean Metagross, they need all the EXP that he needs, right? Try to get into for level 5 and just exit the central area just in time to do a little bit more shenanigans towards their opponent.
Right.
And, right here, Magikarp already at level 4 as well. Like that is a steady EXP level, I would say. That is a really good trajectory to get into Gyarados in time.
Oh yeah, I mean, I can see what they're trying to do here with the Metang as well. They want to make sure that this Metagross gets as much as possible, go online as early as possible so that they can help out on team fights, make sure that they can win the early game. But here you have it, a bit of a, poking game here, just trying to, feel the field here for St. Momento. But they're going to be able to take down the Magikarp.
Yeah, but and they're able to get that 1-for-1 trade onto that E-Tank as well. Mike Ross on that Dodrio doing his thing though, able to catch him up, but it's a 2v1 situation, but no choice but to back off of that fight.
No, and actually that's quite true as well. And like Metagross still going into the central area to be able to get as much XP as we have mentioned earlier. I think this is going to provide so much problem for Fibonacci, especially that it sustains a lot, and there's no Umbreon on the other side as well.
Yep, no Umbreon,
nothing to suck those
nothing to suck all the armor
shield
away from their from the Metagross as well. But it all down to this Pikachu, right? Like how is he gonna be using those card control to his favor to try to control Momento as much as possible.
And here we have it though. I think we're gonna be seeing a bit of a sneak peek of what might happen to the Grand Finals here. If they can take out one by one, sure, and that's what just happened as well. They're gonna be taken down 2 in the process. Ryu is almost gonna be taken out as well. No, never mind. Is gonna be taken out. It's gonna be Pikachu with a 2 KO in the process, and I think this is gonna be like the game plan here for Fibonacci, just taking them out one by one, and it's working out pretty well for them, especially with the help of the Koopa, making sure that they refresh their HPs.
Yeah, this resets brought so much value to Fibonacci, right? Like, those clutch moments where they just reset, go back to base, get their EXP back, be coming back to the fight or not. Like, that's a second decision to make. But, getting out of that fight scot-free and just coming back stronger has so much more, room to work with, and it's so great if they put it to perfection.
Right, I like what Fibonacci is doing here, making sure that they respect what that Momento can is already marking Micros and making sure that they can amend and adjust as well to make sure that Micros would be able to do his stuff. But just like that, as I said earlier, Pikachu very squishy, taken out immediately.
Yep, Regirock here being reset as well, but being trapped right there under the rock tomb, but managed to just eject button out of his way and have a space portal, bringing everyone down to the bottom side, and
was able to steal it!
Steal!
Oh my goodness, and that's what I'm talking about, right? That's what I'm talking about. They want to make sure that they give Micros a bit of a space here to make his thing work, but unfortunately though, Momento was able to answer back, gonna be able to take down 3 in the process.
Yeah. I mean, it's good, right? At least they get the Reggie, but 4 men on the bottom side of the field, and on the top side, Fibonacci managed to get their Reggie Ilecki as well. So it's all back to farming business. Everyone get your EXP, get everyone back online. It's a pretty close game though, so it all boils down to who has, who is going to be having a little bit more advantage or who makes the first mistake first.
I'm just realizing this, right? As well, like compute and crash. into the Mimikyu and the Rock Tomb is actually a very scary thing to happen.
Yeah, I mean,
You're not
everywhere.
You're not going to be able to go anywhere. And just like that, the Mimikyu and the Sylveon would just be able to like proc you. So if that ever happens, and I think it's there's a high possibility of that ever happening. And look at that, Cloud is going to be popping up here just to get a bit of a healing into the Momento.
Yeah, Pom diving straight right in. Might be a little bit of bad position as well. And there we have Momento just pushing in so much damage.
Oh my goodness, it's not going to be enough though, but Micro's taken down in the process. It's going to be Pom down as well, and Steam, I don't think they're going to be enough to be able to defend this
Rings Unbound.
Rings Unbound is going to be popped up as well just to get in some teammates, but unfortunately if they do jump there, they're just asking to be taken out.
Yeah, I mean that was a really bad position to actually press into the Rings Unbound, and the thing about Rings Unbound is that it takes so long to actually get that.
Wait, it actually got cancelled.
Oh, it got cancelled.
It got cancelled. Because he still has like Unite move.
Yeah, I mean everything is looking great right now. I mean, unable to get the reset onto Mike Ross, but this Reggie Lecky will be marching straight right to that tier 1 goal zone. Momento looking really strong to close off and have and punch the ticket into Hawaii.
Almost, right?
Almost.
It's looking
so close.
looking highly likely that Momento has the control. Well, not highly likely, but they actually have the control thus far in the game. And if they can keep this up until the late game, I think they have a pretty good chance of winning this one. And look at that, Rings of Love is going to be popping up as well. Are they going to be able to make advantage of this? Yes, they will. It is going to be, Sen going to be going down. The Elder is going to be going down as well. And Ryu here has a very low HP, but it doesn't matter. Micro's going to be taking out a 1-for-1 trade here for both of the teams. No, that's going to be 3 down. Thunderstorm's going to be popped up, but Sylveon's still alive and kicking. Drep here still has some power to them. Ryu, though, going to be able to take down that Hoopa, and they are still alive.
Yeah, I mean, that is a great turnaround for Momento. Great Rock Tomb right there.
Yes.
To catch that returning Trevenant form from base as well. So this is a really good push that Momento is looking at. And, even though the Regirock has not been touched at all for this fight, but that was a really good turnaround for them, and this might allow them to have the advantage. Look at Trev, how is he alive?
Well, he fainted now. He's fainted now. That's the thing, though. But here you go, though. Pom going to be able to take down 2 in the process, taking out most of the tank. 1 tank and 1 damage dealer here. But it is still not enough. They still need to take away this Regirock for themselves. And they're able to get it. Micross doing the objectives all day long.
I mean, Dodrio, I understand why he picked the Dodrio finally, right? Now, this all clutch steals coming in from the Dodrio. These are all really good moments coming in for him. Reggie Lecky coming up top in about 5 seconds time. And we're moving closer and closer to the final stretch. And, the Metagross is already at 13. Sylveon is already at 13 as well. And we realized something, right? The Sylveon could not get KO'd that easily.
Right, and I mean, Tramp, with that Sylveon, despite having a very low HP, is not scared to just go in and dive. And I think that is a very scary thing.
Yep, definitely, right? It just dive right in, do its thing, get out. And, the Elder Gods is just supporting and pocketing it as much as possible. So, but both sides looking pretty even right now, but I believe Momento have slightly of an edge in terms of the level department as well.
Right, and here to have it, in just a few seconds, we're going to be seeing the Rayquaza. And again, this will decide whether Isan and Momento is going to be heading into Honolulu, or would they go to game number 3.
Yep, it's all down to this as the Rayquaza spawned at the center of the map. As Dodrio, though, being a little bit sneaky, doing his thing on the top side of the field. Both teams just staring down each other in the central area. 4v4 situation. Who is going to start that initiation going?
Right, at least, the Mimikyu is there just to mark down Micross because they can acknowledge the fact that, they can split score. But as I'm saying this, it seems as if there's a bit of a poking game here into the side of the Ray pit. But again, because of the Hoopa, they can just easily go back to the base, heal up, and go back again into the field.
Yeah, but they have to be really careful of those Rock Tomb, though. It's really well positioned so far by Ryu, and if it gets a good catch, it might be over. Pom might be a little bit of trouble right there, but able to get out of there. Yeah, if Ryu able to get the reset for the Trevenant, and it's still a stare down at this point in time. Hey, Fibonacci, you got to start working.
That is true. And look at them as well. Fibonacci is just pointing down the Rayquaza just to bait down Momento. But now they have the notification that Momento has to leave. They have to pop it in. Unite was going to be popping up as well. It looks like the Trevor is going to be taken out in the process. Everyone from Momento almost seeming like low, but they're going to be able to take down Micros as well. That's 2 for non-trade, 2 for 3 for 1 right now. And the Hoopa is going to be taken out. And that is it. Momento taking out everyone from Fibonacci. Doesn't need the Rayquaza. All they need to do now is score in. And they have scored themselves the spot to the World Championships in Honolulu.
Yeah, there we have. But we have 20 more seconds on the clock. We can't exactly crown our champion just yet.
Okay.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, calm down, JJ. Yeah. Even though there's not much to be done, but Momento, they came short last year, right? They came short in Philippines as well, coming in third. But finally, they get their ticket to World Championship, and now they are champions.
Now I can say the winners, the grand champions of the LCQ APAC East is none other than Isen Momento.
Yeah, the team that always comes short finally crossed the finish line.
Yeah.
And they are going to Hawaii for Pokemon World Championship. How are they going to do it? And later we're going to ask them about
Of course,
this,
of course.
Yeah, we have to ask them about this. But, we can't discount the fact that this team, right, did a really good job at putting that fight against Fibonacci.
Dude, they read Fibonacci like a... I don't know, like alphabet, right? Like, because see, I'm in a position where I would have preferred, right? Like again, not to this Micros, but I think I preferred the game where they played a different kind of comp, like with a Zoroark as well. I think that would have made a better choice. I understand that they want to go for a more of a like a scoring comp, kind of
aggressive,
team,
kind of
right?
Yeah,
but. Knowing, they have to acknowledge as well that Momento already saw this, especially if this is a reset, right? They've already run a set.
They smell it from miles
exactly,
away. Yeah.
And they were ready for it. And now, Isen Momento, look at the scores. They only had like 80 points.
Yep.
And Momento was just stopping them, whatever they're trying to do.
Definitely, they always have to find out, right? Where is Dodrio? Where is Mike Ross? And as long as they have this information that Dodrio, even though it's really fast, is being watched all time, 24/7 for the last 10 minutes, and that's how they actually control the whole game.
Yes.
Yeah. So and that's just really good, coordination and really good information gathering by Momento, and Fibonacci can't get out of this prison that they were in.
And man, earlier I mentioned, right, that Isen Momento here is their handler, right?
Yep.
Their handler is really scared for the team. Obviously they want to win. That's how much they want
to win.
To win, right?
Yeah.
That they are just scared. They're just nervous. They couldn't even watch it, right? They couldn't even watch the games. And now I'm just wondering, how are they feeling? Not only with the handler, but also with the team themselves. Just because of the fact that everyone in their team, because remember, right? Remember, Isen is an umbrella of a team. They have 4 teams, if I remember correctly, and everyone, including Vincere, Exocia, and there's one more team. I apologize, I forgot the name of the other team, but everyone in Isen are watching and supporting them, and I'm just really, I really want to know how they're feeling right now, knowing that Isen Momento was able to get in the grand final spot.
Yeah, I mean, we will have a chance. We'll have a chance to talk to them later on. So, but, as much as they are feeling really happy right now, they had a Cinderella run, I would say, right? Being brought down to the lower bracket and then climbing all their way back into the grand finals, force that reset and beat the undefeated Fibonacci for the whole day, right? That's just really impressive coming in. And if they keep this level up, our region will be stronger than ever.
Oh yeah, for sure. And it seems as if the slots coming in from APAC East, there's going to be three teams from the Philippines. I'm totally not being biased. I'm totally not being biased.
Okay, sure. I get you.
You have to object it.
Okay.
I'm not okay. I'm not hype at all. I promise. I'm not hype at all. I mean, yeah, sure, it's my region, but But we have 3 teams in the world.
It's okay. It's cool. It's cool.
We're like Japan.
Hey, stop flexing, okay? All right. So I mean, even though the reset was very close for both games, right? I mean, Fibonacci did put really good fights here and there, and but really unfortunate. I really love the Pikachu pick though. Like
it was actually working pretty well as well.
Yeah, and it did its job. It does its burst damage here and there.
Yeah.
Managed to just initiate a few fights here and there as well. But it's just unfortunate,
And look at the positioning of the team, right? Like, they know for a fact that they cannot dive in. Because the moment that they dive in, being a very squishy Pokemon, they are just going to get ripped off. And they make sure that they are positioning themselves very well that they can do something for the team. But unfortunately, though, as we have seen, like Momento was able to see this from a mile away and was able to rip them up.
Yep, and there we have, ladies and gentlemen, our champion for LCQ, and they will be going to Worlds in Hawaii, and it's gonna be Momento, JT, Sen, Dreamt, and Ryu. They are our champions for LCQ APAC East.
There we go again. Last chance qualifier, and the one who took it is Momento. As you have mentioned, they're always short. They always fall short, sometimes second, mostly third. But this time, this is their time.
Yeah, this is their time. They have to shine. They finally made their moment, and they're going to Worlds. And hopefully, right, they will represent us really well as well.
And the Philippines.
Stop it. Okay.
Right, and man, I think we're just waiting for them to get ready as well, because of course there's going to be an interview session as well with them. So I'm really excited how. Well, I already said this earlier. I want to know how they're feeling right now. So
I just want to know what they're gonna do tonight.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, right. Like how are they gonna celebrate? Finally they're going to Worlds after so long.
Yeah.
Tonight is definitely gonna be the biggest celebration that they are gonna have, and then have another celebration in Honolulu as well.
Well, I mean, do you want to know how I would celebrate like tonight?
No.
No, you don't want to know.
I don't want.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It doesn't involve me, right?
Well, no.
Okay.
No,
Sure,
no.
share, please.
3 teams from the Philippines, dude. I mean, we gotta represent.
You can represent, yeah. Okay. Yeah.
No, yeah, but once again, congratulations to Momento for really taking a spot. And honestly, we cannot dismiss the fact, we cannot dismiss the prowess of Code Unknown Fibonacci as well, because they played good.
Yeah, they are a really good team, right? I really love them. Honestly, I thought that coming into the grand finals, they are favorite. They look good and everything, but Momento managed to figure them out and just get the win. And it's just unfortunate for Fibonacci. Yes, they are really good players.
Yes.
I love the whole dynamics, right? There's Steam, there is Pom Pom, there is Mike Ross, this 3 combo just coming in and just do its thing. And they did it really well. It's just unfortunate that Ison just know what they're doing.
I think okay, if they didn't get hit, but by that wood hammer, I think that game would have
been over. Yeah.
But that one, it was literally, it was just that.
It was that one moment.
That
wood hammer.
one moment.
Yeah.
No, and it's just fascinating how something that is small. Oh, obviously it's not small. One move changed the entire trajectory of what could have happened in the entire, not only the game, but the entire series.
Yeah, definitely, right? And that forced that reset and whatnot.
Yeah.
And I think maybe we can talk a little bit more about Ryu, right? Like he's so good on the Trevenant, but despite the Trevenant being taken away from him in the final game, he did really well on the crossover as well.
Yeah.
Those well-timed and well-placed Rock Tomb really did disrupt their opponent to the maximum, I would say.
Right, and man, it's just again, we're still setting up things up so that we can talk to the we can talk with Momento. But is there anything like you'd like to ask? Is there anything like you want to know? Again, in the Philippines and maybe in Momento.
Maybe like what is their training regime? How are they going to prepare themselves for Worlds?
Yes.
Right. We're not talking about Filipino community tournament.
Yeah.
We're not talking about APAC East.
Yes.
We're talking about the
Worlds.
World, right? All the big boys are there to play as well. How are they gonna be holding themselves up against teams like Elevate, MYS, or even Nouns Esports, like all the other teams as well. So it's not gonna be an easy feat, I would say. And yeah, how are they gonna do this?
Yeah. Plus, I mean, as you have mentioned, like the big boys, right? They already have experience going to the world. They're always always in worlds as well. Been playing for what 3 years? Going to be 3 years now in worlds, right? And they all have the experience. They're not anymore like easily phased. Right? They're no longer easily phased, and just experience-wise, it's just so dominant, so overwhelming that it might actually factor out Issa and Momento here.
Yeah. So just how, right? Hopefully, they can give us a little bit more insight.
Yeah.
And at the same time, not leak out too much problem, not much strategy, I would say, right? So that the rest of the world could play against them. But them being played one of the most games, I would say today. The most games today. They play from lower bracket all the way to the reset.
Yeah.
Definitely gonna be a long day, and they deserve the celebration, man.
Oh yeah. And remember, I told you this earlier. It's oh wait, we never said this on the broadcast, I believe.
Yeah.
That this month is actually the anniversary of the creation of Team Isen as an umbrella team. So the mere fact that they won, right? The mere fact that they were able to win, or at least like a team of them, right, was able to get and guarantee a spot in Worlds. I think that
it's an anniversary gift.
It's an anniversary gift. Yeah. Exactly. It's not just them winning Worlds. It's not just them. It's not just them winning Worlds, but more so a gift for them, something to celebrate even more. Because going to Worlds is already like celebration worthy.
Yep.
But for you to have it as an anniversary gift as well, I think that would, hold more meaning to the teams.
Yeah, definitely. I think this win is definitely going to be bringing not just Momento, but the whole of Isen together. And, this is the moment where the whole Isen should gather collectively to help Momento to get to the best of their capability, to play their best in world stage, to represent, Isen as a team to greater heights.
No, yeah, I totally agree with you 100%. And yeah, like, I don't know, I'm currently lost of words right now.
You're crying, man. You're crying. Stop crying. No, JJ, stop crying. Stop it. Stop it!
No.
Stop being a baby. Alright.
I'm not crying, dude. No.
Yeah, so I mean, this is a great day so far, right?
Yeah.
We have lots of moments. We have seen lots of teams coming into this matchup as well. We've seen a lot of different compositions that work, that doesn't work. Maybe what is the best moment for you today?
I don't know, man. Like, there's a lot of huge contenders. I think I think the biggest one is like the wood hammer, because that really changed everything up. Because if it wasn't for that wood hammer from Ryu,
it would have been over.
It would have been over.
Yeah, but ladies and gentlemen, the team is ready. Let's just go straight right to it. We're not interviewing just one person, man.
The entire team.
Interviewing all 5 players from Isen Augment. And let's go, guys.
Oh, there you go.
What's up, guys?
Can you hear us? Narinig nyo ba kami?
Yes.
Ayun. So just for everyone's clarification, like, this is what happened with the PH qualifiers as well. I will be talking to them in Tagalog, in Filipino, so that everyone can express themselves properly and better as well, right? And then I'll just be translating for you guys. So, Issa and Momento, kumusta kayo?
Sobrang saya. Chill lang, gutom. Sobrang gutom. Walang qualifying.
Right, so I just asked how they're doing. They said they're happy, they're hungry, and they're tired.
Yeah, it has been a long day, but first off, congratulations to you guys, for the win for the LCQ, and you guys will be going to Honolulu really soon, right? So first question, you guys deserve it, yeah. So how are you guys gonna prepare for Worlds coming up?
Yeah, paano kayo paano kayo magpe-prepare? No, paano kayo magte-training bago sa Worlds? Kasi alam naman natin na all the big boys are there, right? So we know that there is the threshold. So paano nyo mapapantayan? Paano yung training na gagawin nyo going sa Worlds?
Unang-una yung mga namin. Siguro errors and mistakes.
Dito ako
alam naman
para so they can see it. Go.
Alam naman namin sarili namin kung ano yung errors and mistakes namin sa team. Tapos overall, ang kailangan pa namin improve is yung confidence ng top lane.
Yeah, so this is what he said.
Confidence pag natalo.
I see. So this is what I said. They said they know themselves, they know their capabilities, and they know that they can, match them up. And they need to work. They're going to be working on more onto their top lane.
Right.
Because if it's not for their top lane, they would have a less confidence with themselves. So they're going to be working on that and their top lane as well. So.
Right. So I mean, this second question to you guys, right? We've seen JT. I think it's more targeted to JT, right? JT, you were on the Mimikyu. You're really good on the Mimikyu, though. But when the Mimikyu was unavailable, what's in your mind when you pick Lucario for games like that?
So bakit si Lucario ang napili mo nung naban si Mimikyu?
Kasi po, since season 1 po, comfort ko na po yung Lucario. So, yun yung second choice talaga namin.
Right. So I don't think I need to translate it. Comfort, but comfort, exactly. That's just it. Eto na lang siguro, ano yung naging sekreto nyo going into this game? Kasi nakita namin na, especially that one move, yung wood hammer, right? Especially kay Ryu. I think Ryu, you did a very good job with the wood hammer.
Yeah.
With the wood hammer, and that actually led na magkaroon ng Grand Finals reset. So when you hit that wood hammer, that moment, ano yung naramdaman mo, and ano yung naramdaman ng team?
Ang lakas ko!
Okay, sorry. Sorry. This is what he said. You should love to. Sorry, this is what he said. Literally, I'm so strong. That's just what he said.
Enough said, right?
Enough said.
Enough said. I'm too good. Mic drop.
Exactly. So with that being said, guys, congratulations once again. Pero before we let you go, may mga gusto ba kayong batiin, shout-outs, greetings, your family? Bahala na kayo. Go.
Yan thank you kay Oni. Swerte yung sticker. Sorry. Una, thank you sa girlfriend ko na nanonood, si Shine. Tapos thank you sa Talon, sa Elevate, sa buong Ducky Sports, sa managers namin, sa team sa mga ka-org namin, sa mga manager ng iba't ibang team, manager ng SR, manager ng Lason Fox. Ganun po. Additional lang po ako sa pagsuporta ng Aizen family tsaka yung mga friends namin, ganun. Tapos shoutout sa girlfriend ko dyan, si Aizen Villar. Sa akin naman, additional, thank you sa girlfriend ko sa pag-support sa akin lagi. Tapos thank you rin sa magulang ko na nagkawa sinusuportahan, hindi ako pinagbabawalan maglaro, mag-bootcamp, ganun. Dahil additional, thank you rin sa girlfriend ko at Princess, thank you lagi nandiyan ka. Saka sa family ko, sa mama ko, lalo na sa Hong Kong siya ngayon. Thank you.
Right. Just one question. Are you guys the only team from Isen together, or are you guys with the other Isen team?
No, kami lang po yan dito.
Kayo lang dyan. Okay. So I just asked whether they are the only Isen team right there, but they said they're the only ones there. But I'm pretty sure you guys are gonna be celebrating together, no?
Yes, po.
So maybe we could ask them, how are you guys going to celebrate? Paano kayo mag-celebrate ng pagkapanalo nyo ngayon?
Pagkain!
Food. I think that's a universal language.
What?
Food.
Well, food. Right. Yeah, good food, good stomach, good mood, good people.
Exactly.
Great celebration.
So with that being said, Isen Momento, once again, congratulations, and we'll be seeing you in Honolulu.
All the best. Congrats.
Thank you po.
All right. And that is Isen Momento celebrating and cementing their names to the World Championships on 2024.
Yeah, I mean, it's not an easy task to actually get yourself into Worlds, and these boys, really did all they can. And, let's just take a look at what happened throughout
How were they were able to get that, And here you have it, just a recap of the bracket, starting off, Isen Momento here, going against Last Hope, getting it 2-0, then a 2. They're gonna be a drop off here by Taiwan top 16, right? And then Code Fibonacci was just going 2-0 all day into the upper bracket, getting themselves the first grand finals spot. But going down into the lower bracket though, Momento, unfortunately for them, was fighting off against their own sibling team, so they had to take out Isen Vincere and then win against the underdog of the tournament, that is Mayo Wonlu, and then win, get their revenge against Taiwan top 16, and then made themselves up to the Grand Finals, where they got the Grand Finals reset and win 2-0 on the reset.
Yep, it's not an easy task, especially if you're going up against code unknown Fibonacci.
Yes.
And, forcing a 2-1 win for the Grand Finals into a reset, into a 2-0 win. And, these guys proved themselves to be one of the best team right here in the Asia Pacific East.
And I mean, winning the entire tournament is not an easy feat. It's not an easy feat, and they deserve all the things that they're going to be doing to celebrate this win again for their anniversary.
Yeah.
And for their win going into Worlds.
Yep, definitely. So I'm so happy for them. And today is this period is their anniversary period as well.
Yep.
So big congratulations to Eason or Momento. Once again, you guys are going to Hawaii, represent us well.
And here you go as well. This is what they're going to be winning. Going to be taking home going into Honolulu. I mean, 7,500. Man, that is, as Mike mentioned, a lot of Pokemon concierge.
Sure, you can buy a lot of stuff, right? Especially when in Worlds, there's Pokemon Center.
Center.
Yeah. Like this money could be put to good use for this bunch of boys as well.
And at the same time, that is, they could essentially just use it for themselves to buy all this merch, or maybe use it as a vacation money as well, just because of the fact that winning first not only provides them money, not only provides them prize pool money, but at the same time, the World's invite and a travel accommodation.
Yeah, I mean the travel and accommodation is already covered for them.
Yep.
So they could spoil themselves at Hawaii with this 7,500.
Yeah, for sure. And of course, we have the second placer, code unknown Fibonacci at 3,750. The third being that of 3,000. Fourth being on 1,500. And the fifth and seventh place size are going to be getting 750.
Yep. So I mean, even though they didn't manage to win or even get goals, every single team today or repeat today, they are rewarded with at least a token for making so far into the
Yes. And I mean, speaking of a token, I think we have one more to show them, right? To before we head off, right? And we have a video to show you guys this token, and we'll just be rolling this clip right now.
Show it. And there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. One of the latest Pokemon into the server as well. Phalanx is into Tear Sky Ruin this time around. And you are not just playing one Pokemon, not two, not three, but six Pokemon at once. If you think that you're a good multitasker and you're so bored of playing one Pokemon, this time around you can just play six all together.
And I mean, honestly, I'm quite excited to see as well, because I'm pretty sure Phalanx is going to be allowed for play in Worlds, and it's going to be, I believe, the first, if not NAIC.
Yep, NAIC.
Correct me if I'm wrong, right? If not NAIC, the first time that we're going to be seeing that would have to be Worlds, and definitely, there might be more Pokemon as well, right? There might be more Pokemon that might come up before Worlds, so it's really going to be an exciting match. We're going to have 30 teams as well, and man, I'm just so excited to see Pokemon World Championships, Moonboy. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, and all trainers alike, my name's JJ, his name is Moonboy, and our other casters apparently not here yet. Mike, or Permasneeze, there we go, Permasneeze. In behalf of everyone here, thank you very much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed the broadcast. And this is it, the APAC East Finals. We, not finals, but LCQ.
LCQ.
I had a very great time.
I have an awesome time so far, but I would like to thank the producers, the audience right here, and all the teams that actually participated to make this possible. Without you guys, the APAC East LCQ would not happen today.
And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike, this has been the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series Asia Pacific, APAC East Last Chance Qualifiers. We have been your casters, and we are happy to be back here to deliver you guys the action of Pokemon UNITE. We'll see you guys on the next one. But unfortunately, they don't have much of a damage, especially getting outnumbered here by GOW2. But here comes Basame IJ, going to be able to take down 2, maybe 3. Play with me is going to be popped up. It's going to be 2, 3 down right now. And here comes the follow-up. That's going to be 4.
UNITE moves everything in the kitchen
10 seconds
thrown at this legendary Pokemon. But you do not have the time. Look at your watches, ladies and gentlemen. 5 more seconds, and its hope is gone.
Rayquaza!
Last ball, they don't even get the Ray.
With the Zoroark, Momento is not putting on the break as well. Flanking us from behind.
Yeah, the problem is they don't really have a Pokemon that can duel him and catch him as well. You're relying on the foul play. Gatling Gun Missile standing their ground there. Drench not able to secure it though.
They missed out on the PH qualifiers, and they are here for that last final chance for Hawaii this year. And this is their good. This is a really good display of skill right here for Momento, and he's one of the that actually another steal by the Gyarados once again. Stole the Regibottom, can't steal once again. Steal the red top and just pushing straight right in. You know, they are okay. They are just comfortable right here. Sun was a little bit late into the party, but there we have yet another scramble right here. And Scramble gets one KO. Top 16 gets the trade as well, and you know, right here just a scramble.
No, yeah, for sure. And look at this though, the Rockton was going to be able to win this 2-0, but is that going to happen? Let's find out.
Yeah, there we have, you know, they're trying to focus it down onto Pom Pom. Pom Pom might be a little bit of trouble right there as well. It's a red team come right in. Micron gets 2 wonders back. As it's
we're gonna be
Ryu, okay, going for slow beam on the Glaceon, they're trying to focus him down. Gets the grab on the normal Glaceon stage, gets out of there, but Ryu is already taken out. Metagross in big trouble. Can't do. Metagross comes back in, but the Surfs trying to create the space, trying to create the distance, trying to rip it down.
They were able to steal it away!
Taiwan steal it! How have they found that the Ice Gritter? Looking to join the team. Desperation setting in. You need to rip up this way, but there's the setup. Here comes Sen, finds the snake in the grass, gets the Glaceon, and hope is fading. And the chances are gone. It's a Momento route. Those grow zones intact. That is the #1 rule of Koopa gameplay. They're gonna come through and try and punish. Regieleki dropping low. They want to finish it. But the Aura Cannon is going to get the job done.
So how is Momento gonna be turning this around?
Another reset with the portals. But the beautiful armor takes him out. This could be it. With the Gatling Gun Missile defending his teammates, taking down Ryu. They need to get the key targets, so the Koopa's out. This is starting to turn around.
Onto the trap and back he comes. But
they stole it!
Steal stolen by Fibonacci.
Dragon Current into Seth, gonna be able to take down 2 in the process to make that 3. Fibonacci is calculated to make the 4. Advantage of this, yes, they will. It is going to be, you know, Seth gonna be going down. The Elder's gonna be going down as well. And Ryu here has a very low HP, but it doesn't matter. Micro's gonna be taking out 1-for-1 trade here for both of the teams. No, that's gonna be 3 down. Thunderstorm's gonna be popped up, but Sylveon's still alive and kicking. Trap here still has some power to them. Ryu, though, gonna be able to take down that Hoopa, and they are still alive.
Yeah, I mean, that is a great turnaround for Momento. Great